It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Fast. Fast. Fast. Fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of VCT EMEA. We are still in a super week and we're going to bring you guys some super games live, of course, from Berlin Messe. I'm your host Sue and I'm joined by these two lovely gents. Lothar's coming back and Vincent, welcome.
It feels wonderful to be here. You know what? This desk, it feels like an EMEA desk. It's sturdy, it's strong, and it does not stream ranked when you should brag.
I feel a bit let down by this, Lothar. He was hyping this up all day.
Was he? I'm a little bit.
The last line was good.
No, he was like, I've got the best.
The last line was perfect.
Yeah, okay, Lothar, what about you? How do you beat that?
I don't even try. Like, do I have to?
Say something nice about the desk, come on.
The desk is big and wide and supports all of my tools.
Oh, there it is. I like to, we're opening the day being a little bit weird. I like that. I feel like it's gonna get even weirder as the day goes on. And speaking of something weird, did you hear, Vincent, you weren't here yesterday, but Na'Vi lost their opening game.
I heard about that, and I saw it as well. It was a shocker. It was genuinely a shocker that Na'Vi could not pick up the pace to bring it home and not even taking a map against Koi. Sure, Koi proved themselves to be a very worthy opponent, a very strong team indeed, but Na'Vi, everybody expected it to be actually a team to pick it up. Only 4% of the pickups even got that one right. And to be very honest, coming in with those changes, I checked. I had to check that the minority finds it, and it was exceptional. Particularly this map, though. Well, it went on, and I think I was flying shorter than I actually saw this map going.
Well, it was 38 rounds coming into Lotus, and there was, let's say, a big problem on the attacking half for both of the teams until they got into overtime, and that was when Koi succeeded. But there was a stark contrast in how those teams approached this map, which made it very interesting to watch. So if you guys want to rewatch something from yesterday, I strongly recommend Lotus, just because of how different the attack is. Koi was really putting a lot of effort into the B execute, while Na'Vi couldn't do the same because of the breach that was met on the opposition, and that breach was putting so many problems for Na'Vi. Also some incredible clutches. Starkso, I think the MVP of that one, like when he just clutched that 1v3 with the shorty at the end, I think that was the most ridiculous clutch of the week for sure.
I do also like how Shadar said, you know, I've had a lot of practice in overtime. I've got this. And speaking of overtime, Fnatic, I didn't think that I was going to be okay mentally to watch them at Icebox again, Vincent, but they do what they do.
The absolute opposite over overtime, at least when we talk about Icebox. It was wonderful to watch. You know, their defense looked so well structured, exactly knew how to rotate, exactly knew when to throw the slow up so they could slow down a little bit, and just putting that one out there. Of all the rounds they won on defense, 60% of them have been retakes, and that, most importantly, with a stand-in. It was magnificent to watch.
Yeah, and also very important to say, as you mentioned, the stand-in was there, as Kamek standing in for Alpha. But the thing is, we had zero expectations of how he will perform, and on Icebox he played how he should have played. He was a killjoy that was not overheating, was holding the ground, was waiting for the action from the opponent. So essentially Fnatic's plan was working perfectly because they were just reactive. On Split though, Fnatic changed the way they played and they went into the crossfires of the opponent. So Giants had an opportunity to get more kills, more wins on the attack because Fnatic was giving them the opportunities. But in general, this map ended up in a decisive fashion from Fnatic anyway.
Decisive, though?
I would say so.
It was a little hard to watch. You know, it felt towards the end that it could have went both ways. I mean, this situation itself could have easily went overtime, but it seems like Giants overheated overall.
Yep, true.
Yeah, I mean, it was nearly a good day to be a Spanish fan, I feel like. They started off well, and then it was, like, kind of sad. And speaking of Spanish fans, I don't know if I'm, like, did you guys hear that in your ears?
We heard that, yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear us at home, but there's, like, singing. And if you guys can hear me in the arena, I want you to sing more, because that sounded glorious. I don't know whose fan that was, but that was incredible. But now, I want to let you guys in on something. Obviously, if you know this gentleman here, Zesht, he loves a good quiz. He calls himself the Quiz Master. Now, I have the opportunity to put him to the test today because I am prepared here with a quiz about some of the things that happened yesterday. You guys at home, you can play along as well. Lothar, you have a big task because you know how much this man loves a quiz.
Yeah, and I don't think I ever won a quiz before.
You haven't? I think you lost to Cougar. I think that was.
Yeah, and to Tsesh as well in the past.
Oh, okay. So this is we got some deep cut history between you two. Now, I have 6 questions prepared for you guys, and if you know the answer, just raise your hand or make a civilized buzzer noise, yeah, that works as well. But come on, be careful of this lovely desk that Vincent was complimenting. Let's not hurt him too much. But let's start with this quiz. Okay, first question, nice and easy. What two agents did Shados play yesterday? Vincent?
Killjoy and I forgot the other one. I just want to be faster than him.
Okay, Killjoy and Breach.
Well, that's a point to Lothar. I'm sorry, Vincent. Question number 2. In the second round of map bans in Fnatic's game against Giants, what map did Fnatic ban? Lothar?
Lotus.
Well, it's almost like you were here on the desk yesterday. You know so much. Okay, you were 2-0 down,
Come
Vincent.
on.
2-0 down. Okay, next question. Listen carefully. What was Angel's hedge?
33%.
Are you serious?
Correct.
That actually,
33%.
you read that thing before.
No.
It's the first time I hear the question.
I prepared these questions privately without anyone, not production don't even know the questions. Okay, next question, 3-0 down,
Please.
6 questions, you can
Yeah,
draw.
I
you
can
can
tie
draw.
this. Yeah.
Okay, so Fnatic, they played with a substitute yesterday. His name is Kamik. When is Kamik's birthday?
July 2nd, 2003.
Correct?
You rigged this to make me look bad.
We would never, Vincent. We would never. 4-0 down. That's kind of sad for you. You okay? You doing all right? You want me to carry on?
Please.
All right. Okay. Giants Cloud has been a consistent player despite the loss yesterday. How do you say Cloud in Polish?
Chmura.
He's done. He's given up. Okay, 5-0. This is going to be the biggest victory we've ever had at the VCT EMEA quizzes. Okay, you can do this. I'm going to let him answer first, okay, Lothar? Just to make things fair.
Yeah,
Is the answer
this will be fair now.
Okay, this is going to be fair. Okay, last question. What is Lothar's favorite thing to eat for breakfast? Come on, Vincent, you got this.
You have 2 tries.
You got this.
You're an old man. So I say oatmeal.
No, one more try.
Okay, so I say, because you're an old man, you have a lot of time invested into cooking. So I say a good omelet.
Ah, close, but no. I actually eat nothing for breakfast. Thank
There
you.
we
What
go.
is that?
Okay, congratulations, Lothar. A 6-0 victory. I think you've beaten Vincent harder than Fnatic did against Giants.
Yeah, is that a hard task? I don't know.
Well, you've been dethroned. Vincent is no longer the quiz master of VCT EMEA. You guys witnessed that as well. I'm really sorry.
I'll have revenge.
It's like the only time I could plan something without you knowing it. And he was really excited about this, so I feel kind of bad. It's okay.
Alright.
You win some, you lose some.
I'm used to disappointments. Go on.
You win some, you lose some. But let's take a look at today's schedule. We have 2 very big games coming up, and hopefully none of these teams are going to lose as badly as Vincent just did against Lothar in that quiz. We've got Heretics versus FUT coming up first, and after that, Team Liquid will be taking the stage against Vitality. Lothar, what do you make of these 2 games?
I'm looking forward to the first one. Heretics and FUT is going to be a rematch as well, so I'm very excited to see what will be the changes, and yeah, that just makes me excited for it.
It's Liquid. The best game is obviously Liquid. Finally, they're here, and finally, they can show us that this 0-2 kind of slip-up was just a slip-up. This is the thing that I've been looking for so much, as we finally can say that this is another super team EMEA has produced.
I feel like I have a lot of copium right now, but I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm right there with you. Now, I felt like the quiz, only Lothar and I had a lot of fun, so it's time for you to have some fun as well, Vincent, in a segment I want to call Hot or Not. Today, some of our teams in the past, the players and the orgs, have had a tendency of maybe running either meta-defining changing comps or what Lothar would call troll comps. So I want to bring some of this up, and you know, especially after what we saw from Na'Vi yesterday. So let me bring up this first comp for you guys here. Of course, a lot of the Heretics players used to play on G2, and I don't know if you guys remember this comp. It is the on Icebox, the G2's Between a War and a Hard Plays comp. Is this a hot comp or not?
Who goes first?
Whoever.
Come on,
feels.
you got the sheet ready. Come on.
No, I don't. I actually,
Please,
this is the
just
first
go-
time I
just
see it.
go
This is
for
the
it.
first time
Go
I
for
see
it.
it. I would say, I mean, this, Icebox, you don't need mobility that much. So I don't mind the Chamber being picked instead of the Jet. The rest of this lineup is pretty standard. So I feel like there's viability to this lineup. So it's not cringe at all. It's not a troll comp. But I do prefer the Jet just because of the verticality that she represents on Icebox.
The context, though, of the time, the context.
Yeah,
of when they
Chamber
ran
was
it. Yeah.
insanely good at that time. So it's like, it's a good comp.
All right, Vincent.
I see Chamber, I press like.
I hate you.
All right, no worries. Next.
Well, it did. Well, this was also meta-defining, right? Everyone else
Absolutely.
after them running this just yoinked it. Fnatic, I remember, they completely took this and ran with it as well. So, thumbs up from both of you for this one. Lovely, lovely. All right, let's bring up the next one, Team Vitality. They're going to be playing a little bit later. Let's take a look at this comp that they've run before and
From
see
Vitality.
if you guys on Lotus, we have the Breach, Fade, Harbor, Cating, and Raze. Vincent, you had a strong reaction.
Yeah, I like it. I genuinely like it. I personally think the only thing that I don't really like is that it's single controller. That is really turning me off, because at the end of the day, it is not enough room from time to time to retake and also take space overall on the attacking side. Still, I like the Fate decision a little bit. I think the Prowler can still be very useful, particularly clearing the site in front of C. It's a hot from me.
Would you want to see this again today, given that
No.
Vitality are playing later?
No.
Okay, so it's not that hot then.
No,
Lukewarm.
it's okay.
Lukewarm.
It's okay hot.
Okay.
It's average hot.
I think it had synergies that you could have said that those are pretty good choices, like the Breach, Fade, and Raze combo. It's kind of like the Astra instead of the Fade, when she can seize, instead of the Gravity Well in some points, like on A main, for example. The thing is, if I remember correctly, that Harbor, when he was picked, still had one Cascade, right? So it was a little bit different. I think that was the first patch.
I think you're right. It was the first patch.
So-
I think.
Yeah, I'm almost certain. I will have to check. But in general, I feel like Harbor is one of the most pixel-perfect agents when it comes to smokes that you have to get a lot of practice, and because of that, those vitality executions weren't always perfect. So, but I still say I'm not a fan of this comp, but I like the creativity.
Okay, so not.
It's like
Not. Yeah, we get a double negative here. Now, Sliggy, I know you're watching, so maybe you want to look away for a second. Team Liquid. If we're going to get anyone else in the world that could run something that's going to make us have a reaction, I feel like it's Team Liquid. This infamous comp on Split that we've dubbed Team Liquid's Who Needs Smokes.
Okay, this is very easy. This looks worse than some British breakfast, so that's an absolute disgusting knot.
I mean, thank God Sesh is standing here, so I don't see that Reyna. It's like, it's awful. It's like he's blocking the line of sight there. Like, not. This is a cringe troll comp.
Oh no! Okay, we still love you, Sliggy. Lastly, just to, I feel like we can finish this off. We didn't show a FUT comp because FUT, they're not trolls. They take this game seriously. And Fnatic, a team that definitely don't take this game seriously. We've gone with no smokes to we need smokes. What do we think?
In yesterday's post-plant show, I remember vividly how Boaster said, since I made the composition on Bind with 3 smokes, I don't have any say in compositions anymore. So I think this answers it. This is hot or not for me as well, and it's not.
I think it's cool that you can basically create some sort of triangle where you want to plant in, so I'll give it a hot.
I give it a hot as well. I actually think we need more. I want to see a 5 controller comp. So,
Yeah.
Emil,
Could
if
work.
you're listening, bring a 5. Carry on the Team Liquid legacy. Let's put it that way. And Liquid, they're going to be in action a little bit later. But first, we are going to bring you guys Heretics versus FUT. Well, let's talk about Heretics versus FUT. Starting with Team Heretics. Vincent, there's a lot of star players on this roster.
A lot of star players, but I'm going to tell you a quick story. History time for you. In 2022, this team was not relevant considering competition. They were even nearly demoted out of the regional leagues. They still had Kellogg's, who was an absolute star. So from that point on, how about we get G2 back together? Sort of. Mixo and Ovova joined. Great choice. I like those synergies. And from that point on, we still needed something like an IGL and a flexible player. So Zeke joined. Awesome choice. But then they also need an IGL. Who's up and coming? How about we pick Boo. And so far, overall, the roster on paper, I enjoy it.
Yeah, well, you're saying they picked up Boo, right?
Correct.
As an IGL. But the thing is, there'll have been some changes in the future here, and we're going to talk about them in the later stages, I would say.
Yeah, we're going to talk about we can talk about that in a second. Of course, as you guys can see, Vincent mentioned, we've got Boo, Mixwell, Zeke, Avova, and Kellogg's here. They are still in town. They didn't make a roster change or anything, but there's some leadership, Lothar, that you were alluding to, perhaps, changes.
Yeah, well, so in this lineup, actually it's Zeke who's taking over the IGL role. And this is very interesting because he was an IGL or mid-round caller in the past. When he was winning the World Championships with Ascent, he was, let's say, 60-40, 70-30 splitting the calling with Boncold. In Nolpenki, he was also calling alongside Vag. And in G2, I think it's fair to say that everyone was calling and no one was calling at the same time during that stage. So hopefully in this team, he's going to be able, under his leadership, put a leash on his teammates to play a little bit more as a unified team.
My question is, he's a very flexible player, right?
Yes.
We credit him for that. But is this team on a whole, you feel like, having too many flexibility?
So we prepared a graphic for that, actually. So we're going to show you Heretics Agents flexibility. And I would say, in context, this is something that we either can take as a positive or pejorative thing. Because, as you can see, Zeke, Mixwell, and Boo have a big overlap in the agents that they play, right? Only Avova has like a defined role in this team, and it's mostly smokes. And Viper qualified actually as a Sentinel here as well because of the maps that it's being chosen and how the way the Viper is being played. But in general, it's only Avova and Kellogg's who now, without the chamber that you just so much love, Sesh, can only play one agent, right?
The thing is about all of that, you know, I love this. I love agent flexibility. It's a great thing, but it is a great thing when you are having great basics, like, you know, a Na'Vi. They've done it with a lot of comps. But this right here, I think Heretics, first of all, need to get the basics sorted out. And from that point on, we can see if it is really the best idea to be that flexible.
Well, on the other side is if we take a look at FUT, it feels like, you know, their roles a little bit more well-defined. And also, it probably helps Lothar that they've been together for such a long time.
Oh yeah, look, which is fine, by the way. Both FUT and Heretics had the most practice with their lineups from all the teams that we have in the partnership system in EMEA. And I'll be honest with you, I think FUT had a very low expectations coming into the lock-in as well. Although we've spoken with about that before with Insta as well. Against RRQ, we have expected them to win, but against the 100 Views, they actually are showing really good teamwork.
Yeah, and Mooj, Baba, let me know where you got your coat from. I really, I'm quite interested. It looks great. But when it comes to FUT, they did quite well, I would say, a lock-in. And Vincent, who would have thought that a Turkish jet was going to do good?
I love a Turkish jet, but you know what I love more? A Turkish neon. That's even more enjoyable. A Turkish neon is the new kind of 2022, 2023 kind of version of a great fragger. And as we've seen with Kiwi versus 100 Thieves, it was beautiful. The guy was putting up frags that were absolutely exceptional. He was coming in, finding those kills, going over aggressive. I remember vividly in the pistol round that he was just moving on into the B site in the first 5 seconds to find an entry.
Well, I also remember vividly another Turkish player that was playing in Fnatic was playing Neon and was doing very, very similar things, you know? It's called Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwi, I feel like for those people that don't know him, they always learn his name the first time they watch him play. He's very, very consistent. He does his job well. But there's another guy on the other side as well. His name is Kellogg's. I feel like, again, very similar roles that they're on.
Yeah, I mean, they both play mostly jets, right? So their job is to create the space and so on. And I would say that Kellogg's was doing a pretty good role. He played his role well during lock-in, even though the results weren't like backing it up. But Kiwi, I have to say, during lock-in, I think whenever I was seeing like someone like reacting to his name for the first time, everyone was super impressed with how he played during lock-in, and it suddenly spiked up. He just stonked up.
Can I just reiterate that back in 2021, Futbolist bought a roster of 4 players just to get Kiwi. The other 3 never played. They were just in the roster. I think they were a 9-man roster and never let anyone else play. This guy was phenomenal. We saw him the first time 2021 in the LCQ, and he was definitely showing us why he was picked up.
And also, remember though, that he didn't play during the Red Bull home grounds with the team, so that he was the moment when FUT actually lost 3 best of 3 in a row was without Kiwi, right? And during the G-Loot competition, this lineup actually lost against Team Domination, which is something that no one has seen coming in the past.
Who?
Yeah.
That's what I say when you tell me about German teams. Anyway, I had to. So how much do you feel like this is going to come down to just Kiwi versus Kelos?
A good bit. I mean, they're winning conditions. They're absolutely winning conditions to me. Both can really step up, and they're just the men for that.
Well, FUT have been around for a very long time, but for those of you that don't really know about these players, here they are answering some questions from Twitter, I believe.
Merhabalar, ben Eray Sarıkaya. Bugün sizlerden gelen soruları yanıtlayacağız. Bakalım ilk sorumuz neymiş? Koçluk yapmak için Valo'yu iyi oynaman lazım. Yani açıkçası ben iyi oynayamıyorum. Belki üzerinde sürekli dursaydım belki belli bir yere gelebilirdim ama iyi oynaman lazım değil. Ama mutlaka oyunun her noktasını bilmek gerekir. Koçluk yapmak için Valo'yu iyi oynaman lazım mı? Yok, bence değil. Berlin'de kaçıncı oluruz? Abi önemli olan ilk etapta playoff'a kalmak. Gönül ister ki birinci olalım. Ama başlamadan da bir şey diyemem. Biraz da realistik olmak gerekiyor. Önemli olan nasıl girdiğimiz. İlk hafta güzel geçerse çok iyi yerlere geliriz. Ama ilk hafta istediğimiz gibi geçmezse bu süreç bizim için bir tık daha zorlu olabilir. İşte en beğendiğim oyuncu Türk oyuncular hariç. Yani benim en beğendiğim bir tane oyuncu var. O da Leo. Açıkçası bence benim fikrime göre bence şu an Avrupa'daki en iyi oyuncu. Bence en iyisi. Bence Funny Team bu kadar başarılı olmasının en büyük sebeplerinden bir tanesi de Leo. Takımda en hızlı sinirlenen oyuncu kim? Bir ve ikinci yapmayayım. Bence Mr. Fallen ile Dodo hızlı sinirlenen oyunculardan 2 adet iyi. Gais ismi nereden geliyor? Abi Gais İsveç'te bir futbol takımı. Ben ismini aldığımda 1. ligdeydi. Ben ismini aldıktan sonra gün yüzü görmediler. Şu an galiba 3. lige kadar düşüyor. Seni en çok zorlayan maç hangisiydi? Galiba ikisi de BBL maçıydı. Bir tanesi Foot BBL. Geçen Split'ten önce EMEA çıkma maçıydı. Finalde kaybettiğimiz o çok zorlamıştı. Bir de BBL'deyken Liquid maçı 1-0 geriden 2-1 kaybetmiştik. Evet. 6 kişilik kadronun dinamiğini nasıl sağlıyorsunuz? Zor oluyor. Çünkü 6 kişilik roster her zaman bir seçim yapmak zorunda bırakıyor insanı. Ve 6 oyuncunun da iyi bir şekilde oyunu sergilediği senaryoda. Sağlayabiliyor musunuz dersen yeri geliyor sağlayamadığımız oluyor. Çünkü farklı kişiler farklı karakterleri oynayabiliyor. O yüzden de bazen içimden diyorum ya ulan böyle 6. bir oyuncumuz var, keşke bu mu oynasaydı. Ve hep kafada soru işareti yarattığı zaman beni mental açıdan bir tık geriye sokuyor. Ama ilerisi için de her zaman bir seçenek, daha fazla seçenek her zaman iyidir. Bu beni ne kadar aşağı düşürse de bence takımı yukarı çıkaran bir durum. O yüzden de burada ben değil, takım önemli. Abi soruları cevaplayabildiğim kadar cevapladım. Soru sorduğunuz için de çok teşekkür ederim. Yakında Berlin'de görüşmek üzere. Kendinize dikkat edin, sağlıcakla kalın. Teşekkürler efendim.
It's also nice to hear them kind of refer to the BBL rivalry as well, being the two only Turkish teams in the league. But let's take a look at the map vetoes and where we're going to be going today. Already, of course, Heretics, they've taken out Fracture.
I think it's a favor for footballers because they really don't like to play that map, and Icebox being now out of the pool, that's all right and dandy. So Pearl comes up. I think we've both already seen them.
Yeah. Well, Pearl, we have seen Heretics play Pearl already. We have seen Foot play Pearl as well. But Lotus is actually something that we've never seen from Heretics before. So that's going to be a big question mark. Not surprised with the Haven ban, to be honest. I don't think you want to play against Foot on this map. And now Ascent going to be the decider. That's going to be the rematch from a few months ago.
Yeah, but back then, you know what kind of comp they played? It was kind of
we'll get there when we
crazy
get
if we
there.
get there. But first of all, I'm looking forward to Pearl. I think it was a map where both still showed basic Valorant and a basic understanding of the game, which is totally okay, particularly for Heretics who have formed themselves not too long ago. But I want to see a step up because obviously this is a map where footballers particularly have been super slow, they have been super patient, and this could be something Heretics absolutely uses against them.
You know, it's also there was a stark contrast in the way that those two teams approached the agent select on Pearl, because we have seen from footballers play the double controller, the Astra and Viper, combine that of course with Jet, because you need the mobility, you need to, like when you're attacking A side, you need to dash through the choke points, or when you go through art, it opens up a possible vertical play as well.
Right.
But then then we had from Heretics, it was a breach composition with a KO.
Yes.
So there was more control and denial at the same time when it comes to the utility, that you allow your opponents to actually have that space or not, right? Because they, like, what I like about breach on this map, it allows you to get early control of art if you're pushing into that area with the stun, right? All double doors to create the space to deny the Killjoy alarm bot, for example. Aftershock comes in handy in that space as well. So I wonder if this is something that we're gonna have to, you know, consider.
I'm not too certain about that. I'm mainly saying that because, particularly their attacking side, I wasn't just happy with them when they had their ults ready. It sounds odd, right? Ults are great winning conditions. But I personally believe that it needs to be a bit more diverse in their executes, because it seemed like they had 1 or 2 set pieces ready for lock-in. But other than that, it seemed a little lackluster in that department.
I mean, this is the thing, right? I know we shouldn't read too much into lock-in, given that both of these teams didn't get to show everything they wanted to show. But it does feel like it's a little bit more even than it seems. Because on paper, you're looking at a roster, you know, with Mixwell, with Zeke, all these players are over. They should be the ones to win. But after yesterday, I don't know what's going to happen anymore. But similarly for FUT, a lot of people don't know these guys outside of Turkey, but they're here for a reason. They are good.
Yeah, and what is even more important is that I feel like Footballist is able to surprise the opposition more than the other way around. Like, you know what, even though Heretics is so flexible with the agent roles, and like you can never know if Mixer is going to play a Viper or a Killjoy this time, or maybe even something else that is more supportive, right? But when you will see the agent select from Footballist will make an assessment on how Heretics will play, they're going to be the easier one to read. So that's their upper hand right now.
And most importantly, right, you just mentioned it, they're here for a reason. I think we need to reiterate that they have just not been invited to EMEA. No, they have actually won the regional league previously, right? And that is a big title, considering to be the best of tier 2, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive. And you know,
against Vitality.
Yeah.
I also think it's interesting because Mr. Fall in the off-season, you know, there was a lot of questions. Why are they not picking up Parlor players, Fireflux, all these incredible Turkish players? And he said, we didn't do that because we believe that us 5 are the best Turkish players.
But the thing is, all of those voices were raised when something that we mentioned already on the desk is when the, Foot wasn't performing the best. That was during the Red Bull home ground where Kiwi didn't play in those 3 matches, and also during the G-Loot competition when there was just a slip-up against one team that was pretty unknown, and they just kind of just lost a best of 5 in that moment. But now after the lock-in show that they presented to us, I feel like no one is actually saying anything in that regard.
From what I'm hearing from you two, you're leaning a little bit more towards FUT than Heretics here?
I personally would say so, yeah, because the Heretics expectations for me are very low, you know?
Lothar, you underestimated the Spanish team yesterday, and look what happened.
Well, it presented as a very exciting match, though.
And Vincent?
I'm honestly also on the FUT side of things. If they added another level to their play and have added another structure to their play, I definitely believe that they're capable of taking this one home.
The problem is, so far, historically speaking, Turkish teams didn't present really good structures in VALORANT overall, and that was one of the main culprits why they didn't perform well. And typically it was more of a, oh, can those players play well in a duo and like create the space for the Jet to then capitalize on it, right?
Well, we know the maps, we know where we're gonna go today. The players are also ready. I can hear that crowd getting riled up, and I want you to get hyped, everyone, and give a warm welcome to Heretics and FUT.
Team Heretics.
Feeling like $1 million bucks. Living like security deluxe. Feeling like $1 million bucks.
FUT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop, yeah, never that. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want hear no talk from lames. I don't want do it if there's not no gain. Them man are lacking cause them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss, never that. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop, nah, never that. I can't accept one loss, never that. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that stop, nah, never that.
Well, these two rosters, they faced each other before, but that is in the past. Today, both teams are looking to grab a win here on their first time in the pit. Now, both of you have just told me that you're leaning a little bit more towards FUT, but what are the win conditions of Heretics? What can they do to convince you that they could do this?
I think it's more about how they will play as a team than what their opponents will do. They need to fix the issues that they had in the past, right? So big question mark for Zeke's IGLing. Is that going to be enough to make this team consistent? And then I really would like to see what will be the role assignment for this match. And when I'll see the agent select, when I'll see who's playing which role, I'll be like, let's say I'll have an opinion on, like, after the match, like, what did this work? Did the players feel comfortable? Because they should be. They already play a long time since the Indian Invitational together, right?
The thing about both teams for me is that they still have a basic fundamental understanding of Valorant, but there's not an extra level of, let's say, set pieces, of room control, of mid-round room control. All of those things I didn't really see with both of them. If I would go for what is really important, for example, for Heretics, in the game they played, well, Kellogg's was perfect, but in the side switch he needs to be better.
Well, we're into the game, I'm gonna have to get used to this, guys. Bear with me. Agent select right now. We've seen both of these teams play this map, but are they gonna stick with the same comps?
Well, it seems, was Zeke on Harbor? On
Well.
Pearl here, Nixo
Well.
on Sky. Okay, so it's obvious that they use the Sky Harbor combo to utilize the flashes to its maximum, let's say, potency. And then we also have Astra on Evolver. So Kellogg's, of course, of the Jet, as expected, and the Sentinel in this case is the Killjoy to have better grounding on the defense because of the rest of the composition. So I like this. I like this from Heretics.
I mean, yeah, FUT, they've also had some changes.
They absolutely had changes. Not only with the roles, where we, for example, see Mr. Fallen suddenly on the Astra, the big change also here is that Kiwi is on Raze and not on Jet. So that is quite crucial in my eyes to see that kind of swap around, as it has to mean something with the way Futbolist tries to make their duelist, their main player, work.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that completely destroyed our pre-show because we talked about Kellogg's and Cougar, Jet against Jet, and here we go with him on being on Raze. But I do like the Raze on Pearl because the utility, even though with the Boomboard being nerfed to 5 seconds duration, it's still the paint shots give you so much potent map control, and also satchels are look. Both of these sides are built in a lower level than the entrance and the choke point, so it's perfect for the satchels to just swoop in.
Yeah, and also a change here with Mr. Fallen at Atta, I believe,
Yes,
if I saw. And I think this is Mr. Fallen's debut on Astra as well, the first time.
Kind of crazy, but we've seen IGLs pick up the Astra to have a bit more control and maybe a bit more micromanagement. Something he has mentioned in previous interviews, that he has to micromanage his team a lot. So maybe the perfect agent for exactly that purpose.
I also wonder, because we have the Astra being there picked, and if I'm not mistaken, we have also the KO alongside, right?
Yes,
so,
correct.
This is a perfect choice to counter a potential Killjoy because she's more restrained towards the area of the map where she needs to control the utility, and that gives the KO more agency.
And that is also interesting, considering that we see a change on the Sentinel on the side of Futbolist as well. Previously played Killjoy, swap over to Cypher. So the overall information of the map and avoiding things like lurks and late kind of goes can also be really well done here by the Futbolist side all around the map. One of the advantages of Cypher, basically.
Yeah, just have a quick update. A couple of the players had to quickly go to the bathroom before we get into game, so we will be there shortly. But of course, just before I throw real quick, the IGL's here too for you guys. Of course, Zeke is taken over from Boo. I'm coming to you in a sec, guys. I'm coming to you in a sec. What would you like to see from him here?
From Zeke?
Yes.
Absolute leadership that also sees them in a proactive situation.
Well, I saw Pansy, how excited Pansy and Hypoc were there, so I'm going to throw this to them. By the way, they're actually sandwiched right now between the Spanish casters for Heretics and the Turkish casters for FUT. So I want to know, Pansy and Hypoc, where do your legions lie?
As EMEA casters, we're actually unbiased, which is a rarity in Valorant. But thank you so much. And yeah, we are indeed very excited to bring you this matchup because one of the main consistents here is Pearl. We've seen a lot of changes now outside of that with the agents being looked at here. But this was an issue for Heretics, and I think quite a poignant one.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, me, Ever the Cynic, it's a big positive to see a comp change coming out of this because it means they've actually utilised this time off, gone back and looked at some of the issues there. I'm going to call Zesht out a little bit.
Do it. Hit me.
I mean,
Hit me
Kellogg's
with it.
numerically delivered, yes, but the big
On
problems
paper.
lied in that spacing once again, which is something we've hit on so many times in whatever
I
iteration.
feel like a broken record,
Yeah,
but we want it to change.
Absolutely. One of the two things that needs to change is ultimately Heretics need to dial up to that level and match that pace, or they need to
Shuffle it backwards.
Yeah, honestly, rein him in a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's a big positive to me to see what I would classify as a composition overhaul, to be honest. This looks like it's going to be a totally different approach to the map.
Now, I think with that noted, though, we then have to kind of flip the script to the other side. And I'd say Heretics, for most of us, looking when we came into lock-in, it was a rough performance from their side. But
Absolutely,
on the other side of the coin, for football, this was actually a fabulous performance, even in their losses.
And this is the thing, I think it's a fair assessment to say the bar was very low coming into lock-in.
I
think
and
that's
rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go off results here.
I think that's it's definitely a confidence booster for them to come out. Obviously, even in their loss, eventually being eliminated, there were lots of positives to take away.
100%.
So it's not as if they, scraped through versus Rex Regnum in the first series and then kind of didn't bring much to the second. It was actually a huge positive for me on that stage to see them perform the way they did in that second series.
And kind of in a very parallel sense, yes, Kiwi had a fantastic game, but the system was there behind him. He was never completely alone in his work. He had support, he had a system beside him.
What a great comparison, right? To make these concerns about Heretics and then actually highlight on the side of Foot that actually they kind of have worked on something, a little bit of a curveball pick. Yes, you still could classify that, but it worked great. In terms of the bigger picture, it was a much better system overall.
It was, and it was wonderful to watch. Obviously, his individual mechanical skill is pretty high up. I think we'd all noted Kiwi from those prior seasons and gone, okay, that is a player to watch out for. But it takes a lot to put it into a system, which is, again, what we're looking at here, especially between these two teams.
And we come back to the same question, which is, yes, the Turkish region has a lot of potential, but it's always that consistency. That's what's been lacking. And again, we referenced this yesterday. Coming to a longer format season here, that's what I want to see established from day one.
Yeah, and I think that can be done. And especially with what we saw not very long ago, obviously out in Brazil, it was a fabulous look for them. And it's and as I said, I think we have been waiting for the Turkish teams to, or one Turkish team to really shine, right? Because we'd all seen that potential early on. The infamous Turkish Jet conversation coming out, the individual capability of that region.
A Turkish super team to actually establish themselves as that.
Exactly. So again, it's never been the individuals that are the question. It's getting that kind of collective together, showing what they can do as a team. And we saw glimpses of it. Now, on the other side, though, a quiet performer of Over for me. Again, at lock-in. Went very quiet. And again, I am his biggest advocate when he was in his heyday.
Back in the day, Over was one of the most exciting players to watch. And
Nothing felt impossible.
It was never flashy, but it was always backs against the wall, hard anchoring, bailing teams out.
And it was so good to see.
But it's been a long time since we've seen that of Over.
But there's been a couple of rollbacks, right? There's been a couple of teams already showed just yesterday some of these players reactivating, finding a new lease of life. I don't know what it is that's gone in, but Starzo, incredible performance just yesterday. So I'm looking at the team. I see Zeke out there. I see some of these players, some of these names that have been a little quiet,
Golden
a little
oldies
waiting. Exactly.
of the region.
Exactly. And I want to see them find that form again. And I think that's a fair assessment for a lot of EMEA fans is, when does this work? And how long do we give Heretics for it to work? Because there's a lot of naysayers to this roster.
Yeah, there is. And I think that's when you look at it on paper, you think, damn, there is a lot of potential here. From what we've seen historically from some of these players, if they can even get back to 80–90% of those operating levels, Heretics are in a very comfortable spot for this season.
They certainly are. Certainly a team to watch, dangerous, and same can be said for both sides, because let's talk about the expectations then of where we put these teams long form, right? Let's go outside of this game potentially, just that, okay, beyond this game, what do we want to see from these two teams? Let's start with Footballist here, because I'm seeing them as building from Brazil. Right, that is how I'm noting this, is that they are on the way up. I want to see that continue. What are some key markers you're going to look out for in this game from Footballists that maybe ticks the box saying, yes, they are continuing to build off of what we saw?
I think at face value, you've got to say if Kiwi can maintain the performance. Okay. That's something that's definitely going to be a driving force. Call it a win condition, yes, but I think in terms of the tempo that Foot did display at lock-in, that's definitely a key indicator for how they're going to perform. Obviously, it then requires on the rest of the team kind of building up to that. There's questions potentially about the six-man roster, how it's going to work. A lot relies on that prep factor.
It does.
So, again, if there's a dynamic shift between some of these players slotting in for different maps and whatnot, that's something I've got my eye on for sure.
Okay, and I will come to you that question with Heretics, but I think we've kind of set the stage for map one. I think we need to wait and see. The proof's in the pudding. And I've got a little bit of a sweet tooth on. I know we've got a couple more seconds until the game goes live. So once again, thank you for your patience. Let's get it on. Let's get into game. Heretics up against Footballist. And again, we need some form of performance here from Heretics. And I don't want it just to be Kellogg's. I want the whole roster to be on that stage.
I mean, sure, it'd be a positive if Kellogg's can once again deliver the numbers he did.
Yeah.
See if actually Heretics have addressed the rest of the system behind that. Early on, Kellogg's curious towards double doors. 3 players right now for Foot Esports positioned towards B. The Atta actually here to hold on to contact here. Actually, the Poison Orb just going to slow things down, but no contact on the back of that. The delay not capitalized on. A pause for thought here as Victor got himself positioned very deep. Some decent damage there from Boo, but unable to convert anything to a kill.
No, and with all this mid control that has been gained, I'm looking to see where they try and eventually end towards. It looks like a drift back towards the A site with the Pop Flash finding nothing though. Where do they take this? They could double pump back towards B. So that might be the goal. Deep hold coming out from Footballist, who have decided to consider it being that A. Wrong call to our eyes. And now with the Harbour Wall coming up, smoke in, Kellogg's taken back site. It's safe. We know that they don't, so going through that protocol list diligently.
Obscure plant position as well. Ability to set up a couple of different crossfires. And maybe hold on to some control towards CT actually.
Okay. Let's see how this bursts back in. Looking for that first contact, and it's found. Kellogg's is down. And this could be the springboard. This should be the go signal, and it is. Bova going to find one, but Moj is there. Lovely retake coming out from Footballist here. Diffuse, comfortable for them. And they stayed poised, composed, and the second they got Kellogg's down, they burst on that.
It's a decent adjustment as well. Heretics ultimately benefiting from that rotation coming through. I think Cracks and Atta looking to make sure nobody slipped through in towards spawn. Moj with a beautiful opener. Like I said, that's the catalyst here in this retake. Actually, the domino effect in play there. Unable to really hold on to anything on site on the side of Heretics. Positives though, at least Heretics have the plan in place here for a slow default in the pistol. See if that does continue, and actually whether or not Foot Esports are going to challenge some of this space, trying to deny any of it.
I also want to see the money management from Heretics in this too. See if they fall into any traps with these repurchases. Eventually, this one, not too worried about. We do see a couple of sheriffs coming through, but nothing too wild about it. Heretics, though, again, being given a fair amount of this mid space. Haven't had too many early fights in these very early rounds. Given over towards Art, so let's see what Mr. Fallen does on the other side. You do have that hold from Pit coming in from Cracks, so he should be first contact as they do swing the corner.
He's actually ready with the fragment there, but not to invest it. Will do a little later here, so we'll separate Heretics and sort of equal fall immediately. The follow through is there. Kiwi with the cleanup. Just Boo left to find, and will retrieve an orb at least. We'll get a consolation kill though.
Yeah, just a formality at this point. An exit would be really nice for him. It ain't gonna happen. Stunning work, and gotta say, kept composure on the side, didn't look threatened by that burst. Considering how close Heretics just got through on Art, they were right up close there, pop flash in. And the second that fragment went in there was no threat afterwards. Look at this, again, you have the support instantaneous from Kiwi coming through, warming up into this matchup now.
And actually noting the fragment, the paint shell goes behind that as well. So like I said, it separates Heretics, but also forces, I believe Mixwell, the second player through there, from Heretics into a position where he has to push forward, or he has to tank the damage.
Yeah. And Logitech G power-up round coming in now. Couple damage-dealing weapons, though, to note. Rifle. On Moj, we do still see the Bulldog with Kiwi, so that's going to be in play here. Obviously, on the other side, full purchase. An early orb collected, so trying to build up. Looks like contact is also noted towards B-Long now.
Atta going to respect this for the time being. Heavy focus towards double doors initially from 2 players on the side of Foot Esports, but nobody there from Heretics to counter that. So Heretics do just funnel towards B long here. It's going to be a little concerning. Atta does have that wall as well to slow down any push towards site.
And it's the fact that they can stack this, right? They essentially have those 4 players on this side of the map.
I mean, Crack still has a flash as well, so they can set up perfectly when contact comes through here.
And this is highly indicative of the hit. You can see them already. A little bit of a stall here, 45 seconds. But they can't really hit much of a double pump on this because they have no information on the rest of the map now. That's been lost. But there is a crunch coming in. Boo could be a problem here. Could be a thorn in the side, a bit of a nuisance. 35 seconds now, the clock's getting a little later in the day. Kiwi are going to find Zeke, and it's now getting worrying. Cracks finds Kellogg's, and these are rifles having no chance to be brought to bear. And the flash was gorgeous, and they capitalize on it well. And now Boo, who was pressuring towards mid, is now being wrapped on as well. This is Footballist in full control.
A lovely setup here to stop Heretics in their tracks.
10 seconds
Like I
left.
said, Boo
10 seconds left.
did finally try and show some presence towards double doors, but was forced away into this position now where trying to hold on to this rifle. Mr. Portland's not going to let him do that.
Look at the upgrades, Mike. Yeah. They are loving it. That is rifles galore. That is the dream.
Very early boom to the economy here, and a chance for Foot Esports actually to establish quite a healthy lead. Should argue they get the 4th online here. Like I said, all the things that we highlighted, though, just coming into effect. It wasn't even a deep flash here. It was actually just Cracks looking to flash over on top of default, and perfect timing on the wall expiring as well. You can see Kellogg's trying to get over, and above that, I believe it was Zeke behind that actually fell to the paint shell. So forced into a position where, once again, the placement of utility on the side of Kiwi, absolutely crucial.
Maybe looking elsewhere on the map now.
Not even sure about this.
Oh,
I mean, the wall doesn't even block off the sideline to the orb there.
That's a frustrating.
Needs to be a little deeper to deny that space to allow this orb to be retrieved.
Yeah, a little sloppy there. Zeke, the one to receive the punishment of it. And Sheriffs, yes. Light armor, yes. But we need to see something more. Again, right place for Footballists. They are reading this game very well. I love the adjustment. Again, that Cypher shifting
Spike
across.
down A.
Cracks, no
Spike
sweat.
down A.
Finds Mixwell. Follow up. Yeah, he's just trying to farm here. Kellogg's will punish, and you do need to be a little careful with him. Don't let him get that hot hand going. Don't let him get confident in this. And he has been dealt with. Cracks and Kiwi, lovely again. Footballist looking flawless.
4 standing once again, only losing 1. So that economy will continue to swell. Well, actually, these have been Cracks up to speed. I think he's the only one that's going to be lacking behind a little bit, but we'll be able to hold on to at least 3,900 here. This is what I was talking about. So the intention here in this round was minimal investment to retrieve this orb, but maybe a comfort factor there with Zeke being on the harbor.
Oh,
it's a little bit of a whiff on the utility, and yeah, a very early timeout called here for Heretics.
We need to get a grip on this game, Mike. It's been very flat from them so far, individually not finding much success to maybe build upon. But as a collective, they've been outdone every single time by Heretics. Their positioning has been wonderful to witness. Loving what Heretics are, well, excuse me, what Footballists are doing here. Positioning's been marvelous. We've seen almost a stack in 2 rounds in the correct place. The Cypher adjusted off the back. Really lovely early work. So hopefully the coach can maybe instill a little bit of something into Heretics, because they are struggling currently to really get this one going. And again, that little fumble coming out from that harbor will certainly going to sting a bit, but shake it off. To come up with a plan or something here, because this could be a very quick game otherwise.
We need to get some rounds on the board early on. It's the issues we're seeing with this default, at least in the first couple of rounds. Come back in with a purchase here, so whether or not that's going to be the intention once again. It's always what we look for, though, what they're actually achieving off this early presence shown across the map. Like I said, without really forcing a rotation in that previous buy round. But Esports were able to adjust perfectly. A little push, at least initially, here to retrieve that orb once again. Mixwell will have the Seekers online for this round. Yeah, you can see why Zeke was looking for it in the previous, because now we'll have the Reckoning available. So maybe Heretics leaning towards a set piece here. Adjustment on the side of Foot Esports. See now Modge actually having a couple of kill traps set up on site. Kiwi there in unison towards dugout. Cracks kind of floating in a similar position we've seen him before.
I do want to see if they try and maybe take that mid control they've been toying with a little bit further here. Looks like maybe just try and time a little 3-2 split towards A site.
Well, difference being is it's only going to be the camera to take this contact in R. Didn't catch any tripwires either with that Trailblazer.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little terrifying. as that's a whole lot of utility put in, but Kiwi still finds Kellogg. So again, the tip of the spear gets blunted. Yeah, Seekers will find Kiwi, but that's fine. Might buy a couple of seconds to deny this. Does get to post it in the end, finds very little for it, but Krax is there, finds the frag. Kiwi swings out, and these positions are divine. Gorgeous shot from Kiwi. Oh, come on. Kiwi is destroying Heretics.
Beautiful round from him. Even does a chunk of damage on Boo. Yes, doesn't find anything, for the pressure coming through to him with the Seekers. Even finds that kill on Kellogg's ahead of that sight hit coming through. Very little for Heretics to take away in terms of positives for this round. Kiwi looking sharp as hell. This is one where it can spiral out of control very, very quickly here. A 5-round lead. Heretics come back into this with nothing but, well, I'll say nothing but sheriffs. There is a Spectre here in the hands of Zeke. They can get anything done. Here initially, Foot Esports reading Zeke's utility is a massive indicator to the presence of Heretics.
Yeah, and it's high tempo, right? They're trying to build behind this, maybe build off the back of all that Harbor utility being poured in towards the B side. But again, looking at Moj here, great positioning. Does he find anything? No, the Cove going to keep them safe, and Kellogg's on the back lines. That's what they needed. A little bit of fire in the belly, taking some of that side control. But these retakes have been good. We've had a couple success stories here from them. Let's see if anything can be the proponent to starting that. One rifle in the hands of Zeke now. This is going to be tough to break through, but did just hear the ult get popped on the other side. So Krax looking to start it. Captain going to find Zeke. That's going to be one of the players on the backside removed. There's the second. Sight now looking much more viable for Footballist.
Actually forced all players at Heretics back. It's one on Pillar here and two towards on top of B Long here.
This plant's rough for Long.
It's very rough.
Yeah,
they're smoked up, they're going to stick it.
Oh,
he got pulled off
just taken away. Just. They've held onto it. Mixwell does the damage, but timing was so fine. By hook or by crook, you'll take it if you're Heretics at this point, but man, that was way too close.
I mean, I didn't want to call it. I was thinking eventually we're going to get to the point there where somebody's got the spam on. Again, Foot Esports happy to just sit behind this Viper wall, wait for it to come back up and swarm back onto site. And you get very concerned, actually, the point where all three remaining members of Heretics are forced onto Long. That pillar position so difficult to find or isolate an engagement here. Foot Esports now, actually, a little bit of a tempo shift. Well, deny some of this space. As I said previously, big indicator on the side of Foot Esports has been where Zeke's early utility has been invested. And Heretics are happy to flood up right behind it. No real secrets about the approach.
No, back to a little bit more of, I guess, what we've been seeing up until that point. We do have that operator with Kellogg, so maybe trying to give him a little time to work, see if anyone gets a little over-zealous in the peak.
I was going to say, Kellogg's got to be careful there. Moj once again playing towards elbow.
But no early opportunity given. I don't know if maybe Footballists are aware of the opportunity, or just being diligent in approach.
Concern being they know nothing about this presence from Mr. Fallen here. No flash set up for the second time. Trailblazer is going to be a very early sign that Heretics have drifted back over to this side of the map. See Krax playing that floating position once again. He's already preemptively rotating. Not that Kiwi's had any problems at all in holding down this site up until now. Ooh. A little bit of a fake with the conflict divide as well.
But the camera's still going to be ahead of that, so they know there's no intention behind it. There's still 3 players dedicated towards the safe side, so a terrible surprise about to be awaiting, and Krax is ready for it. 2 big kills, looks for a follow-up. Kiwi's going to nab it away from him, and Footballists are hyper-aware of everything Heretics are trying to do. These fakes just aren't selling well enough. 10 more seconds. This is just dead air time at this point. Avova would love to keep that operator in play. So going to try and hold that as long as he can and just dip away as he does. 3 more seconds to try and wait this one out. They are trying to hunt him down, though. That is a high priority piece to get away from them. A couple more seconds, and I do think he's going to be able to keep this. This is tense.
Just about, yeah.
Yes, he does. So that's still into play, but again, very thin silver lining to that round.
What a bizarre investment with the Cosmic Divide there. Again, once the Trailblazer is noted outside A main, you have to assume this Sky is going to be with the body, or at least the main body of Heretics in terms of where that hit's coming through. And there's nobody really to sell the fake behind the Cosmic.
No,
all it would take is just a shoulder peek outside from Moj, just to confirm the lack of presence. So you always think if you're getting a 5-man hit towards A, put the Cosmic Divide down there as well.
Not getting one they want. Sadly for Zeke, having a bit of a stinker of a game so far. And back to the basics. Now, a round like this with a bit of a mixed bag purchase actually worked out for Heretics. Able to hold from long with the 3 remaining players, but this time Kiwi's on the case. Given the operator and wins it, Kellogg's put to bed. He goes for a second of over, going to pick up the mantle, and loses again. Kiwi, back-to-back perfection, and now they have very little access here.
Mixer, I'll try to take a stab at this now with the operator. Kiwi repositioning.
Oh, that's nice.
All the way to behind screen. Heretics will drift away. And problem being, the timing of these splits through double doors have just been way offbeat from where contact is taken. Obviously in this round, minimal investment, so not expecting miracles from Boot. Let's see, nearly gets a shot there underneath the one-way of Atta.
Can't use that. Bot coming
See
back.
here, actually the timing is going to be crucial for Modge to check this cap. Yeah, he's already in it. I was going to say, the safety net is in
30
place.
seconds left.
Yeah, and he'll be able to call back the player. Hey, Mr. Fallen. So again, deep positioning. Started to toy with this in the prior rounds. And Captain's already dealt with the back line, but they do succeed against Fallen, so maybe they get a plant here. Maybe. 15 seconds to try and make it count. And already Zeke's in a bit of danger. 12 now. Time's starting to dwindle. Kiwi's starting to get a little curious, and this is now starting to get into danger time. Still no plant and still no time. They're backing away. 0 opportunities here, Mike. They are floundering.
Very, very limp-wristed here from Heretics. Again, this isn't the one where you expect miracles, but here where there's opportunities. Testing Kiwi once again with his operator. 13-2, by the way.
He's
an absolutely ridiculous performance so far.
Not skipped a beat, has he, that man?
And now overall, they're just comfortable. In terms of the pacing of how these rounds are playing out, the fact he's got an operator in his hand, getting closer and closer to that showstopper. He does have that almost get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah.
If somebody does run him down early on in a round, once that operator is shown, but very few positives here for Heretics.
No, it's been a very rough game for them.
And the one thing we said, obviously, if Kellogg's delivers numbers, yes, well,
It
Heretics
can catch up a score,
yeah.
yeah.
But it's not happening here.
No, it's been quite absent, and you can see the frustration on one side as Heretics do pump the brakes. Now, just to, I guess, add somewhat insult to injury, or a massive benefit if you are a Footballist fan, this was the choice of Heretics. So already, and we know that internationally Lotus worked very well for Footballist, so that's something they have in their pocket.
I'm concerned with Kiwi's performance here, that we go to Lotus next and then see him over on the Neon.
Exactly.
Again, that confidence booster, you hit that momentum, you carry that across to the second map, where there's a comp change. Again, it's a completely different protocol list for Heretics to deal with. Kiwi's going to run rampant once again on that Neon. You have to argue it's going to happen.
No, it feels almost fated at that point, but Kiwi showing some real diligence on the raise as well. Happy to see him showing some good adjustments, some depth to the agent pool that he's running. Now, there is a purchase here for Heretics, so eyes on. We have the operator back into play. Yes, some light armor and some ultimates play with Boo with the lockdown, and we do have Seekers if ready, but Kiwi's feeling confident, and rightly so. This man has been a monster. First time we've seen them toy with this idea, but the flash, diligent. Going to be a heads-up piece there just to force him away.
I think this is great, though, reading that the contact comes through so late towards double doors. If they can actually isolate Boot early on, then it's an even bigger advantage. They know that Heretics have been funneling towards one side or the other. The Seekers here not really going to paint a huge picture from where they're invested. Yeah.
Yeah, Ada Captain can deal with one super comfortable, and the other goes all the way down CT. Brilliant.
I mean, with how deep these are dealt with, though, it doesn't. All it indicates is that maybe there's a player rotating. It's not.
No.
It's not as if you can bank all in on this information.
And that knife just being committed towards A-Long as well. Nothing off the back of it. So, yeah, of course, you won't read everything into it, but you might pull a rotate.
Puts cracks back in a position where you can hold Sewer and be in a position to rotate early. At least here from where Modge and Kiwi are positioned, they're going to hear these steps early. Trailblazers confirm it. And the other big indicator being Zeke's utility.
Kiwi's here.
30 seconds
This is what
left.
gets a little scary, and you just heard it. 30 seconds now. And the lockdown does come in. Do they play it right? Can they find a chance with this? Kellogg's lets off a couple of shots, but finds no one on the other side of it. And the respect being given by Football. It's not going to stick around too long here. Plant needs to come in soonish. Want to see that happen.
It should have come in already. With the
It's
lockdown
being
and obviously
denied.
Zeke's utility, they've missed the timing on this.
Yeah, this could still be an issue. 5 seconds, and the spike is going to eventually go down, but Again, they're running it so late. Zeke and Kellogg succeed, though. A 2-for-1 trade out, and they're overextending towards CT to try and take some safety, some space. Fallen goes down, and now Kiwi left with a mountain to climb. Not an easy scenario at all, investing so much in this round for Heretics, but they need it. They desperately need it. Zeke coming alive a little here. Certainly going to help matters. As for Footballers, they're cut off from this.
I mean, this has got to be unlosable for Heretics. Kellogg's got to take first contact here. Actually, finally, Kiwi comes through. Thank God Zeke seals the deal there. Finds his fourth and gives Heretics a second round. I was going to say, Kellogg's leaving it so late. And actually, the investment of the wall, perfect timing from Zeke, but there was a gap, an ability for Foot Esports to actually isolate one of these players on Heretics. Very concerning, though, in approach. See the lockdown come through, and we're asking, when's the plant going to happen? Zeke's utility drops, the lockdown's expired, there's no real control over site there. Nothing short of a miracle that Heretics actually get the plant in time.
And I'm pretty sure that was Zeke's first 4 kills in the entire game, so already showing a fair amount of diligence in the way he's approaching it. But we do see an ult invested. That's going to be out of captain very early on, going to just try and take over middle. So it really makes it hard for them to find that late presence.
I love this setup, though. It's investing from art. It's actually going to wrap all the way to double doors. And has a little bit of Modge's utility behind it as well.
Lovely.
Beautiful setup here to deny mid.
Love seeing the versatility in this. A different look from Heretics as well, at least towards A for now.
Yeah, this pit is actually crazy because they have to shift walk all the way through if they want to push art as well. It denies a split to both sides.
Yeah, it makes it feel a little less you can pull a player. Now, with Cracks going down to Z, maybe it does. Maybe they have to hit the emergency button of we need you to get away from the Ox, we need some support on the side, or we play full retake. Now, actually, Mixwell just got caught there. So, once again, a 4v4. It's not all smooth sailing yet for Heretics. Paint Shell goes in. Not looking like it's done a boatload of damage just yet. And there it is. Boo's going to find Modge. Pushing CT. Great trade, though, for Kiwi.
I'll say Boo did eat a ton of damage from that paint shell. Kiwi actually going to clear dugout here, though. Zeke did reposition. Unnoticed as of yet, and will be rewarded for it.
Up for a fight now. Zeke's starting to warm into the game. A whole different look for him, but still.
What?
Oh, no. How the hell?
Oh, my God!
Fallen's just found Zeke. And the defuse, plenty of time on it. That looked unlosable.
How have they fumbled that? I mean, a couple of kills come through from Zeke. That maybe that's the catalyst for Heretics to think, yep, dig your heels in, guys. Hold on to sight. Commit to some of these angles, but there's no counterplay. There's no ability for any of the players on Heretics to play off each other. I mean, how has Atta got off stairs here?
How's he gone to there?
I think that's the kill that really catches Heretics off guard, because that's the only crossfire that they can really hold. I mean, yeah, exactly. How? That's a tough blow, because it rocks the economy of Heretics as well.
And this could have been a nice little gateway back into the game, right? This could have been a couple of stepping stones to get them back in force. Now it looks like they're trying to test mid, but they are testing it in numbers. We haven't seen that just yet. Kiwi patiently waiting, poised towards B long. It's going to be out of captain to deal with all of that presence coming through. Working off the back of Zeke's utility. Flash goes in as well, notes nothing. So do need to be ready for this, but they will at least get to close quarters to an extent. But you can already see on the other side, Football is sitting a little bit deeper now, making a hard work. That could be a massive paint shell. A lot of chip damage, but they do mostly keep their life, apart from Zeke, who does go down, and now it starts to fall apart. The positioning was great. I was a little worried they'd be a bit too close, and maybe those frenzies could have found someone. But no, they shifted right to the back of the site. Perfect readjustment. And, well, it'll be very telling when they will try and work this way.
So some of these adjustments of Modge's utility have been so on point. The Neural Theft going to come through, so have to deal with that trap now. The information will be garnered on the side of Foot Esports. Anyway, will he get the backstab here?
Surely they have no idea. He's seen so many. Does get overrun by Kellogg's, and that's a rifle now in the hands. 30 seconds to make something happen with this. Avova, just the Sheriff still. Light armor for Kellogg's across his watch. Kiwi sends them back to the Shadow Realm. Zero chance in this round now. With 18 seconds, a 1v4 near on miracles would be needed, and Avova none the wiser. Doesn't even note the player on the side just yet. Can't even make it there. Footballist outclassing Heretics.
Atta absolutely clapping Heretics in some of these rounds. But it's a discipline on display here from Kiwi as well. The timing of that kill to come through, but completely disengages. Doesn't want to give away anything, even in a 4v1.
Yeah. And one of the things we were really impressed with during Brazil, during lock-in, was the discipline we were seeing from Footballists. That was something that we hadn't seen much of prior to that point, and seeing them still with this sort of look is fantastic. But maybe a small morsel of hope could be gained here for Heretics if they are able to get this. Get that third. Give yourself an opportunity of the back of potentially the pistol in the second. So they're going back to what had worked a couple of times. This B hit, trying to clear towards the back of the site, Fallen being a nuisance though, going to catch a little bit of damage towards Kellogg's, but keeping himself. Mobile gets caught, Boo finds him. That's Fallen gone, and that's the site now under Heretics' control.
Finally, this pace change looking as if it might convert to Heretics obtaining a comfortable post-plant setup. Open plant this time around, so they'll be conscious. That wall is there, ready for the retake once again. Zeke, actually overstaying his welcome here. Cracks will punish that.
Yeah, not able to make it out of the site, so all the players now deep post-plant. So if there's walls still in place and there's still position to be had, this is where it gets dicey, burning through that utility pretty early on, but they need to make a move here. KL's going to find one. Response is found. Kiwi's there, 3v3 now. Someone needs to get the pressure going, though, towards Long. Kiwi's going to try and get that defuse started. Out of Captain, going to push himself forward. Finds Mixwell en route, but couldn't get any further. Avova stops him. And time is running. Ow! Kiwi! He's found him! The defuse is coming as well! Any hope gets ripped away from Heretics.
Absolutely mad that FUT Esports are able to pull that off. Kiwi landing a crucial kill. I think Kellogg's finds the Bladestorm headshot onto Cracks.
Yeah.
At that point, you think maybe that's going to weaken the retake, but again, FUT Esports happy to just barrel down Long, apply pressure to that backline after Mixwell falls. At that point, I mean, we noted how questionable that hold is. There's still numbers up on the side of FUT Esports. Again, side-by-side comparison, the adjustment here in this round for FUT Esports is actually, yeah, okay, let's charge them down. Don't let them sit B long. At that point, you've got to question Zeke's decision-making there, because Zeke...
stick on site. I didn't know what the plan was.
Zeke has to find 1 or 2 kills there, and it's a tall order.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. But kind of talking through this half from the start, we kind of outlined some of those things we wanted to look at, Mike. It's a pretty telling picture scoreline-wise, but in the intricacies of it, was there anything you saw as a lifeline for potentially Heretics here, or is it the same issues still reappearing even with this agent change-up?
I mean, this is the part where I'd probably insert the motivational Kellogg speech, but that was absent.
Yes.
On this half where you'd argue that you hope they would have a lot more impact. Maybe there's an argument to be made. We'll get the operator online nice and early here. That's when we know that Kellogg's can be very impactful on the defensive half. But I mean, short of that, it's not feeling as if Heretics going to have the confidence to kind of carry across a very proactive approach to the defense here.
Yes, I'm a little worried. Now
That's so risky with this deficit as well. To come away from that, you have to almost be level pegging or have some kind of buffer zone, because if that falls apart in 1 or 2 rounds, this is done. This is done and wrapped.
I think if we talk about it in a very realistic way, when you have someone like Kiwi having these sort of rounds, he can convert you maybe 1 or 2. So you're hoping you get at least a buffer of that, right? They don't have that right now. I was kind of hoping they'd get that third so they could maybe build off the pistol, try and build the economy behind them. You get a couple rounds for Kellogg's to feel it out, but there's just no room for this now.
And I guess the second concern to that is actually in terms of contingencies and how FUT Esports approach that half, the synergy's just on point. And with these players hitting shots, you don't want to be sending Kellogg's on a solo mission to desperately find an opener on the defense, because FUT Esports, playing like this will punish it.
Yeah, and I just feel like everything I'm about to say is just adding salt to the wound. But I mean, Zeke ended that top fragging after being, I think, James Bond.
How?
Yeah, it's quite telling. So this is just an out-performance from start to finish, at least on this half. Look, we've seen actual bigger comebacks than this, but I haven't seen the spark that's made me believe it could happen yet. That's what I'm waiting for. I just want to see it activate. And again, when I look at the players, the caliber, the pedigree that is on Heretics, it's begging the question, where the hell are they?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking earlier about if you're getting back to 80 or 90% of their performance levels, I feel like we're barely touching 50.
Yeah.
This is very, very absent from the side of Heretics. Remain open-minded for the second half.
Absolutely.
And get the ball rolling nice and early. It's looking as if actually that proactive approach will be present here in the pistol round. Now, Boo has to play his part here and and play his life. But unfortunately, FUT Esports are going to find themselves onto site so early that this three-man flank, with how early the plant's coming through, could be concerning. And actually, Avova's been punished.
What?
Look at where that kill's come through.
What? How the hell did that even happen? And there's just so much map control for football. It's so telling that there's no presence elsewhere. No one in mid, no one pressuring through from CT. They've got to know about this flank so early on. So yes, Footballists will just escape back towards the side. They want to get some control somewhere. They get it for free almost. Boo gets deleted. So now it just looks like a flip of the script again. It's Heretics back on the attacking side. That didn't look great for him. So now let's do it with a time limit. What have you got for us? 3 of them working back in. Zeke's already gone. This is a tragedy in action. Footballists just too damn good right now.
And got to respect Heretics taking the initiative, but on the other side of things, from a fundamental standpoint, the decision-making here from FUT Esports is on point. There's very little that Heretics can do once FUT Esports aren't positioned outside A or at top mid. You cannot convert this three-man flank into anything. And as soon as actually the penny drops, this kill comes through, and when Modge feels nothing else to connect her, it's like, okay, cool, we find contact on B long, push and kill that guy because he's solo in CT. Go and get that kill now. And then, all of, like you said, the roles are reversed at that point, and they can cement that site hold.
We are going to see a stinger or two. Sheriffs as well. This is a desperate attempt from Heretics. And I feel like they have to do this, but you can already see the rifles. We've got a Bulldog out for cracks. 2 rifles as well. Modge and Kiwi going to go towards that, and it looks like a flash is getting ready to be invested. High flash towards site, and allows Kiwi to try and get towards position. Already though, Kiwi now down. Zeke going to show his hand a little, but he's not alone in this, or at least hopefully he's not alone. No, fallen! Sends them to their grave. 2 back-to-back kills. Cuts them in half. And you're right, barely breathing after that. Oh God, there's so many lovely playing in unison. Kellogg's and Boo, good work there. Modge now 1v3. Going to try and do a little bit of cleaning, a little bit of housework. Gets rid of one of the rifles. And as soon as the cage drops, Kellogg's is there. Lifeline garnered. How many rifles do they get out of this? A Spectre, Bulldog, okay, and there it is. Boo's found one as well. So they do walk away with a decent amount of weaponry.
The first time actually some kind of team fight carries out in a round where FUT Esports are throwing bodies on the line, unfortunately. And this placement of the wall from Zeke allows them to line up. Double peek the same angles, and FUT Esports desperate to convert, I guess on the utility timings, convert that presence towards site control.
Okay. Hey, look, it's given time to the crowd to cheer for. I appreciate it. The Heretics fans are here like, please.
Something.
Just give us a couple more. Let's see what they can achieve now. Finally having a little bit of money in the pocket. Have a far greater bite. So you want to see it kept clean, right? If we're going to be pedantic about it. And there it is, quite telling of positioning. They're going to wrap all the way around back towards B here. Zeke overwhelmed, Fallen flies in, okay. And now it comes down to Kellogg's. This is where it gets a little scary, doesn't it? Because now Kellogg's is a little far away. Yes, he has support en route from Mixwell, but for a second or two, he is alone.
It's
Ooh,
tough
they
there.
paused.
Because they get a big upgrade, so now FUT Esports can slow this round down. There's no second peak coming through from anybody, so once Zeke falls, it's question marks for Heretics. Flash will confirm presence, but doesn't tell them too much.
No, and they're all sitting so deep, Mike. I mean, you've got, yes.
Yeah, they have to respect this rifle now.
Yep. So it does allow footballers to get to the door. Now there's a whole lot of utility set up this way, though.
30 seconds left.
Plenty for Boo to play with. You want to see Avova, the supporting act to this. Paint shell, posted. Here we go. Utility now going to come into play. Kiwi going to get a little touch of damage, but mostly keeping fine. 15 seconds now. Heretics finally pulling the trigger. Boo's going to fight. Fallen's the one to find Avova, and now Boo's in danger.
What?
Overwhelmed. It's a 3v2. Kellogg's and Mixwell, where are you? Spike's now down. And okay, Mixwell barrels in, takes down one by Pit. He gets traded. And now Kellogg's in the 1v2. He's got the rifle. Surely. But the timing, look at the position from Fallen. He's already trying to play with his timing. They just put him in there. Yes, Fallen going to check on this. A tap on the spike and a swing for our captain. Kellogg's is down. It's a thrifty round. They didn't even need the rifles to do it. Footballers take it to 12 for so little.
And this is another example where you look at the difference in fundamentals, right? Zeke's positioning, a one and done, as best as he can do there. Well, there's nothing he can do to kind of counteract. Even if he goes 1 for 1 there, there's an upgrade and ability for Foot Esports to slow this round down. And they absolutely punish Heretics for that. And then when actually contact comes through onto site, you can see Foot Esports just throw bodies on the line to find these trades.
They are playing as a team. You are seeing a full 5-man squad. There is no messing around with that. Heretics are looking a little bit too individual. Kellogg's, though, is going to catch Kiwi there. So, not bad. A little bit of hope.
Alarm bot out. Right
They do
there.
get a man advantage early on.
Toxins going up.
Patient play now. See if Footballers can find the equalizer here. Looks like they're eyeing up that B site, but again, there is presence. There are players here. Luckily, Boo does have a rifle. Obviously, for Zeke, only down to that Sheriff, but adjustments being made. They're just going to leave one player posted here, so they are accepting the player disadvantage to build with. A fake committed, but look at the difference here, Mike. They've got Ada Captain behind it. That is what you were looking to see, and see if it draws the attention.
Somebody to sell this, honestly.
Cage triggered.
You've got to look for Zeke and Boo to find something here. Now actually finding that kill at the time they have, but Avova's still going to have confirmation on the other side of things. Modge will fall.
Yeah, Avova stayed alive. Hell presence kept the site somewhat safe. Yes, they get a plant, but it's a 2v5. This would need mistakes from Heretics. It's so hard to make this happen for yourself. So little safety here as well. You can see the map just becoming smaller and smaller. Avova is pretty low now, 2 HP. You can see, ooh, it's messy, but it gets the job done. Okay, just one more player to find, and this could be 4 for Heretics. Diffuse gonna get started. Cracks. I don't think he can find much in this. The Diffuse is very safe right now. Yeah, that will be a lifeline for Heretics again found here. 4 standing, an early pick, converted into success.
4 on the board now for Heretics, but again, another rifle lost out here will force out a repurchase. Kellogg's one off the Blade Storm, something to offset the economy slightly in one of these rounds, but again, it hasn't really been an awful lot of success on his side at least, so not something that Heretics want to rely heavily upon. Actually, Foot Esports will throw back investment here. Yeah, kind of strange purchase, actually.
Yeah, look at the commitment behind this fight, though. This is so many bodies put towards A-Long. This is just basically deathmatch as soon as they crest that corner, if they crest that corner. It looks like the fight's about to happen. Yeah, Boombot going to come in, trade out of utility. Kellogg's, careful now. Seeker's going to come through. All of this utility is still blind. Unconfirmed damage potentially achieved, and it is going to be towards Kellogg's a little bit, but top step from the heel. Kiwi, oh, what? He gets bailed out on it. The trades are good for Footballers. Fallen is popping off. 3 big kills, and they win the brawl. They win the fight, and they leave Heretics with just 2.
That's it. I don't think Zeke's going to have a say in this ahead of the spike being planted either. Poison Orb comes up. Very difficult for him to commit to pushing through this now. And actually the pit's going to go down. We have to set up a stranglehold on site here, but Zeke's slipping into it. Cracks has found him though.
He knew what he wanted. He knew the objective was to try and deal with that player, that Viper on the site, and now Boo left in a 1v3. Feels disastrous here for Heretics. And a celebration for Footballers, but let's see if Boo can do anything. No one giving him chance. So difficult to pry these players out of position. And there's the first fight, and it's lost. Footballers looking fantastic here. Heretics, though, bit of a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, they're looking very subpar, I'll be honest. Foot Esports, though, take nothing away from this performance. Like I said, so many rounds that are, the, characteristic-wise, the ones that we talk about concerns for teams like Foot Esports. From a fundamental standpoint, looking absolutely on point. Atta and Mr. Fallen have been so sharp in so many situations to bail Foot Esports out from potentially where things spiral out of control for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when we talked about kind of carrying on from Brazil and how we felt about it, yes, one of the 2 sides has very much gone in the right direction, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, there was some positives to note. Obviously, Heretics have come away and completely overhauled the way they approach Pearl. Maybe with a little more time, this might look a little bit better, but we definitely haven't seen that in map 1 yet.
No, we certainly haven't, but there is more to be seen, hopefully, for Heretics here. They need to find a way to get back into this matchup, so don't go far away.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a start for FUT, and also the fans of Turkey. I know you guys are watching right now. They beat Heretics in a dominant fashion on Pearl. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Vincent and Lothar. You guys were leaning a little bit towards FUT, but did you expect it to be that much heavy in their favor?
I didn't expect them putting their foot so hard down, you know?
Yeah.
I like it. I like that one.
I love it, really.
Yeah.
Talking about that, putting the foot down, pedal to the metal, it's absolutely what I love. I'll be honest about that. But
and even a car reference,
you
look at
never
that.
failed to amaze me with the car references. Well done, by the way.
Listen,
Well done.
they were going left lane autobahn all the time, as it would be just your old.
Okay,
regional
one's
BMW
enough.
driver.
One
Okay.
per map. One per map.
I'll give it like that.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to see how FUT played, because their passiveness in that first half was exactly what I loved about them. This was the FUT that I knew that waits, and also waits again, and then one waits, and Heretics was playing into that.
That's very anti-characteristic from the Turkish teams that you typically watch. So that's like, it's like an antithesis of this region. But I have to admit, I was really impressed with the discipline from FUT on defense. They were just holding their ground, waiting. Kind of like yesterday on Icebox from Fnatic and Giants. It looked very similar to some degree, because what I didn't really like about the Heretics' decision-making there was during the attack, they had such a proactive composition with the hub of the sky, who can initiate rounds, and yet I have never seen a round which was initiated with the ultimates and cascaded upon. So it's like, there's many things that we should definitely talk about later in the stages, but as you can see in the fragging department, Tesh, what do you think about Kiwi's score?
Hey, listen, what did I say earlier? It was always a good move to buy an entire roster just to get hit. Kiwi overall on the defensive side, you know, he had a lot of multi-kills. That was amazing. That was wonderful to watch, but it was never that overly spectacular. I can't believe this is the play of the season. Because he's just solid in what he does, which then +1/+1 comes to the matter of fact that Heretics allowed him to have those easy kills. And if there's one man who can capitalize on that, it is Kiwi. But I would even go further say there, Lothar, and would say it's not only Kiwi who did great. I would even say the entire team, maybe except Mosh, who always had to rotate last, was definitely doing a great job individually.
That's the problem when you play a Cypher.
Yeah.
You don't really get a lot of opportunities unless your team is not doing great.
He doesn't need to, though, does he? But also, Mr. Farland's debut on Astra, I thought he looked really solid, and I think a lot of this discipline that you guys talk about might come down to the IGL coaching, how they're kind of playing with the team. But Kiwi, let's take a look at some of the highlights on that map, because I feel like that was just his map. The Turkish Jet, you know, you were a fan of the Turkish Neon, Turkish Rays as well. What can't they do?
Let's start with Phoenix, but I would like to see a Euro. But either way, let's step away from that. I'm genuinely positively surprised in the sense of that he could repeat that performance again and again and again and again. And now as we're on the stage here in Berlin, it's even better to see that they start off in that fashion. And this is what I meant. I've never seen Kiwi make frags somewhere in middle, somewhere with a lurk, somewhere aggressively going in with his satchels. And this is what I like so much about him. He can wait it out and let the opponent run in the simple and most effective way.
Well, you have seen here the highlights package. There's a lot of kills with the operator when they just someone dry peeks into him.
Exactly.
So it's not a lot of those are like first contact, like when you're holding art, when you're holding what was the other, the long on B, right? There has to be utility used to make sure that there's no operator just holding your angle, and that was just not happening. So Kiwi had just a fest of fragging over and over again. And also I really liked his grounded position on B from dugout. Like that was really tough to get him out of it. And we have seen like a lot of utility being used in that position, and then he just made one step back and it's like still fine.
And no chance to get him out there. It was his home ground basically. But to get into that, what you said about the operator, if there's one man on Heretics that I find a great operator player, it's obviously Kellogg's. But he didn't even give him a chance for like an open, fair 1v1 duel.
But that problem is that you mentioned that Kellogg's is expected to play the operator, but I was like, wait, round 7, I see Kellogg's on operator on attack. And that round was very big. It showcased the problem for the team, because on round 7 we had Jet operator not getting any action on long B. They had 30 seconds to go towards A, swap the guns with Avova, and then Jet just dashed on side, but it was already too late, too long. Everyone died before even Jet got there.
Well, let's talk about some of those problems a little bit more, because losing in this fashion against a team that on paper maybe they are expected to even beat, it doesn't feel right. If we take a look at the star players on this roster, they're not the people that lose like this. You got Mixwell, Zeke as well, the new IGL. What do you guys think was going on here?
I genuinely would like to say that probably one of the issues here, Lothar, and we could definitely discuss that, is that if you don't bait out utility early against this team, if you don't bait out anything or don't fake them around, they'll just stay like they're made out of stone on the side. And if you try to come onto their side, they'll throw everything at you. And this is one of the issues we've seen with Heretics. They were not really on their attacking side trying anything that would throw them off guard.
I mean, even if they were using it, like Harbor on Zeke has the perfect opportunity to sell fakes, to like gather space in the first seconds of the round with the cascade, like going from long B, blocking the players in backside B, but not a single time on the space was like cascaded upon. So we didn't see any value from the ultimates. We didn't see a lot of value being bought with flashes, which is a problem when that's the main reason why you play this composition.
Yeah, and as you guys saw there, the energy also felt a little bit lower, right? It wasn't like as hype, maybe as a side of fart as well. Something is not going on, but it could just be a bad day. It could just be a bad day. But the players are warming up right now in Aim Labs as we head into the next map. We have Kellogg's and Boo here, of course. Boo was the IGL, but today he's not on that role. Do you think that's maybe affecting them at all?
It's very hard to say. That's the problem that we have as the viewers have as well. We don't hear the comms from the team. We don't really know what was the exact decision making behind swapping Boo and Zeke when it comes to the IGL role. So it's hard to say after just one map. We'll see what happens in the second one.
You know, it was just an observation. We didn't hear the comms, but I personally believe on some attack rounds, it looked like they were not 100% certain what the plan was. When you go in like 30, 40 seconds left, you need to have one plan steady and to go. And if you're like, oh, we're going back? No, we're not going back. Do we actually go side? that sometimes look uncomfortable.
Well, the good news is it's not over yet. This is a best of 3. Let's talk about map 2, which I believe is Lotus. This is going to be very, very interesting. We saw that get played yesterday as well. But unlike the first map, there's not so much footage on one of these teams.
Well, Heretics didn't play it even once, so there's absolutely no tape, you know?
No footage.
Good one.
Thank you.
That was a... Oh, I missed that one.
We did it. I looked at Vincent when I said it. Yeah.
I got it. No worries.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was reading my notes.
No worries, old man. Go on.
Yeah, well, you cannot have any footage.
I got it.
I got it now. From Heretics.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a problem for Food, and it's a big advantage for Heretics, because one, Food will have to think about what kind of composition Heretics are choosing and how is the plan for them to execute that composition. And then they have to make it happen during the game, so they have everything, every challenge right now in front of them on this map. But it's their choice. So I have high expectations of Food right now on this map than in the previous one.
I mean, they looked great at lock-in. Everything they were doing, just what? They beat 100 Thieves.
That is exactly the point. Just to reiterate, 100 Thieves. Not just any NA team. They beat 100 Thieves on that map. And for me personally, that's a big thing to do, because we're talking about one of the teams that we consider to be the best in that region. So for me personally, I have to say it is a big surprise. A 39 wonderful attack side, where most of the time Kiwi was finding great entries, but never like unsupervised.
Do you think, because for the viewers who don't remember,
yeah,
we have seen a Neon composition
exactly
from Food being played at lock-in. But the thing is,
yes,
when you play with a Neon, it becomes very apparent what is the plan. Like, how do you execute? How do you gather the space? And with Neon, a lot of it revolves around opening gambits during the barrier drop, because you're capitalizing on the maximum speed of the Neon. So do you think that Heretics now have a little bit of an upper hand because they know how this composition should work?
Well, we'll see in due course, because we're heading into Agent Select shortly. Again, you guys said we haven't seen Heretics play this. I'm looking forward to seeing what agents are going to be picking up. But as with you, Vincent, I liked what Fart was doing. I don't want to see it change.
No,
I liked it.
No, I don't want to see it change either. It looked absolutely rock solid. And as we're getting into that, let's see. Oh, there's already a little bit of an adaptation. As we see, no, never mind.
No, it's the same.
It is the same,
but let's look at Heretics over here. Zeke has moved over to Sage now, and Avova on the Omen. This is more what we expected from Heretics, I guess.
Well, Sage?
Double Sage, actually.
On Lotus here, I understand one thing I understand is like why you choose Sage for this map, just kind of similar to Haven, when you just kind of use the wall to block one of the passages towards your side. But at the same time, we have seen him already on Harbor. Yeah. And Harbor is really good on this map. It feels like made for it even, because you're able to get so much value with the vision denial. So I'm wondering why is the thought process here?
You know, one thing I don't see on the Team Heretic side is that one particular agent that could really, really, really help to stop the Neon aggression, to stop the Neon timings, right? There would be a diversity that we could think of. Breach would be one, if you hit the right position, obviously. That's just one example that I would think of. So there's nothing particularly appealing to me here about the Team Heretic's comp.
Well, as I said yesterday during the broadcast, I'm really not a fan of picking Sky on this map. I feel like the value is just so not there when you compare it to like KO, Breach, all of those, even Gecko. You get immediate amount of value from those agents, while Sky has a problem because her ultimate is not always reliable. The heal is something that you need to get into the ground first. The proactivity from Sky is a little bit, let's say, less flexible.
Right. No, I totally see your point. And when we talk about Lotus again, I think the most important part is Kiwi again. He dropped 30 kills, 100 Thieves. He probably could do that again.
Well, let's see if he can. But Heretics, they have to win this map if they don't want to walk away with a loss on week 1. The Turkish casters are looking pretty happy. Let's check in with our casters. How are you doing, Pansy and Hypok?
Sue, we are filled with joy. Nothing like a one-sided map 1 and then hopes and prayers for map 2.
And then we step into the unknown in map 2.
Sure. Hey, look, I like that. The unknown, Michael. Always the optimist is what they say about you. But no, I'm worried here because this Neon pick coming out looked really good when we saw it before. Yeah,
tried and tested.
I think it works well.
The response is required on the side of Heretics, and unfortunately we didn't see anything in terms of I guess the planning and preparation executed correctly on Pearl. So you've got to
Show me
question
what you
that.
got.
Exactly. You've got to question
Show
that
me.
coming into something that for esports looked exceptionally comfortable employing versus 100 Thieves. So concerns do continue, unfortunately, but we stay open-minded.
I will wait and see. I think that's the big thing for me, that this has been, as said, proven to be very solid for the side that just looked incredibly strong. So Heretics, I hope you've got a plan. I hope that man on your screen, for example, has a great game. I want to see what he can do, because already Kiwi's been off to a belting start. Could not ask any more of the man.
He's going to be absolutely booming coming into Lotus.
And we're going to find out as to why. Footballist up against Heretics. Map 1, forget about it. Map 2, it's a fresh start here. We just have our fingers crossed we get the Heretics we want to be seeing. Have to see how they look on this map after, again, Footballist tested up against international talent here and came out looking good.
Indeed. This literally, Kellogg's going to be... It's actually going to be a fairly fast. See here, actually,
I like that.
Obscure warrior, but Krax is actually Kellogg's follows through. Krax is going to find 3 kills.
It looked really good on paper, but in actuality, it kind of fell to pieces. Avova and Boo left with whatever is remaining. And it's not much. Really there to Krax somehow, remaining unscathed from all of that interaction. Quite like the wall idea.
Almost like the Paper X approach to playing Sage, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Again, it's the execution that's kind of questionable in terms of the result. Obviously, have 2 members of Foot Esports stacked there in that corner to punish it. Maybe not something that's anticipated by Heretics, but now I see the 2v5, and actually both players now tagged up 6 and 13 HP respectively.
Yeah, just a very slow and painful death at this point. Spike is still in the hands of Avova, but I don't think there's really anywhere to go at this point.
One suppressed.
Still knowing they're here.
Avova's already been seen a couple of seconds ago anyway. We'll find a consolation, but it's another round where 4 remain set. And again, that would be an interesting statistic to look at, even with the pistol round aside, just how many rounds that Foot Esports are able to keep clean. The number of players that did survive in their round victories previously here. I don't know if Kellogg stinks that first kill is going to come through and he wants to capitalize and take the space early, preemptively, has trust in his teammates, but it just doesn't happen.
No, it certainly didn't. So, shake it off. Maybe just a little unfortunate. Maybe not. Let's see what they've got in store with us now. I'm looking at maybe someone getting a little proactive. Lovely paranoia, quelling any early progress and the smoke to follow. And the avenue of approach towards A gets somewhat quickly denied.
That's a here ready with the wall this time around. Different setup once again for Foot Esports, and looking so fluid on the previous map in terms of constantly keeping Heretics guessing. And really punishing Heretics' early round on both sides, attack and defense.
Smokes have been lovely so far, really putting Heretics on the back foot, but burning through a few. And just no opportunities being given here. Denied the full picture of the 2 players there off the back of the knife, but still noting one. The split towards mid, looking, again, quite handled. 2 players ready on the other side. The fact they can just leave Kiwi like this comfortable is allowing these 4 other players great positions. Yeah, Kellogg does get in, but does receive a bit of damage. And Ada, not really scathed. No utility to force him out of position or make him uncomfortable. And yeah, one by one they come. One by one they fall. Ada Captain just absolutely battering them. This is very mild coming out from Heretics, not really being given much to play with here.
That's just rewarded.
I think
the crowd won it.
The crowd are calling.
He definitely hears that. Gonna go forward for it. Not finding her Avova. Will snatch it away at the last second. Mr. Fallen to seal the deal though. Comfortable start once again for Esports. Opportunity here actually to spread the funds a little bit and maybe get themselves a comfortable purchase coming into round 3. Yeah, I think Mixwell just anticipating the reposition from Atta, but it just doesn't come. You see, he wanted it.
These are all just lovely confidence builders, aren't they? A couple of individuals now. Cracks in round 1. You've had Fallen having a lovely little couple of moments, and Ada Captain already starting to build up too. Sadly not the same to be said on the other side. Like to see one of them start to heat up, feel that confidence. Let's look across the map now. 3-1-1. Boo dedicated and spotted, I think. And a captain on the other side. All going to be invested. But pressure still building towards that C site. It's going to be Mosh on the other side. Now really tested. Overwhelmed in the end, and Zeke does get the site under control. Spike still not committed just yet, about to cross through. And there it is. Plant going to come in.
So yeah, I'm hoping Zeke did turn back for the plant there, because the Sage Wall just obscuring a little bit of default. Don't want any of those sight lines denied if Heretics do want to sit back and play towards Mound. See actually Mr. Foreign how far he can get here, because that alarm bot's still up. Boo was actually just about to push towards site, but it will protect his presence.
Really
Nobody else from Heretics turning for it though, that's important.
Yeah, there's a flash from Cracks. No one actually going to get punished off the back. Nice timing on the paranoia. Going to keep them at bay, and this is good so far. Hold on.
That's
Any more
concerning.
damage, I get worried, because these are rifles, remember. This gets costly. That's down to just Zeke. And the round will be Heretics, but the damage again being achieved, Mike, is unbelievable.
And Mr. Fallen actually gets the upgrade as well, so able to swap that Bulldog out and hold on to it. Again, you look at the funds on the left side of your screen here. Other than Atta, we're able to get as close to actually Kiwi onto the operator very early on, round 4 for him.
Incredibly quick to get that. See how that changes the dynamic, though.
I'm saying that's why it's key for nobody else actually to turn once that alarm bot takes contact. Things do look a little worrisome there, because Boo has no information on what's on the other side of the alarm bot. There's no real confirmation on backside of C to know exactly who's positioned there.
Ooh, I want to see if he commits to the challenge here, Kiwi. Yeah, he does. Sticks around for it, catches Boo. Big damage early. And they're going to adjust swiftly off the back of that, looking elsewhere. They don't fancy it, but again, when you are playing something like Neon, you can be so mobile.
Reposition here.
Nice.
He finds the opener. Kiwi looking for a blind shot through the smoke. You hear actually the dash coming through here. Is he going to have to get away?
Oh, Kellogg's, what an adjustment, but being toyed with here. Kiwi trying to find a little bit of time to reset the tempo himself. Falls away, does get to keep his life, but player advantage in with Heretics. They now even have the spike down. This is big. Scrappy, sure, but you'll take what you can get. What can these two players do?
With Boo down, actually, Avova is looking this way. We'll hear the spam come through, actually. Avova happy to swing onto this. We'll find the first Atta. Next up on the chopping block. Able to escape, though, initially.
Oh,
repeats it.
He's called Vovo. Okay, where are the others in? No, come on! It's suddenly looking a little bit more viable, but they have the operator. They didn't really fancy going for this too much. Maybe they had incredible success in that opening fight, playing it back in through middle, but...
Secondary objective here, though. They've done damage in a situation where actually they were just banking on saving the operator. I think both players looking to reposition to catch that retreat out of B, and Zeke actually fall into this. I mean, he does have 2K in the bank, but potentially an extra rifle to pass across to a teammate. With a few members of Heretics sat around 3,500.
Yeah.
You'd almost want that coming into this round.
Yeah, nice pivot though. Got to say, Zeke giving them the opportunity there, and somehow I don't know how Kellogg's got that kill.
How did Kiwi get away from that?
What? I don't know.
Zeke doesn't know how he died either.
No, no, he's very confused by this. But I do want to see the money. So we did note, obviously, Zeke did go down, but they have been able to get a full. Oh, guys, come on. Just rebrand it.
We were doing so well.
We were having a great time. All right, well, hopefully that does get resolved quickly. I'm looking to see if I spot the issue.
I was going to say...
Has someone dribbled on their keyboard?
Do we get the bingo card out already?
Oh, is it time?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We don't know how long it's going to be yet.
True, true. It does seem as though it was an audio issue, but I still see like headsets on mostly. They're chatting away.
Yeah, this is a short one.
Oh, how dare you say that?
Feel
how bloody dare you say that?
No. Confidence.
I've never been
brimming with
so
confidence.
upset with you.
Should be underway. Couple of seconds now.
All right, I'll leave you to fill this one because it should be easy.
I've actually got something to do over
there.
Oh,
you've got somewhere to be.
Yeah. Oh, this is that. You can hear a countdown.
I think we're good. There we go. It was for just a mere couple of seconds. Your confidence was correctly placed, but a scrap from the beginning again.
Speaking of confidence, Kiwi adjustment on the side of Foot Esports here being they're going to post him up deep with the operator. Previously challenged an outside C, but Heretics haven't explored this space outside A just yet.
You should run.
Okay, there's that lockdown. Which is a nuisance. Oh God, Fallen.
Yeah, he actually finds it blind there. Unfortunate not to.
Yeah, they do manage to get away from the site. Fallen. He's fine though. There's no threat to life at this point, so the spike can go down. And no attempt at a backline sort of be disrupted here either. It's all very much from CT. So the split from B. Let's see where that starts. Zeke gonna try and slip away, invests the slow. There's a little bit of a look again though, as already Football is starting to build. That's Fallen finding Zeke. That's the first step, but Kellogg's is waiting patiently. No one aware of this yet, and Kellogg's does strike. Cracks goes down. This time they're aware of it though. Has to play it so carefully. It's perfect. Kellogg's with a double. And now looking real good for Heretics. Yes, it's a 3v3, but tough to bring that operator in, and they're shutting it down. Footballist, time to back away here. They've been handling this so far.
Let's see whether or not Avova's going to try and chase this down. Punish for it. Cougar will find the kill, but Heretics get their third on the board, and that's crucial. 2 survive, so again, the economy will struggle once again, but a couple more rounds, and going to feel a little more confident about Heretics' approach here on Lotus. Going to be a judge to offset this operator carried across. The first line of ultimates just about coming online for esports. I'm curious when the challenge comes through towards Rubble. Because Heretics have not addressed that side of the map at all. We've seen a couple of different approaches that Heretics won't have a clue about.
Yeah.
I said actually, Mr. Fallen previously, I think, baiting out almost Avova, faking the TP early on in the round just to kind of plant the seed of doubt. And Mr. Fallen's been taking that space behind it. I'm curious, and actually, whether or not this time out will prompt a different approach here from Foot Esports altogether. I don't think things have spiraled out of control by any stretch.
No. But maybe just trying to get a grip on that C piece that has been coming in.
Yeah, even the previous one, you got to ride that off with the lockdown. It's one of those that's like you have to approach it completely differently unless somebody gives you a kill ahead of that lockdown being invested or ahead of the site being taken control of. Very aggressively on the mic there.
I'm about to say.
Yeah, chewing on it.
Yeah. Got a lot to say in a very short amount of time, so apparently there is some adjustments to be had for Footballist.
But yes, addressing this C site here, that previous round isn't necessarily one you take into account
but there
until
were
that lockdown is
right,
available once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see what they come up with if there is a new look here.
Here's the Rubble approach.
Yeah, now the one bonus is, I guess, I say bonus, that's a weird way to say it, but Footballists only have Sheriff, so they're not going to be in the position to challenge in the same sort of way.
And that could be the actual green light for Heretics to address this. That's on a round where they do feel a little more comfortable. Problem being, is that judge still in play? No, it's not. Mods did have it in hand. And that would have been problematic pushing into an area like Tree, but elsewhere, Atta's found Boo.
Okay, but sight shouldn't be an issue. I say with bated breath. Okay, Avova finds Mosh. And they have the site under wraps now. Yes, this player's in towards heaven, but again, it should be okay. And Kellogg's creeping close. It's all right. He's found out a captain. That's good. Does a little bit of a dance around it. Now he's in danger. Oh, Kellogg's lucky to be alive at times, but they do manage to get the job done. As the operator found, Kellogg's going to get that into the pocket. And Heretic's starting to find a bit of form here, but that was only a Sheriff round with a little bit of that threat coming through from that additional weapon. But again, Heretic's playing it well. Good call to hit that A site then.
Yeah. Beautiful timing to capitalize on it. And Ross was saying there are concerns for Heretics not addressing this side of the map as well. But esports haven't had to hold on to it just yet. So well, that's actually going to pull the emphasis in terms of the setup early on here. Looks like Mods might still just be tasked with holding on to it solo. Mr. Fawnin looking to rotate. Atta, you can feel him just heating up a little bit now. Does Mike catch him on a retreat? Yep. Kellogg's actually shift walking into that slow orb just to pick up a deeper angle to punish on the retreat. Beautiful opener from him. And the operator has to be a sign of things slowing down a little bit for Heretics. They're able to work a pick nice and early.
Found one.
We are starting to see that test of the A site now. Hadn't seen much of it before. The knife did come through from the Footballist trying to ensure no one was going towards C, but it is going to be this A hit. So Moj left on a bit of a platter. Yes, has the full setup in place, but It'll be hard to hold. Kellogg's lovely angle. This time going to get found, though. Kellogg's falls. Now the site under scrutiny.
Oh, no.
He's got support this time. Rez is coming back and forth, and we're going to see both sides trying to just get what they can, but it's a player advantage for Heretics. Still a 3-2. Kiwi and Cracks. Any chances in this?
No command on the retake here, whether or not they do want to invest it. Maybe if they find the kill. Actually, no, ahead of this, so I want to deny any utility for this retake.
But Zeke's still on the side. They don't know about this just yet, and flying on in. Kiwi might now have an inkling of it. Zeke just on the other side to this. He's going to hear all these steps. He does have Kellogg's there waiting to try and help him for the cross now. Zeke needs to play ahead of it, and he does. Good work, good spacing from Avova as well to swing off the back of that. Make sure they found the player. And Heretics still holding on to this lead, 5-2 now.
Looking much more comfortable in terms of the fundamentals here for Heretics.
Yes.
The setups look much better in the post plant. Again, naturally, their ability to find these openers. Definitely a big contrast from map 1.
Stark contrast. It's just the way that we're actually seeing them kind of play as 5. It felt map 1, it was just 5 individuals.
Disjointed, yeah.
This is much better. They've broken the back of the money from footballers too, so really adding insult to injury. Kellogg's starting to, well, he was doing very well with this, but I am seeing Kiwi creeping.
Ooh. Noted now, though, Kiwi's posted up pretty deep. 2 off the ultimate. I mean, if you can find it in this round, maybe if Heretics drift away from here, you can get that orb. He's chomping at the bit.
Yeah, he'd love to get that, wouldn't he?
Heretics almost anticipating some sort of push from FUT Esports here. He's close enough to hear these steps.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Kiwi deciding against the orb, just going to try and play behind them. This is perfect.
Does he catch boot?
Oh my God, that's stunning. That is huge amounts of damage. He's seen everything. They've got 3 players here now.
He can get the orb as well now.
That's the ult.
He's actually got the ult online. That could be a big, big curveball for FUT Esports in this round.
And now for Heretics, so they don't know what part of the map's been taken. They only have the safety that's in front of them. They could be behind the wire, and they're looking to fight their way back through. Zeke going to cut off that avenue of approach from the A site, maybe considering the stack, and rightly so. Zeke, great positioning, beautiful. And maybe a double pump now. Actually going to go right back to it, but they didn't fall away from the site so far that there wouldn't be a fight towards it. Kellogg's up for the battle, though. Walks away with both. And now just that judge in one, but the ult is there. Kiwi,
what is this?
Zeke is so unaware. And now the lockdown's coming as well. The upgrade's found. Moj, what can you do? The plant's not even down 10 seconds. Moj, what is the plan? The TP, he's out of there. Over to the C site. Plant's gonna come in, and it's a mile away.
Mod just got to get back on this, but does he read the
He's
reposition? He's heard these steps from Mixro.
Oh,
He's got the kill.
Avova's 21 HP, but it's Avova. Roll back the years. Give me the vintage Avova in this. Moj, though, stepping closer now. Avova, this is terrifying. Staring each other down, and they have no idea how close they are. The turret comes in, and Avova slips away. Smartly done. The angle now. Avova needs to be so careful of this. Moj has forged his way towards the site, but now that final step, that final blow. Tap on the spike waiting. Does Avova check? He's so close to this! The swing! Rolls it back, Avova clutching out for Heretics. Desperately needed. Kindling some of that fire they once had.
A beautiful round from both sides as well. The TP from Avova just in the nick of time to get away from the lockdown. The mods definitely made it interesting. Frustration starting to show on the faces of FUT Esports. Kiwi a big win condition on this map with that previous performance in mind. Yeah. Just not here on the defense. FUT Esports need to move mountains to make this realistic here.
Ratty.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh my, Kiwi nearly adjusted for it.
Yeah, Kiwi was a second away, but gorgeous work. Had that up the sleeve for a little while. That was the round they wanted it. And it actually takes away a lot from Kiwi here.
Don't have the res. Atta's making his way over towards C. And Heretics did peel away from this, so you don't want to see anybody else from FUT Esports fall here. Moj has to play his life.
He can't go down here. Needs to supply, gives up the site for it. Kind of has to. Smoke gonna go in, res comes out. They now know rotations are in, but Kellogg's wants it. Actually decides against it. Tempering that aggression that he's known for, but the spike now down, it's on their side. Moj trying to catch one on the way out. Zeke stays alive, willing to defend now.
Gonna split through from doors though, could be problematic. Mixwell found one onto Moj though. A little bit of spam through the smoke.
Yeah, but this is going to be manic. They're on the side. Mixwell, lovely with Kellogg's. Fallen can't do it. Heretics looking so good here. Kiwi dead again. Second time in the round. And it's flawless for Heretics. What a night and day look from map 1.
Definitely got the wind in their sails now. Foot Esports back down on a broken purchase if they do want to throw anything into this. Looks like it might just be Sheriffs. Those ultimates now lacking. Beautiful cleanup towards the end of this as well. This is the individual starting to show some of that potential we alluded to. Zeke having a much better game this time around. Even so, the numbers aren't vastly different, but consistency definitely there. Another round with these Sheriffs on the side of Foot Esports. That's when Heretics feel confident about taking rubble and challenging this A-site hold.
They've got a really good grip on the game as it stands. The economy management, they're understanding incredibly well. Mixwell going to get ult online. It's 3 to play with when they need it. Boo quite far off, having a very quiet game, but everyone else very much there. Navova, we noted when he used his to perfection before, so that's still being built back up. Again, got to be careful here. If you're Heretics, you don't want to walk into any of these stacks, which we very much know is present. Now, with the Seekers going to come through, they get dealt with very early on, but it should be indicative of a fair amount of presence, and yes, a quick pivot off the back of that.
Lodge almost forced out of even having a say towards B site once again. A number of times Heretics have been able to kind of catch some kind of advantage in the rotation here. The wall invested very deep, and that's problematic for Foot Esports. Nobody else can really challenge until this is dealt with. Kiwi's found an opener, though.
All right, but there's still 4 players with rifles sat watching these ways in. These choke points could be fatal, and they are. 3 quick kills back-to-back, and Heretics are from that doing okay. That's now just 2. Avova is low by the time, and the utility, 15 HP. This one should be done, and it is. Boo farming up there a little, and Heretics finally getting into this game, really. We're starting to see them striding. Yes, still a little dangerous in those Shikos coming out against them, but they weather the storm. This is now so many rounds back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, last time Foot Esports won one, it was the pistol and then round 2 conversion. Got to see them get something in the last 2 rounds of the half here. Want to make any sort of attempt in the second, when we know how it went with that deficit in the first. Very little margin for error. And Ultimate still lacking. Mr. Fallen does have his. Heretics once again will probe towards C. And it's like Kiwi unnoted. He's good for 2.
Still crisp, but does get handled in the end. And success on the other side of the map. First time we're really seeing this. Boost back on the feet. And back up to 3.
It's just almost the timing of that challenge from Avova, though. It's problematic for Heretics to really secure that res and maintain even numbers. This wall once again. Zeke going to try and punish on the top of it. Flash is good, but now has to back away. No heal, down to 54 HP.
Really precarious here. Lockdown going to come in.
Very deep investment of the lockdown.
Fallen. Oh, man. Boo. Good heads-up approach. Now a 3v3, making this far more comfortable. Motion way in, gets a little bit of a lift up, but the spray converts well enough. And now just the 1v1. Boo up against Cracks. Cracks position noted, and Boo trying to be patient, but his timing's being tested. Great work from Cracks there. Timing's good. That's going to be 3. And Heretics not going to run away with this just yet. And a little bit of a lifeline for Foot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the only thing really that makes this doable for Foot Esports is the plant position. With the lockdown going in, I think they're still so paranoid of somebody looking for a cheeky kill ahead of that. Fully detaining anybody. And the plant going deeper means they can't play mound. It's a little more concerned, especially with this flank kill being picked up. I think Mr. Fallen TPing behind mound here, but you see Heretics have to commit to these close quarters engagements. Unfortunately, Boo's in a position where the plant's not good for him. He has to spam or make himself known by charging up the ramp.
That was off the back of Kiwi, though, finding 2 openers like that. And yeah, right back to business for Kellogg's. Doesn't want to give them any quarter. Does fall away, though. Let's see if we can pull that rotation. Look to the other side of the map. They are getting proactive. So if Heretics do slow down the pace, could be an issue, but we have the turret there, so that should find contact pretty quickly. Be incredibly indicative of what's coming their way.
The 3 rifles remain. Kiwi obviously having that ultimate online. It's just the Sheriff to work with. Mr. Paul, is he going to get aggressive? He's good for the first hit.
Oh,
Can he get back out, though?
Oh, he's got another!
That's the spike!
He's got a spike on his side! That's ridiculous! And yeah, the unorthodox position from Zeke, but the shot's gorgeous from Fallen. He doesn't need the help, apparently, but he's going to get it. Avova cuts off the support system. Kiwi's gone down, but there's a second player to this as well. It wasn't just Kiwi on his own. Crash was there, too. Spike still not in hand. And Fallen going for a second go at this. Another attempt, and again the success. One more and it's all his. Fallen wants it.
30 seconds left.
Zeke being hunted, spots one, doesn't get him. Moj is there. It's a lifeline for Foot. Competitive at 4-8, but Heretics, what a reminder of what this team can do.
Absolutely. Very different approach here and definitely finding success across the board. Kellogg's looking like he's online here, delivering for Heretics. But overall, the approach is totally different from what we saw on Pearl.
Night and day.
Yeah, much faster to try and find these engagements. And like I said, Kellogg's, yes, being rewarded for it, but able to capitalize time and time again.
It's so refreshing seeing Heretics actually fight as 5. Seeing them with a little bit of synergy there, not too far ahead of each other, really playing well. Kind of some of those B hits felt so chaotic, but they had really good composure in them. The post plants were good. Love that little wall that was set up as well for Kellogg's. I love seeing these sort of things. This is what we've been wanting to see from this side.
And those are the things where really we step into the unknown in terms of not seeing Lotus just yet for Heretics. A couple of these little tricks make it evident they've made use of the downtime.
Oh yeah. Love to see that. And look, I was worried after seeing the start of it. I was worried we were back for another map 1, but absolutely not the case. Really, really rewarding. Zeke having a much better series as well. Map here, at least, should I say. Coming through. A little bit of a glimpse of the old Avova as well. Everyone kind of putting on a bit of a show, Mike.
Good to the old Mixwell as well.
Yeah.
Some of these rounds definitely look better as a team unit. Looking forwards, though, really puts the pressure back on Foot Esports, because this is the one you look at the veto and you think, yeah, actually, I'm feeling pretty comfortable about Foot Esports coming into this with what we saw at Lock-In.
Yeah.
At least in this half here, needs Kiwi to really double down and embrace this Neon pick and make it work on the attack. Same question then goes for Heretics. Is this cohesive unit carry across to the second half here, where unfortunately on the defense, you can't stack up, you can't play these strength in numbers sort of approaches to the rounds.
Gosh, and head-to-head, we were kind of discussing this at the very start of the day, or at least the desk was as well, was that kind of Kellogg's facing up against Kiwi, that kind of head-to-head battle that we could see coming down. Finally seeing Kellogg's kind of take, I'd say, the upper hand, at least in that half here.
Definitely.
Looking much better off.
But in the second half here, the key stakeholders become Avova and Boo in that regard. They're the ones that ultimately, in terms of site anchoring and shutting down some of these fast hits, if Heretics aren't actually positioned to greet them, you know, 3v3, 4v4, like I said, it's very different to achieve what they've just done on the attack on the defense here.
Potentially, yeah, I'm really interested, because Boo didn't have a great first half either. So a little quiet in that regard. Wonder if that becomes something that maybe they're looking towards to exploit, if it's part of their plan, if they've got something in mind for that, or simply they stick to their actual game plan that they've come into this matchup with. Again, plenty left to be still seeing about Lotus, because this, again, we haven't seen so much of this map played out yet, even when we rolled our minds towards what we saw from Foot prior to this in Brazil. So this is very much still adding to that consideration of how good this map actually sits with them going forward. It's a long series, Mike.
Well, the interesting thing being as well, Foot Esports had a massive emphasis around that rubble control on their attack.
Yeah.
And their ability to really mix things up and catch 100 Thieves in particular off guard with how quickly they convert that rubble control towards actually hitting sight. Because usually teams kind of stall that out a little bit. They want to get control of the broken wall to be able to open up the possibilities of splitting B. I think at least initially here, look how quickly Kiwi's over towards the entrance of B.
And there's no body behind that utility. It is just the util in place as it stands. So if he does
Atter's
continue...
got to be careful here.
Atter's in a hole.
What?
Come on,
What?
Finn. How did he turn that on Zeke? With a classic as well. Yeah, Avova eventually got him, but that should have been a clean fight. Now, actually, Kiwi's found. Now, that's huge. He was in a very unorthodox spot. Now, It does seem as though Foot have worked out that seaside. That is under their control. Spike is on way, but they are surrounded on most fronts here, and they don't have much comfort with this man advantage for Heretic. Shots from Kellogg's. And now down to 2.
At least got the upgrade here. Won't matter too much. If over on the flank will come through. Cracks will shut that down now, but he's a 1v3 situation. Boo tagged up. The plant is good for him here. Finds the first, finds the second as well. What is that? Oh my word! I said it was doable. But Heretics just throw everything at removing him from that mound position. What was that, Lauren?
That is monstrous. Ah, come on. Lines him up, knocks him down. No sweat off the brow. That guy is unreal. Now, but prior to that ridiculous individual impact, that was going to be a Heretics round.
Yeah.
This could close the scoreline up. Don't forget the amount of impact that could have now.
I think this was off the rip what we saw from Heretics in the previous as well. They wanted to be proactive. There was immediate walks through to pressure the flank, the extremities of Foot Esports. Rewarded for it here. Even the spike noted, Atta somehow gets a kill in that scenario. I still don't understand how he managed that.
I'm waiting for the next ridiculous thing to happen, right? It's just...
Slow approach here, no progress
Yeah.
made from the side of Heretics. Just trying to anchor Kellogg's with his Marshall in hand, to be honest. Foot
Collins heard this, though.
Yeah. Well, at least here actually spotted Cracks on the repeat. Feeling himself after that pistol round.
Yeah, that could have been so much danger to that just because Kellogg's right. Snappy. Is anything? Nah, no sweat again for Cracks. This guy's good. Getting comfortable now. Plant's going to come in. And beyond that Marshall that was out, we actually only have that Sheriff with Boo, and that's about it. So unless some real errors happen for Foot.
Very late investment at the wall as well, so they know, Foot Esports know they're going to be pushed heavily towards spawn side.
There it is. First one found. And the readjusting from Kiwi's very nice. Comfortable. Lovely. Yeah, Avova, anything for that? Kiwi's hunting you down. Kiwi, that's a little bold. A little brave on that one to be diving on in, but hey, get that confidence flowing. It was going to be a round converted nonetheless. And the gap on that scoreline gets a little bit closer, up to 6 now for Foot.
And the fact that it's flawless actually gives them a very good opportunity to neutralize this scoreline very early on in this half. Actually, what the approach is here for Heretics, I think that will be indicative of how we see them approach this half in general. 4 light shields here, obviously a little bit of investment in the previous, prioritizing some of the utility coming into this. Caught with that flash actually heavily, and yeah.
Oh.
Boo tagged off, so he can't even complement this peek here. Yes, Kiwi gets tagged up. Heals available for him potentially. I don't know if Atta's actually healed somebody else up already.
Like it,
yeah, it's on cooldown right now. Yeah, it must have been Modj actually. Yeah, he's the only one missing his shield.
He's still held presence on the other side of the map, so even if Kellogg's does... Oh no, that's
Spectre
nasty.
wins that?
How?
I think Kellogg's just taken a very early headshot in that engagement.
Yeah. Oh man, they're getting desperate to try and equalize something, get a little bit of a favorable trade, but playing as 5 Foot are just going to pour on in. Boo's deleted. Winning every engagement here.
Back-to-back flawless.
Yep.
Potentially here, Mr. Fallen's going to be the only one to fall, and nope, he's going to find it. It is back-to-back flawless, Lauren.
Lord.
A fantastic start for Foot Esports here in the second half, and
Good, look at that money, Mike.
yeah. Like I said, the fact that Asi was flawless coming across from that round 2 conversion, it's flawless in the bonus as well.
Oh, they're still 6K, 5K, behind this buy. Oh man, that is...
I mean, the worst thing as well, they're touching max buy here as well. If they actually come out here, and this is as close to flawless as well. It's going to be Sheriffs on the board here for Heretics.
They've got to stop
They
the
have
rock.
to do some damage. They've
got to. And no one's really had that ability to start off here. It's just been mad shot after mad shot. All favorable to Foot. Off the back of that pistol, remind yourself how he got almost now back to 8 apiece, which could be pretty much happening after this round. That pistol was everything. These Sheriffs better sing. patience being displayed. Kellogg's does cop the first bit of damage, though. Back to 41 now. Slips away. And a lot of presence shown now. We are seeing this is the lighter of the split, 3-2 here. But really showing a lot behind it.
Zeke's... It's a tall order to try and do some damage or to stop this push coming through. Boo preemptively going to rotate. Feels like it's a bit of a bait and switch here, but it's pulling Kellogg's as well. There's going to be 3 members of Heretics rotating towards C site here. And two position for FUT Esports very deep. Avova's going to come back here, but it's only them. It's going to be a 5v2 here for FUT Esports.
Yeah, barely make it back. And the pop flash isn't bad, but Mixwell just gets eliminated so quickly. Avova, yeah, nothing. Footballist almost with that double pump, right? It looked so clear as a fake after a couple of seconds where there's no further commitment towards the site from that initial pressure coming through. And then that C being shown, you saw that little bit of a call from Zeke, but man, now making it their own on towards this A site. Yes, blood now drawn, Kiwi gone, but they still need to get past so many more bodies. Boo, doing what he can. Making it a 2v3. Kellogg's on the site now, 65 HP. Moj still alive, still kicking. And the scoreline is tied up 8 apiece.
In the blink of an eye, FUT Esports right back into this, and actually in the driving seat as well. Yes, the score is tied up, but the economy definitely not tied up in that regard. You've got to argue as well, FUT Esports going to have a massive advantage if you look at this first ult cycle, even coming into the 5th round of this second half. Because it's been clean.
Yeah.
Heretics have been lacking that progress towards some of these ultimates. They haven't got any swing factors to throw at this. We'll see how the lay of land is, but Heretics going to call a timeout just to gather their thoughts ahead of this, because this is a key buy round. Well, in terms of comebacks, this one almost becomes a very big pivot round in the second half. FUT Esports can snowball with this much of an advantage in this first ult cycle.
You're absolutely right. I do want to see how many of those ults are ready to go. They've probably got a fair few. I want to see who's got them and what to do with it, because you notice it even in that first half. That lockdown that came in, for example, that was just almost a guarantee that you...
you can throw that round away. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm curious to see what they have to play with here and what the plan is coming back in from Heretics. They haven't really had much of a say in this thus far. Very much dictated too by the pace coming out from FUT. Everything going right on their side. A little peek once we start things back up of where those ults actually lay. Who's got them to play with here? Okay, so we have 2 for FUT in play right now. Rez is there and the lockdown for Crack. So, excuse me, the ult for Crack. So I'm kind of waiting to see if that's what they depend upon, but maybe not an all, be all and end all ult, but curious. Oh, the aggression. Kiwi, come on. You're not meant to find Mixwell. You were so blind during that.
That's 4 members of Heretics fighting tooth and nail for rubble control early on here. And B sites left wide open. And immediately the audible is called here for FUT Esports. They're going to capitalize.
Yeah, Zeke can't challenge this. Zeke can't challenge this. He tried to, but it just wasn't made for him. Mosh is going to delete him, and now they're down to 3, and it's in the blink of the eye. This round is so quick.
Oh my word.
Oh my word. Footballists are so powerful in how they're approaching this. Just unstoppable in the force. As soon as they saw all of that attention towards A, the pivot was instantaneous towards B.
Boo will find a consolation. Cracks though. I was going to say, maybe going to neutralize that, but Moj finally shuts him down. Concern being, yes, 3 standing, but it didn't require any ultimate. So all in all, this is a very clean round for FUT Esports in terms of the bigger picture. Now we have a couple more ultimates to play with.
And Kiwi's one away.
Kiwi's one away. That's another factor to offset this economy. The flash is beautiful. Kiwi actually catches ahead of Mixwell popping his flash. The pace shift here in this round is fantastic from FUT Esports. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Smiles all around.
Oh, you love to see that. That was actually a really nice round, just off the back of seeing so much. And it shattered the money of Heretics. Oh, God, it's starting to get really bad here for them. They need more than a silver lining, but they need something.
There's no Blade Storm yet. I mean, Kellogg's going to try and take it.
There we go, okay.
Fallen nearly catching him inside the smoke there, but this is that sort of round once again. You almost have to write this one off if you're Heretics, unless FUT Esports give away a kill or 2 here.
And they're going just at the right time now. Going to take over the side, and there's going to be no challenge on this. They should get a free plant for it. See him trying to get ahead.
A very
Kiwi
deep investment
chomping at the bit, yeah.
Look at this control.
Oh, it's nasty. Going to funnel them through CT, basically. What's the plan for that? Kiwi can just chill here. And even the dog gets dealt with. And a captain, yes, they should still check the wall just in case. But What are you meant to do? Okay,
Blade's
Paranoid's
gone.
good, but the Blade Storm's gone. Boo. Still going to make that Sheriff work, but again, the trades are positioning. It's good. Boo again! Takes down Kiwi, going to pop the ult on the other side. Cracks. Going to do what he can to try and deal with this, but the lockdown's there. They need the diffuser. They need to get this one started. A tap on it, but the smoke keeps them
Smoke's
guessing.
going to expire, though.
There's not going to be anything to keep them safe here. And again, no commitment to this. And the face comes out for Bush. But just running through this game now. It was an expensive as hell round, but it's got them up to 10.
And look at the difference as well. I know on the lockdown round from Heretics, they invested that wall a little deeper towards site instead of getting themselves up onto default. But FUT Esports takes so much control away.
Yeah.
Mixwell's in a position, I think, yeah, you said it's going to funnel them into CT, but Mixwell has to make something happen in a 1v2 with a Sheriff pushing through that wall. Such a beautifully crafted round from FUT Esports there. Even here, yeah, Kiwi in a position to get that operator online, but does have the ultimate. Concerns continue. If you're a Heretics fan, Seeker's available now, over with that TP, but it's so late on in this half that they're just about touching that first ult cycle. Lockdown invested, obviously, previously. But almost desperation to try and get that retake into a successful position. Kellogg's got to be careful here because this A-site hold is so deep that he doesn't really have any sort of support from his teammates.
He should be on red alert after that. Here we go. He's going to hear that pop for sure. So they know what's coming their way. Pace is the name of the game for Kiwi. He's got to get there. Barsi still standing. The stun slowing Kiwi down himself, making it very difficult. The 5v4 man advantage finally sitting with Heretics.
Mr. Fallen's got ahead of the wall here.
Oh, this could be ratty as hell, but do they even do they think about it? Do they consider it?
Avova's going to hard clear this.
30 seconds left.
Plant's going to come in, Avova, keep you cool. Oh, the ping. Disastrous at the same time as well, but still, Avova does find Fallen, and now 2 men to the good for Heretics. Yes, they have the Plant. They're going to need one player to do something mythical like that. Moj with 2 cracks. Going to follow up with a third and brings it back to level pegging. 2 players apiece. And the time on their side, Anna Captain takes out Zeke, and it's just Boo left in the 1v2. Plays through towards CT, but the timing's not on his side. Desperate for someone, anyone to swing him. And it's going to be 11 foot. Started to tear away with the game. Heretics held on 8.
Another beautiful example of the discipline on display here from FUT Esports. In so many of these situations, you almost think, yeah, going to try and bait cracks in there, but he still commits to swing and trade that. Beautiful stuff here. I mean, Mod lines up 2 here, but like I said, cracks. You're almost expecting him to tuck in and just say, yeah, okay, expect the third to drift in. Heretics unable to even make a blemish on the second half. Still held at 8 rounds. A broken purchase here. 2 Bulldog Sheriffs. And this brawl outside Rubble. The intention for Heretics
that
once
knife
again.
has to show so much. At bare minimum, 3 players. They know how vulnerable Boo is. It's messy, but he stays alive. 5 HP, all it is, but it's enough.
Though.
Has to back away here. Needs help.
You will not kill my allies.
Ooh, Modge a little ahead of the curve. We'll give away a rifle as well. So almost makes it doable here for Heretics to fight their way back through.
Choke points have been the death, though, of Heretics in the past. This time, still trying to fight the good fight for themselves, but 3 players against 3, and the rifle's overwhelming now. Favorable towards FUT. Kiwi still on the side, too, waiting for Boo to try and crest that CT side. Slow goes in, but he looks back towards middle. Big shot from Boo. Digging their heels in, making a go of this one, forcing at a captain's hand. Spam comes in, and it's not connecting. Good shot, though. Finds another. Defuse was denied! And it's 12 for FUT.
Some of these attacking rounds are so beautiful to watch. Again, FUT Esports' resilience in taking such deep control. They force Boo off, but look at this. They're so happy to fight. Heretics ahead of even getting contact on site. The investment of smoke comes all the way deep there.
Yeah.
I mean, Avova actually has to TP out of it to even set up a double swing. This is absolutely textbook from FUT Esports. And
Really?
Heretics, after a few positives from that, absolutely none here in the second half.
It might be pacey, Mike. Get yourself ready for this one, FUT.
Boo again on an island.
I guess Avova there with him this time, but The response is on the way. Lockdown's coming in. Make your mind up. Where do you go? Avova is waiting for it. Paranoia to hand. Sends it. Buying precious seconds. Kiwi finds Boo. Avova with the trade. And now we look at what's remaining and where they are. The lockdown is in effect, so they have to get out of the sight. Avova does get away. No harm, no foul. Wall can't go as deep this time. They don't have that timing on it here. They need that plant to have happened.
Yeah, it becomes a little worrying here if they can't commit to this plant just yet. Zeke's going to find Mr. Ballin.
Okay,
Second comes through a third as well.
Still alive is Moj. 1v4, a little bit of chip damage, but not much to write home about. Spikey's going to leave. Bo's walking. That's one, needs another. It's not clean anymore. 30 HP, the double swing. 2 players, right place, right time in the first round in a while for Heretics.
He's now in a position where they have to cling to life. The opportunity to get a couple of these ultimates online, 2 off the lockdown, 1 off the Blade Storm. Do have that res available. Like I said, it just becomes so worrying if you can't get that plant whilst the lockdown is still in effect. I think that's actually on the back of Atta being the one to have to invest that wall still. He's still the one with the spike. I think you even noted it. Yeah, he had to make that split-second decision not to invest the wall as deep as previously planned.
Looks brawly. See if they commit off the back. How far do they go? Yeah, Kellogg's actually deciding.
Who's noted
Now's not
there?
the time.
Noted actually the jump past the smoke. Paranoia invested. Will force him off that position. But actually trading off the Kellogg's dash there, so he can't play as aggressive as you'd usually expect him to with that online. Looks like this beast split's going to come through once again. Avova needs to help Zeke out here with this hold.
Danger. He's in so much danger. He's done well against Moj there, but timing is just not on his side. He knows that pressure is eventually going to hit towards him. Has got some help from Avova, but utility going to start coming to play now. Does he get to keep his life? He wants Moj dead. He gets him dead. Follow-up not found. 1-for-1 trade up with the plant on their side. Good work from Avova. Holds a position, but 3 players still alive. Still plenty more to do.
Flank from Boo is everything. Atta's looking this way already. A little bit of time to find it. He will find the kill. Boo's down. It's a 3v3 now. Make that a 3v4.
The spam, okay, but they're all coming from the same place here. Fallen's going to see so many players. Oh, he's going to spot one. Does chip damage, but doesn't get the player down. Mixwell, dazed and confused. Avova, Kiwi, the fuse is starting and it's ending. 13-9. Foot closing out the matchup before it got any more dicey.
And a wonderful performance from them in so many different aspects as well.
Yeah.
Talking about obviously establishing some of that consistency, absolutely demonstrating that here on Lotus. Yeah, Heretics had a fantastic first half, but showing absolutely showing that form is still here for Foot Esports. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, super impressed with what we've just seen from Foot there, if I'm honest. I didn't know what to expect from them bigger picture, how well it would continue to look.
The question is now to send deeper into the map pool, obviously, or whether or not this is just maybe a quirk early lifetime of the map, whether or not that's evident. Obviously, if we have a different data sample versus different teams and whatnot, that's where we can really start huffing the Foot Esports copium, but already big positives in my eyes.
I think it has hit the markers we've asked for, which is everything I can really hold them accountable for. Prime Gaming highlights to be just rolled out for you here. Let's have a little look back how this series went from start to end. Of course, map 1, not pretty. If you were a Heretics fan, it was very worrying, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually those concerns did kind of carry across onto map 2 as well. Obviously, it's fantastic to see them come out and have success in that first half, but again, completely eliminated. There was absolutely nothing. 1 round to take away from the second. Foot Esports just absolutely ran away with it. And it's down to some of these individual performances, honestly. Some of the usual suspects, but for me, Atta and Fallen even excelling above that standard in my eyes.
Yeah, they had an absolute series. Wonderful to watch. Now, again, this map certainly not as clean as I had expected. After seeing map 1 and then going, oh, but look at what we're coming into, they'd already proven how good this can be. Okay, a little bit of a better counter performance. If you look at Heretics coming through on this one, that first half looked way better. A couple of set pieces, a couple of nice looks, kind of giving me a little bit of hope for them in the future.
On the flip side of that, though, for esports, they weren't at all shook by that.
No,
they came in, the intention was there so early on in that second half, and they absolutely followed through with it.
Yeah, actually wonderful to witness. And there was the final one there coming through. And I guess we're left with a lot more questions once again with Heretics.
Yeah.
It's just where do we see them go from here? What do we see them work towards? Because we're still waiting for the potential of this roster to really come together.
We are, yeah, because we're only seeing isolated rounds where it's really even evident at all. So you are asking some of the more difficult questions really about what lifetime the roster has, because ultimately here we come back to the same discussion. It's a longer format season. How long do we kind of accept this performance?
I think that is the question we're going to leave it on, because we do have an interview lined up for you on the stage. So let's head down there.
And hi, Pog, that's right. I'm joined now by the IGL of FUD. It is Mr. Farlin. First of all, massive congratulations. I saw you play in Brazil. You were playing like this, and you're playing like this again here. How much do you feel like the experience of going to a big event like Brazil has helped you to be able to secure the win today?
Well, at Brazil, we lose 100 teams so badly because of our mistakes, by the way. We're just gonna know ourselves on the Brazil, go to the playoff, by the way. We might win the Fnatic if we win the 100 teams. I'm just guessing right now. Because of that, we didn't change anything. We just make a lot of discipline on the right now. That's why we just win this game right now.
Well, you did change some things, because comp-wise, on Pearl, there was a couple of changes there. I've never seen you play Astra before. You moved to that role today. What was the reason behind that change?
Well, we are changing the comps. We just, I don't know, we're just playing comfortable on the character, you know. Attack Captain was not feeling Astra so well, so I just changed Astra. And because of that, we just changed a little bit, and we are just playing 6-player roster right now. You didn't see on third map. Yeah, if you're gonna play third map, it's gonna be different. Yeah, you will see, I think.
Oh, so Mooj would have stepped in?
Yeah.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay. I won't ask you to reveal too much, but this is not an insult, okay? But you're not playing like a Turkish team that you know maybe you used to, what other Turkish teams do, where it's like very aggressive and it's just kind of like a little bit crazy and can be a little bit messy. We saw a lot of discipline from you today. How did you manage as a team to develop that?
Well, I didn't know. We just played so disciplined. We just hold it because our play style is just like that. We just want to know what everyone is doing. It was a game plan. We just don't know how they play. Of course, we analyze that, but we just played our game. This is our game right now.
And last question, in Brazil, you know, you didn't experience too much of maybe a Turkish favorite crowd, but today there was some people that was really, really cheering for you out there. So what was that like?
Well, that's pretty impressive, and I'm just thankful to everyone to come to support us right now. Just believe us.
I believe you, Mr. Farlin, I
you.
believe. Thank you very much for the interview, and we'll see you later on this week.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere, because after this, Team Liquid will be taking the stage against Team Vitality.
Nice! Ananı sikeyim! Nice! Helal oğlum! Nice! Helal! Nice!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It is a first win for FUT in the season of VCT EMEA. They're on the board after taking down Team Heretics 2-0. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Zesht and Lothar. Again, that map, I felt like it was a similar story. I don't know if you guys believed in maybe the comeback after the halftime, but it felt like FUT, they just were in control after that.
You know what? When it was 8-4 and I saw it's a 3 versus 1 in this round, I was like, okay. So we're going to that 3, right? So there were some expectations that were broken at some point, but I'm really happy what FUT represented. I guess we're going to go into detail a little bit later.
Yeah, but first of all, I'm really happy about them as well. It makes me so thankful to finally see Turkey being on top of their game. Great start, but it still showed us also some room for improvement overall.
I mean, of course, but I also like the way that Mr. Farland kind of spoke about it, you know, in that post-match interview. They took a lot of experience in Brazil, a lot of learning from that, and you can see that they've been working hard since Brazil. They've had that preparation time, and Lothar, if they keep going like this every single week, I feel like they could be a real contender.
Yeah, so this is actually something that I would never expect myself to say, but I really like how FUT represent themselves right now, because we have watched how many years, how many seasons do we watch footballs play with different roster iterations and so on. But every time I was watching them, I was feeling like this is a typical Turkish team that overheats a lot, doesn't really rely on discipline, and they don't have really a set plan. And I think the set plan still requires a bit of work, specifically on Lotus. We didn't see them do like any specific gambits during the defense, but then we go to attack and you see why the composition is being picked, because they have a specific plan that they execute and they do it really well.
And what's particularly interesting for me about this right here was the matter of fact that they did not rely on Kiwi at all. He was doing great. He was doing individually great. He had awesome entry frags. But overall, it was not, oh my god, this is the 400 ACS performance from Kiwi. No, he was last on the scoreboard for them.
Well, you mentioned that pistol, Lothar. Let's take a look at it again, because if you were Heretics, you are kicking yourself right now that you didn't secure that.
And it's not even the fact that it's a 3v1 at the end, but I feel like we have seen a really well executed pistol round from, this is actually, I think, that break. This is not the pistol round, right? Or is it?
It is 8-4.
Oh,
it's
it is
just the beginning of the
round. Sorry. So yeah, the plan from FUT was actually very fun, because they went 3B, but didn't break the Killjoy the Killjoy allowable on B, so they were not confusing the defense. But then in the 3v1 at the end, the discipline was not met on the Heretics side, because the first player that peaked was isolated from the players in his team, so they couldn't trade. And even if the trade was coming, that was coming from the Killjoy, who was 1 HP. Instead of her picking first to be like the target, and then you trade on her, like the roles were reversed for Heretics, so they kinda just let them win.
And it shows us one basic thing about this team. It shows us the kind of lack of simple principle understanding and each other being on the same page. That's like the thing, right? You can do mistakes, but you all need to do the same mistake and be like, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you do indeed. But on the other side of this, you know, Zeke, he was coming in today with a big task, the new IGL. Mr. Farland on the other side, I think he had a great day, a great game as well. But Vincent, at what point do you feel like maybe they need to rethink about this swap? Is it too early to kind of judge?
It is, first of all, too early to kind of judge, but at the same time, it is something that I don't like to see. Because, you know, there's one thing that usually indicates trouble, and that is an IGL change. And a quite swift and drastic IGL change that never is usually giving you the idea like that is the best move. We've seen a few teams over the last 2 years doing this kind of, yeah, you IGL, then you IGL, hey, you IGL. And at the end of the day, it never paid off.
Yeah, I feel like we can't really judge that also like with like full certainty, but in this match it was very visible that Mr. Fallen was in full control of his team, while Heretics were kind of like double guessing themselves. The decision making was just not crisp, and it was not on point when it comes to like the way that the team played as a one unit.
They need time, I think, because think about how long Mr. Farland's been on this FUT roster. But I don't know if you guys can hear this, but I'm hearing a lot of singing, a lot of chanting in the studio, and I cannot wait to get the next match kicked off. Of course, it is Team Vitality versus Team Liquid.
Liquid is like a huge honor and dream. Liquid has been there ever since I can remember, like my first steps towards the competition.
Really interested to see what the roles really look like. So I think safe is going to be a big key.
I think it's shaping up pretty well, to be honest.
With this roster, we also kind of have this poking at each other, and it's honestly just like a good family vibe.
I think Redgar is great. I think he rules with an iron fist.
I more like to be stable.
He's thinking all the time, like he likes to do the thinking for everyone.
I think it's not also like calling and you're good. You also should have good individual, a good like vision of the game and the other stuff. There's no excuses that you're IGL and you can do this. You should do everything, that's why it's tough.
He still does that work for you, just to make it easier on everyone else.
It really helps us to kind of play better in a game as well, because you've got a good environment outside the game, and you're gonna have a better environment in the game as well.
Yeah, that was first experience for me when I played in front of the audience in Brazil. That was incredible.
If Liquid don't win, I will cry. You will see tears. You will see tears.
Yeah, unluckily we lost. It was a bit sad to lose in front of the audience.
I just, after the loss, trying to think a lot about why we lost. It's more motivating me after the losing.
People started being vulnerable, not having these walls up of like, I'm tough, I'm strong, I'm big, I'm Liquid, you know.
I think now we've gained a lot of knowledge from that event, and we're going to use it in this split.
For Liquid, it's going to be a long process. The potential is there. It would be incorrect to not see it.
I think everyone has the same goals in terms of winning.
Definitely qualify to Tokyo Masters.
That Team Liquid that was in lock-in, that's not Team Liquid.
Be ready, everyone.
Expect someone seeking revenge, expect someone that wants to prove themselves, and that's the scariest person to go up against.
I am your culinary expert, Zecht. Yes, I am from Germany and we are in Berlin. This is why I'm guiding you through this wonderful, wonderful diversity of 10 different teams and 10 different foods. And you're asking yourself, this is not a cooking show, I have not tuned into this. Don't worry, we are cooking the liquid soup. You know, a lot of chefs and coaches have tried to cook this soup, but we're going to cook it in a very special way. So, we have 5 beautiful ingredients here. So let's start with something. We obviously need a great base, something that is leading it. So how about a slight bit of Redgar that we're going to put in here? Let me just smell that for you. That smells like Russian disciplined IGLing. Come on, put that empty in. Beautiful. What else do we have? Of course, my special ingredient. It's called nuts. It is an international classic, fine imported here to Berlin. And I can tell you one thing. Ooh, that's spicy. That is perfect. But all of this needs obviously a few classics, some liquid soup classics. So how about someone who plays operator on every agent? This is where we have Yampi, one of my specialities, because you can try to see him on Sky. You can try to see him on Sky, Omen. You could probably put him even on Sage. He would play the operator. So let me, that's a big chunk. Yes, put that in there. That is perfect. A lot of power is into this, I can tell you, but also a lot of throwing potential. What else do we have? Look at this. Of course, it is the British ingredient, and it smells... it smells like it's been here forever, but it brings in the right kind of certainty that this team needs. Whatever role this is to fill, it's going to give you the right spice. Come on. Yes, even the last little bit has to get out of there. And last but not least, of course, a flexible one. Finest Swedish import, I can tell you that. And this is safe that we're going to put in, but as you know, that's a lot of liquid. Come on. It doesn't want to get out here. just like liquids out of group stage. There it goes. That is perfect. But you know what they say? They thought this would taste great already. But I can tell you one thing. This doesn't taste great after it takes weeks and weeks of preparation. And you know what? There's a fine connoisseur that I'm going to invite for this, because this needs to cook with ML being the lid. Come on over here, Lothar. Try this fine soup that I have cooked.
Okay.
Look, do you want to give me a little stir? How does it smell for you?
Can I get...
Smells washed up.
Right, so the smell is exquisite. The recipe also has all the good ingredients.
Absolutely, right? That's what I thought as well.
Let's check the... The taste is quite awful.
Yeah, but you need to see, this takes time. This takes week. Okay? This is now all needs to be mixed up, and we need to mix this up properly.
Does it require a lot of temperature?
It requires temperature, it requires time, and it requires patience. Give it time.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much, Vincent and Lothar, for that. They're cooking up some soup in this studio, but let's see what Team Vitality have been cooking up.
Who starts? I can start. Wild. I think he takes the wildest timings, he takes the wildest peaks, and he does sometimes also say the wildest stuff in or outside of the game.
Wildest jokes.
Yes.
Genius. He's the brain of the team, makes the best calls. He let me take timings, so he's a great genius.
I'd say that I have comedic timings, but Twisten does say some like very, very, very funny stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I think I'm the funniest, because I'm the only one who makes jokes in team. The wildest jokes.
The wildest jokes. I think Twisten's energy. I think when he starts out rolling, you have like this, you know, like crazy energy aura like around you, where you just, you know, like you just pull people into madness. I still remember in Red Bull, you go and start pushing heaven. Not even a single thought in my mind. I'm like, I'm following. I'm running through the smoke, following right behind you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bad habits.
No, it's good habits.
There are a lot of things, you know. I'm just thinking my brain is small.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to find one good thing.
Yeah.
I would say his vibe. He's a really nice person to vibe with, you know. He's always friendly. He's anti-tilt proof. So, yeah.
I don't watch that much.
I watch a lot lately. I started watching a lot, especially Demon Slayer and some nice movies like Whiplash. It's a really nice movie. You should see it. The movie is about to push people to their maximum, to excellence. You know. I really like that movie. I've seen it a lot of TikTok, so I decided to watch it. And there are more movies on Netflix, so I'm watching now a lot.
I just watch Big Brother Finland, nothing else.
Yeah,
it's not good on Netflix.
It's probably me.
Oh, Twisten, for sure.
I think I have good grip, but yeah, probably me.
Oh, has to be you. No, I just have sweatpants and hoodies, nothing else. Boom.
Yeah, I'm like next day I have blonde hair. For VCT Berlin I will have pink hair, new earring, new tattoo, new clothes.
You look like a rap star when you like, what is it like?
The things was Man's not hot, never hot.
You look like a look like a rock star sometimes.
Honestly, I didn't think I was going to find someone with better comedic timing than you after the cooking show, but Bone Cold wins.
He does. He absolutely does. I would like to know what he can cook.
Okay, maybe we can invite him next time. But Bone Cold and Twisten, two very familiar faces there, Vincent. Of course, they were also at Lock-In. And for me, this is one of the most slept-on teams, I think, in all of EMEA.
Yeah, I think they are pretty much slept on, you know, considering particularly that this team has built, you know, somewhat of a sleeper super team. I think that is fair to assume. Because this roster itself has a lot of promising individuals. Of course, we need to talk about Twisten, right? I got to talk about Twisten. Not surprised. Coming out of the GOP B school, now getting here into high school.
Any opportunity.
Yeah,
Has
my job. It is my job.
It's 2 clicks away.
Exactly. But Twisten is obviously an individual that has learned at Big quite good how to be a proper duelist. This is where we're starting. Salah, the main coach, then brought in two fine gentlemen he knows from OG London United. Get a world-class IGL in form of Bone Cold, and tada, this looks very promising overall.
Well, you know, what's funny is that we talk about like this transformation, but when we already have seen OG play in the previous seasons, we were already impressed by it. So it's like a progress that goes very steadily forward, and now we have the combination. And I would say that Vitality is actually always trying to surprise someone with the way that they play the game with new compositions, but also they're very good at fundamental level of play, something that other teams didn't really represent that well at that time.
I mean, you can see why this roster was built. Everything just makes sense here. I think a piece of this puzzle, Lothar, is Mosey. Like you said, back when he was playing on a different team, he was consistently impressive.
Yeah, so typically the lowest hanging fruit is always the duelist that performs, right? In this case, that would be Twistin. But I would say that Mosey is the backbone of this team. Not only being consistent, like really consistent, but also he fills the role that is needed for the team. And not many times you can say that a flex player is actually a consistent one, right? In the two previous matches that we have seen him in lock-in, on both games, he actually had the second best performance from the team right after Twistin with 150 ADR and 159 ADR. Like in both matches, that's kind of nuts when you think about it. That's 5 maps.
And you know, the most important thing about that is that they dedicated to this. Because previously, if we take a look at what Vitality have done previous to lock-in, when we talk about G-Loot, for example, they have forced Twistin in this role of being also a supporter, like sometimes on KO, right? And he didn't seem really comfortable with that. And when you have such a star player who's capable of finding such amazing kills and such entries, you don't want him to be like, yeah, you have to play support, because we need someone else in that role there as well.
Yeah, but that's a question as well. What if the metagame swaps to no duelists, right? We had a moment in the game where that was a thing.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Twistin. For you guys at home that don't know, Twistin is a guy that, how should I put it, likes shotguns. He has an affiliation to the guns that just goes bap. So we are going to introduce you guys a segment, an ongoing segment we're going to keep track of called Shorty Watch. And right now, these are the players that are currently leading of the most shorty kills in a single map. Something who just signed to Paper X. He has 6. Twistin is joint third with a bunch of other players, but if he can get 6, he's going to be in the joint record. And if he can get 7, then he can claim the title of the man that has the most shorty kills in a single map. And you guys know him. He was tweeting about this a lot. This is probably something that he really, really, really wants to achieve.
And also, it's kind of a meta right now to even go for it. So he is more inclined to perform well with the shorty. I'll be keeping track. I'll be noting it down every time it happens.
I'm sure you learned that at Big.
Anyway, yeah, you guys at home, keep track as well. Help us to know how many shorty kills Twistin is going to get today against Team Liquid. I don't think he's going to break the record today, but I feel like it's got to be one of those games that goes like maybe a best of 5. Oh, no, it's per map.
It's per map, so it has to go
like
overtime.
Quadruple overtime. Yeah.
Sure. Yesterday, Stux was probably very close. I remember vividly that he got like at least 3.
Okay, I think he was close. He was close indeed. But today, obviously, we do have a second best of 3. Let's take a look at the map vetoes and see where we are going to go. We've seen both of these teams play this year already, but I'm interested to see if they keep their lock-in bans out here.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting to see. I mean, particularly, for example, Liquid was very interested in keeping some maps out of it, but we just see no Pearl and no Icebox.
They've let Haven through here. Okay, so for you guys at home that don't know, first of all, Vitality are very good at Haven. Second of all, out of all of the times a Haven has been out, Redgar and Nats have only ever played it 5 times. 5 in 3 years.
And you remember what one time Redgar played?
No,
he was
3 times. Twice he played Reyna and the other one he played Jet.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. So this is a very surprising pick, and I'm really curious what we're gonna see in the lineup from Team Liquid here.
It's gonna be a big surprise because overall, they like Redgar and Nats never really liked the map, so it was about time that they maybe try something new here. Fracture's going to be particularly interesting because I was not necessarily too overall convinced by Liquid actually playing that map, and I have now picked it, so they must be convinced enough to once more try it.
Yeah, Lotus will be the decider, Lothar.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Lotus nowadays because every team is playing it differently, so I'm just really happy to see how those teams can actually play on this after learning so much from lock-in, because there's so many tapes, different tapes from many different teams where you can learn from.
Yeah, I'm such a big fan of the Golden Hornets as well. They travel with a League of Legends team. I've seen them before, and now they are here at Berlin Messe, just showing their support, chanting here. It's giving me like Brazil flashbacks of the Brazilian fans really supporting their teams too.
That's awesome to watch. That's just
it's
we
wonderful.
hear them so clearly.
Look at the banner. Oh my goodness.
We are just right behind this wall, so we literally hear them right now. It's awesome to see that the fans have.
Oh yeah, Liquid. What you got? What you got, Team Liquid fans?
Resident Sleeper.
Yeah, there we go. I spotted Reese in the crowd as well. He's with Liquid. I mean, I feel like this is as much as a team's game today as he is the fans.
Imagine you are finding yourself some kill. Like, look at how Twist is gonna be hyped up when he finds a clutch.
Oh
That must be a wonderful feeling.
Dude, if he shorties someone from across the map again today, like, these guys are just gonna lose their mind.
They're gonna lose this. They're absolutely gonna lose their mind. But yeah, I think overall when we take a look at it, it's going to be particularly, the first map could be pretty much a decider of the momentum of this entire series, right? Because I have to be honest, there must be something that Liquid has prepared about Haven that must stun Vitality. And I think stunning Vitality is not that easy overall.
I'm gonna say something that you guys are both gonna really hate me for, but I would not mind the Redgar Reyna. I actually would.
You cannot just drop something like that without argumentation.
Okay, well, he doesn't play this map very often, and like I said, 5 times, he beat Envy, so Optic, now NRG, on Reyna, and he top fragged.
I would make an assumption that if they are letting through the Haven, there has to be a reason that they prepped something for it, and the Reyna pick would be when they didn't prep, I would say.
Not according to her.
They beat.
You know what? Just to upset Lothar, I agree with you. I think it would be great.
They beat Optic on this. They have footage, there's proof that Redgar can do this. But having said that though, I do feel like my theory, at least at lock-in, is the reason they banned it is because maybe Redgar and Nats just weren't comfortable with it just yet. Maybe they haven't prepped it. But now them letting it through, knowing how good Vitality are on Haven Zesht, they gotta have something insane cooked up.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I mean, it would be about time that they have something insane cooked up because obviously that 0-2, that loss they have suffered from back there in Brazil, this is like the last thing that we're looking for. And again, this is a team that we considered 3rd place, probably like top 3 team within our region. After that, we were like, yeah, okay, maybe we overrated them. And at that point in time, what Safe said in an interview with Tombiz is basically we're not on the same page when it comes to how we want to approach the game, which basically in-game translates to like, oh, this is how you want to approach the situation, but I want to approach it like this. And then suddenly 2 worlds collide.
It kind of sounds like miscommunication problems, right? So
yeah, I mean,
that's one thing, but I hope that they fix that because as you in your segments with the soup, like the ingredients are there. The ingredients should mix well, right? But we don't get the results yet, so I'm hoping this is going to be fine.
I mean, this is the thing, right? This has to be the start of our Team Liquid redemption arc, because if they lose again in the fashion they did at Brazil, I was not worried at Brazil whatsoever. This is a new team, we give them time. But if they consistently do that, I don't know how I'm going to feel about it.
Well, I'm definitely not feeling great about them leaving the stage. That makes me kind of sad, to be honest. So that was a great game. Everyone showing up for that.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, come back tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I think they're just getting prepped for the walk-on. We got to have some theatrics, you know. In front of fans like that, I want to see who can cheer the loudest as the players walk onto the stage.
One hope that I have coming into the season here, I just really hope that someone will be hired to teach the players how to do unique walk-ins, and everyone will have like their own.
Fnatic, hello?
Yeah, but that's like one. I want all the teams.
To be fair, if you watch Pacifics, like they're way ahead of us on walk-ins right now.
In that meta?
They're so good.
Yeah.
At least we are starting with the music. Every team has a specific music, so I hope there will be some evolution.
You want to coach them, Lothar? We'll get you down there?
Did you see my Twitch Rivals entrance with XQC that I had?
Yeah, I actually did, because you showed me this.
Yeah.
I've only seen it because you specifically showed it to me. I think, I have faith in you.
Yeah, I'll teach them.
It would be great to have a coach, like a dance coach, particularly listed on Liquipedia, who helps you with the walkouts.
I wouldn't have thought Lothar would take that job, but I'm interested to see it.
Yeah, it would be wonderful to see. But you know, what?
No,
it's
okay.
Come on.
Let's just cut it with this.
No. I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm enjoying it. We should do a poll. We make a whole hoo-ha out of it. You know, why not? Yeah, you
maybe.
got to cook. He gets to dance.
Let's do a casters walk-in at some point.
Oh, that's.
Can we dance a waltz together?
Thing is, me and Kukuka will win that.
How?
Me and Kukuka will
How?
be the best caster walkout ever.
I'm
we would
sure
win
that me and Seth can do something.
No, we got that down. We've got that down.
How does that work? We're dancing together. We have like a coordinated set piece.
Do it now then. Let's go.
I don't have my shoes on.
Let's go.
Think
Can we get a zoom out a little bit? Let them start dancing?
No. I'm not showing my strats on match day 1. Like, come on, gotta save strats.
If Bayer was here, we would do it.
Sure.
We would actually just do
But
it
wait, I
in front of you
believe you,
guys
yeah.
right now. Yeah, we would. Okay, right, let's talk about the game before we go into walk-in. Sorry, you wanted to say something? Liz?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about Haven, because this is going to be the first map that we're going to see. And Vitality, I would say they play with a composition typically in the past that is very, let's say, standard. There's a bridge opener composition, so basically it relies on the jet getting the space that is created by the bridge, right? And also there's a support with the Killjoy Omen and Sova. So it's pretty standard. Now, the thing is, it's very effective because typically you cannot really stand in open positions, which Liquid always liked to do in the previous iterations of the roster, like taking an open angle, TP out to safety with a chamber jet or whatever, right? So this has to be like a composition, I anticipate, that will try to counter the openings from Vitality.
Right, but the thing is, what I like so much about Vitality overall, their entire coaching staff is so diverse and so understanding of creating something new that I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with something that we don't expect at all, that is totally off meta. Say
You're
again?
talking about the team, they're playing against Team Liquid.
I understand that, yeah, go on.
I feel like if there's anyone that's going to do that, it's Team Liquid.
Well, I do anticipate some odd choices here and there.
Right.
Maybe not odd, but like newer. I wouldn't be surprised if we would even see a double Gecko here, although I don't consider Haven to be his best map to be picked, because it's on some parts of the map are going to be hard to retrieve the utility from unless you do it very safely.
Well, we're experiencing a little bit of a delay right now, but here's more content, and the ones Vitality fans will definitely enjoy. I'm not sure what's the content of the actual video, but here it is.
V for victory.
Oh, it's been great. We've been living in Berlin for quite a while now.
Everyone is being honest with each other. Like, if you see a problem, they just come to you and say to you, it's not like anything personal, it's most likely work related.
The main reason for that is that we're Eastern European.
That make us like kind of understand each other.
We don't hold any grudges. We keep everything honest and like friendly.
Overall, Team Vitality is great work. I feel like the best what I had in my life.
13-6 to the scoreline. They have sent Global Esports home.
The experience from lock-in, I think for many of players in the team, it was like their first international stage game.
Unfortunately, we didn't go too far through the tournament.
That's the demise. Vitality fall.
At least I feel good about our team currently.
Like, our practice is super good for a longer streak of games rather than trying to peak at one tournament. So we're very down to playing here.
Vitality put up a marvelous game.
Absolutely.
Truly a team to be looked out for.
Of course, the expectations are pretty high. We feel like we can be in top 3, we can be in top 4, we can qualify to Masters, to Champions.
We're coming to Berlin with the instinct to just slap everybody on stage, like who's going to play against us. Like, we're very excited to come and just play in Berlin.
I think we are doing really well. I think people just don't see it, but they will see this split.
Probably they should expect no mercy. It's we're here to win, we're here to prove ourselves. Yeah, I mean, we're here to stay.
Very much thanks, and yes. I don't know. I'm so tired. Yeah, it's fine. Let a bit of Finnish bone cold get into the camera.
Team Liquid. Team Vitality.
The atmosphere in the pit is electric right now. Let's see if both of these teams can match that, can bring us something exciting in the game itself. Again, for Team Liquid, you guys, I don't think they've ever hit a low as they did at lock-in. They have to do better.
Significantly. I mean, you know, what we've witnessed there was a bit of a shocker, I would have said. You know, everyone is rating them to be at least like a top 4, top 8 contender. But right now, right here, it matters for them to start with a W, to finally let that be the past and show us that this recent version of Liquid is exactly worth the expectations.
Well, if we learned anything from the matches so far in this season, is that the big names are losing.
Fnatic?
Well, okay, Fnatic not expected. Okay, well, ruined my point. Jinsu. Anyway.
I'll take the blame, I'll take the blame.
But Liquid here is like, we had insanely big expectations during lock-in, but now I think they're all tempered. So it's like, I would like to be just happily surprised more than, you know, disappointed again, like during lock-in. But since the first map is Haven, I'm just happy to see the show. Happy to catch a ride here.
I mean, for Team Vitality, though, they, again, we call them the team that's been kind of slept on. There's a few, thanks to Fnatic, we have an extra spot for Tokyo. And Vincent, you expect a team like Team Vitality to be the one to take that opportunity?
I absolutely believe that Vitality finally has to prove us that they're worth a victory. They didn't win 3 consecutive tournaments in a row, and they're taking time and time and time. And to be honest, for me, there's a bit of pressure on them that they finally have to perform this season. Best off starting with this game.
Well, we're into Agent Select now. Liquid, they let Haven through for a reason. Redgar and Nats have not played it since August, I believe, of last year, and before that, it was the year before. So Yumpy, Safe is now the Jet player. They've done a role swap here.
Redgar and Omen, not on the Reyna, as you can see.
Oh, I'm a bit sad about that.
Yeah,
but yeah, they've done this swap. You know, we saw Yumpy playing the duelist and lock-in, and now they've given that to Safe.
Maybe a bit more of a comfort thing regarding the map. You know, Safe is more than capable of playing the duelist, as we've witnessed time and time again throughout a variety of teams. But to be honest, it is very standard, you could say, Oliver. It doesn't feel like we have anything extraordinary, anything super special within that game.
Yeah, the difference between those two compositions is just the Sentinel. So essentially Sentinel and Killjoy and Nats on the Cypher. Otherwise, we have a mirror match. I would say, though, that I really like the swap from Safe and Yumpy. I consider Safe to be, let's say, more well-rounded Jet than at Yumpy. Yumpy is more unpredictable, and that unpredictability can be good and bad at the same time. I have seen those really risky dashes in and up drafts that didn't pay off, while Safe is a little bit more calculated in this area, so I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the Sentinel change is kind of interesting, but it's not like we don't know Nats can play that agent. Most importantly, it's just about how much they can actually stall Vitality when they get onto the site.
I would actually say that it's something else. The defense is not as important as the attack, because what Nats is possible, what Nats has the possibility to do is to be more flexibility and freedom towards the attacking side, so he's able to get more space because if he plays Cypher, who's not latched on the utility range that Killjoy will be, and Sender because of that will be less expected to lurk and will be rather a flank like catcher, you know, while Nats is expected to get a space while his team is doing pressure. So that's something that I would like to, let's say, point out to viewers to pay attention to the minimap, because many times Nats will be doing something on attack that should be very impactful to the round, even when the cameras from the observers is on something completely else that the team is doing.
I mean, it feels like that success often comes down to what the rest of his team is doing, though, right?
Of course,
even
the pressure has to be
on.
on.
On Gambit, like, they kind of enabled him to be the superstar player that he is. Do you feel like we're going to be able to see that from the Liquid players, the rest of the Liquid players today?
Well, I hope so, because we don't really have a lot of tape on that to say, like, it is going to be a good supporter. But the success for Nats has to be, as you said, enabled by the good executes from the rest of the team. And that's why the attack side is going to be so important, because in defense, it's rather like how well can you stop Vitality from doing the executes.
But the thing that is so important about Team Liquid when we talk about what they've done at lock-in, it is most importantly that they were not able to have simple, basic synergy. I know it is such a used word by now, but you have to really say that they had not the synergy that I would have expected from them. Maybe with now every single one of them being on the same page, they might be capable to do so.
Well, let's see if they can hear the fans. They are ready. We are also ready to get into game, and the only thing thing left for me to do is to throw this over to your casters. It is Pavlos and Ender.
I think it's fine to say that Pansy and Hypok were still in the building, and that's why we had some tech issues, obviously.
Yeah.
But now we're back.
We cleared them out, and we're going to be smooth sailing.
Exactly.
Fingers
They've gone
crossed.
to their hotel. They can now chill, watch the game, and now we can get on with the actual gameplay.
Oh, yeah. And this game is going to be an absolute banger. The crowd on both sides of the Coliseum have just been at war. You got the Golden Hornets cheering for Vitality on one side, the TL fans on the other. And I don't think, since the moment Vitality stepped out into the pit, the Golden Hornets haven't sat down.
No.
They've been hanging on the edge the entire time, getting chance going even through the delays.
I'm curious if that will be the case for the entirety of the match, because look, these two teams, we know throughout the history that, with the limited history that we have from them due to the lock-in performances, we know they're not at their strongest points due to the legacy that some of these players have, right? We've got world champions, we've got players that have known the greatest of heights when it comes to competitive Valorant, but now it's safe to say that they're not hitting that stride. So we're looking to see how soon it will take for them to get to that point, if they can get to this point, and seeing how close these two teams could be matched, we could be seeing quite a banger today.
We know these teams have the talent. Now it's time to see them debut here. VCT EMEA. It's going to be Vitality kicking things off on the attack, and they don't want to bother any other site than C right off the rip, and there's no Cypher util to stop them.
Yeah, it's a quickie. The site already, now it's forced to fall back from this, so they're going to handle this for the post plant. Vitality might be actually opting into the garage area.
Check this out, though, because there is an option for TL to go for a massive flank with 3 players. They took very early control over A lobby, and it would be Sender to intercept them. They're clearing all their corners, though, to make sure they can't get shot in the back of the head.
Nats is well aware, and he's calling reinforcements. They're going to move into garage right away, and they're going to deal with Twisting quickly. Still, the rest of Vitality falling back to the side. That's important, but there's another pinch in the making. Have a look at Long. It's going to be Safe and Yampy moving in together. Redgar taking it back, but still, Vitality playing the site.
They're doing good so far. Dart to clear out Sender in the back gets immediately destroyed. They have to clear this close angle with Destrian, and they're just getting kills with shocks inside the smoke.
Bonko with the first, but it's going to go into Vitality's favor. Safe all to himself, but it's not going to take long. He will get shut down. Vitality, first blood in the bag.
Very nice job there from Vitality, sort of playing on their feet with the multi-flanks coming in. I believe Sender was able to escape from Long, where he was isolated away from the rest of his teammates. And even though TL had a really nice pinch into garage, Vitality were able to play down in numbers, get some kills through the smokes. They got the damage down as well here, just sort of fighting away and knowing the timing right before the smoke drops. You expect the player to be camped inside of that one. That's when the shot start comes in to snag away the kill.
I think it's good to roll things back a bit right now, right? Have a look at how things have gone with Vitality. Obviously, they've had quite a simple endeavor at the start, you know, playing, against that global esports squad. That looks stronger than anyone would have expected, but still able to take them down. Then Leviathan, that was a difficult endeavor for them. Leviathan definitely exceeding expectations. Team Liquid, on the other hand, were knocked out from their first ever match in Lock-in, right?
Yeah.
A 2-0 against Team Secret, something that no one would have thought possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough position to be in. I think that tournament sort of showed, like, you could fall instantly, and you only have that one game, that one day to really get a read off of them. So I think it's hard for me to take a lot of reads from TL in that lock-in tournament, and I'm definitely looking forward to see what they have to show here now that we have a league, now that we're going to see them multiple times for many, many weeks before potentially saying goodbye to them. Curiously enough, Vitality just ran into an open C site once again, with TL looking for this flank. And I'm actually curious if this is something that we just see on the lighter buy rounds or the save for Team Liquid, or if they are committing to a lobby control into flanking with multiple players, because it's something that I definitely love to see teams committing to on this map of Haven.
We could be seeing it, probably not with the entire 5-stack. This is a pistol, you have to take some chances. Successful with 2 kills here, Safe. Actually, finding some damage, maybe
you got a rifle.
But look at that, there's guns in the play.
Yeah, there's no time to actually win this one out. So these two players need to die to the spike. Safe has the rifle, so he's going to clear away and be just fine, making sure it doesn't go into the hands of the enemy, but fairly successful round there, you'd have to say, from Team Liquid.
And even though a Bulldog got picked up, they're already saying, yeah, we're upgrading to Vandals and Phantoms either way, so just best to pick those instead.
Yeah, and one of the things I was actually tracking heading into the second round was Bone Cold and Sender both had 3 charges on their ultimate after the pistol. So if either of those players were able to find multiple kills, get the spike down, something like this, they would have had a really big ultimate to play in and really try to win out in this round number 3. Unfortunately for them, because it went a little bit sideways and Team Liquid knocked them down first, they are going to be quite a bit of ways from those big ultimates.
Yeah, as we step into a slight tech pause here, of course, we'll be entering the Logitech power-up round, right? So we'll be seeing guns in the play. Yeah, we know that looking at Team Liquid, there's a bit of a clash of ideologies, right? You've got a nice little core from Mech, previously known as Gambit. You've got the nice little core from Liquid. You know, and both of these teams historically have played different, have approached the game differently, and we know coming into this, there may be a bit of a clash in beliefs on how this game should be played.
Yeah, I think Tom was telling us backstage, actually, he had an interview he did with Safe, where Safe said basically heading into lock-in, didn't necessarily agree with how they wanted to play inside the server, and has been working with the team and Redguard to sort of play a little bit more on the fly in rounds as opposed to planning out every little thing and flow charting their way through rounds. He likes to play a little bit more fast and loose, react to the information that's given to them. So I'm curious to see how much we actually see develop in their play today.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen teams, case in point Heretics, right, that have been switching things up constantly, right? Obviously, Boo no longer being in that IGL position. You know, the individual roles switching up as well, who is playing the second smoker, the initiator and such. I wonder if these are things that these teams in particular are thinking of as well, right? Because it's not only the ideology, it's how these players fit within that thought process as well.
You know what I wonder? Did the Golden Hornet sit down? And the answer is absolutely not. I thought maybe a pause would be enough to get them to take a little bit of a break. No. They're still getting very loud, very rowdy inside the arena.
I think Team Liquid want to respond here, actually, the fans.
I love it. I just love that the fans, because we're in this sort of circular setup, the fans get sort of sit on the side of the team that they want to support. So it's kind of like this war, this battle going back and forth.
And it's close proximity, right? So it's like everybody's shouting at each other, trying to see who is loudest. Does Team Liquid have a fan club, just like Vitality have with the Golden Hornets?
I'm actually not sure if there's a
Blue
technical
Stallions?
name. I know they've got
Sapphire
the horse.
Stallions.
Right, I'm pretty sure. Is it Yompi that has the horse on the table down there? I forget where it ended up going, but I know they've got some plushies they're always hanging out with.
Yeah.
And look, I'll be honest, like fan club plushies, like either way, moral support, right?
Support, yeah.
You get first blooded, you instantly just go give that little guy a pet, and you're feeling way better.
Yeah, could make quite a difference.
Well, I just think, look,
I know that petting dogs makes a difference, right? There's a stimulus there, but
it does.
I'm
more
sure
of a cat guy.
You're a cat guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be honest.
Dogs are best.
But hear me out, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, pauses, they can sometimes be stressful, right? A lot of people running around trying to fix things. You know, we're up here just talking, you know, stealing the mic while the players fall asleep. What if we just had like a dog or a cat to pet, you know? So
Yeah,
keep
that'd
us
be cool.
calm,
Have a
keep us
dog
loose.
running around in the Coliseum. In the
Yeah.
pit.
It could go up to the players even.
Yeah.
You know, give some cuddles
What
over.
dog would it be?
Again, I'm a cat person. Wrong guy to ask.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Golden Retriever, those are happiest.
I know Golden Retriever, yep. A Chihuahua, perhaps?
No.
No?
In the Coliseum, I think it'd be very hard to spot. And I
That's
wouldn't
true.
want any accents to be made. But it looks like we're ready to get into the game, everybody. So let's put our voices together and see how this one works out. Of course, Team Liquid. Gotten quite some guns into the game now. Obviously, you've got Phantom Vandals. Of course, half shields across the board. We've seen Fnatic do that plenty in Lock-in. They've done that in Champions, but nobody was talking about it because they didn't really go far. But it's time to rock and roll.
There's those Liquid fans. Absolutely love to see it. Now, right off the rip, Nats has a setup in Garage and in B. Through that camera, down C long. That's sort of a gamble camera almost. If Vitality aren't playing C early, that one stays up for a long time and is really powerful in any situation. That's a nasty little tripwire.
Vitality, though, going into the C site very quickly and actually find Redguard. Without any trade, the side is theirs, and they can simply just take their post-plant positions.
Yeah, Team Liquid need to regroup because Safe is so far away from the rest of the team. You're not going to have a very quick retake attempt, which could cause some problems because there's situations where, okay, is there post-plant utility from Sender? Actually, the answer is no. I don't think any mollies are down on the spike, and he doesn't have any in his back pocket to throw for a lineup. So it's going to be a late reflank into Garage, and the timing is going to be deadly on this.
Sneaky boy Sender on a venture. A successful one at that. Very quick 2 kills. Nats trying to make his magic onto the site, but obviously greeted with a wall of lead, really. And as they look to walk into him, Nats just says no, won't be taken down so quickly. Obviously, with the clock running out, has to drop back, save that gun. But Vitality successful in winning up Team Liquid's first buy. Means that they'll be up 3-0.
Yeah, Team Liquid need to figure out something to solve this C site. That's 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah.
They've been a little bit abused there. That was a different look from Vitality. This is the first time they really tried to split into the site. Even with the Jet getting caught by the tripwire in Garage, there was no one immediately playing off of that, I don't think. And again, with your defensive Jet playing all the way over on A, very hard to fight quickly into the site, which is something I do feel like you almost need to do with 3 players in C-Link. Will be another buy now for TL, and a new look for Vitality, playing a little bit more attention over towards the A site. You can see that Nats' setup has changed. There is a tripwire over on C. That's where absolutely everything is. But Garage is a little bit light in terms of util. There are options later in the round for Sender to find a good lurk timing. And potentially if he creeps up early on, after you just embed Destrian down in sewers. I love when teams do this over A. Get someone very far forward and sort of listen for rotations through the B site. You can sort of pivot on a dime here with any of your lurkers and what info they grab.
Might be important as well to point out that Vitality up until this point, very explosive with their pushes. Now, do switch the pace up. With the Aldrin, we'll figure out, yeah, okay, the B site's open, let's just move into it.
It's an easy B site take now. And again, because Destrian is in sewers, he hears this drone going down A long right now. The A players are actually walking on the rotation, so Destrian can't actually calm that these rotates are coming through. And the entire team actually just faked it out, really. They just tapped it, went back. This is odd because, again, I thought the call would be Destrian on the rotations making this read, but they're just making it even without the sound.
And now the question is within the players' head, was this the right call? Have we been able to lure them away from their positions? Bone call dangerously low, but still alive. That's the important part. Twisted on site. Everyone is blind. Whether that's a paranoia or a flash, no one can see a thing, which means no exchanges of fire has occurred. The A site fully under Vitality's control, and it's 3 left for Team Liquid. Look at the backline though. Redguard trying to push through. Sender with his bot out, can't deal with it.
So huge, Redguard gets that kill. All of a sudden, maybe a chance in this round, but he's going to run into 2 players down in the sewer. They're swinging him. Aggro, Destrian finds that, and TL have to call the save.
They have to call that one a Dave, that's for sure. Vitality looking strong, even when the pace is slower, even when their decision-making comes in at the latter stages of the round, they are very confident with their position takings.
Yeah, they just went flying into the site. I mean,
exactly.
the utility overlay, yeah, Twisted gets blinded by his own teammate, but everything was perfect to clear out the site and make sure there was no actual way that TL could get a shot against them. I think TL had the one opportunity when I believe it was Bone Cold was jumping out with the drone, and that kill didn't end up happening. That was the one weakness perhaps in the attack, but apart from that, Vitality looked fantastic. And I also think that Vitality throughout that round chose what information they were feeding to Liquid, which was really cool to see, because they were very quiet after the explosive, putting Destrian up over towards A. They were quiet into B, faked that site hit, and then walked on out. And it wasn't until they fully committed into the site that any util or any footsteps were actually made. Which is very cool how they were able to pivot throughout the round, and something you want to try to do on Haven is pull those rotations and punish as soon as players leave the site.
And what everyone is hearing right now is something these players haven't really dealt with too much of, right? Obviously, you've got experience in the international stages, but having a European crowd behind you, that's insane. Destrian, first blood in the bag as he pushes through short.
And that's after Liquid committed 4 players to fight for A. Sure, the breach wasn't there, but he was trying to concuss for the team, flash, and do everything. They're tripled up down long, but still down in numbers.
Ooh. Tristan losing his life like that just mitigates the advantage they gained early. And back to 4v4.
It's exactly what you need to do, though. I think down in numbers is look for some kind of offensive play, try to catch Vitality in transition.
Now, they've done that, but the move towards B is imminent. And that one's clear. We're looking at a retake if that push commences.
Nats does have a retake camera. You can actually see inside the door over near C-Link. That he can click into. Actually, did that get destroyed? Didn't quite catch that one. I believe Vitality saw that, were able to break it, but TL are quick here on the retake.
What's important about this play is that Sender's got full control over their spawn, so no flank is coming, the rest can focus towards side.
Mulsi and Sender both have ult in the post plant. That's gross. Sender's a little far away to actually activate that one, but breach ult can come in at any time.
This is super strong for Vitality. Team Liquid really need to bring out the heroics, really need to bring out the good gunplay to try and make this work. Otherwise, holding there will not work out. Destrian, first blood, putting more pressure onto Team Liquid. Flash has been thrown at them, nano swarms, everything Even a lockdown to guarantee, and they still have Mosey's Rolling Thunder as a guarantee. Over is an understatement. Team Liquid are out of it, and Vitality secure a 5th consecutive round. And Team Liquid, there's nothing of theirs on the board.
This is crisp play out of Vitality. Their map choice looking very good on it. And still having all that utility in the post plant, from the paranoia to the breach concuss, the fault line, it's all in there. So far, the main 2 looks we've seen out of Vitality. It's the fast C hit, and it's the early A, fight, getting Destrian up there, and then pivoting back over towards B. They've both looked very strong. I'm curious how many more thematic openers they have in their comp, or in their playbook, really. Because I think the more options you can show, the more confusion you give over to your opponents, the harder it is for them in a timeout to figure out how to play against that, right? This timeout, probably talking about things like this Omen working down short. We threw so much utility into it as TL. How did we not actually get the kill? That's going to be a big question. How do they maybe change their setup to punish these late B rotations? Will it be late re-aggression out of Garage? Is it trying to activate a fast flank? Something like this. They need something in the toolkit.
I guess you could also say it's a lot about tempo, right? I feel like Vitality have had a clear grasp of that. Team Liquid haven't been able to pace out the game like they would have wanted, always walking on eggshells. Vitality they're comfortable with this, and they've got an entire crowd behind them just shouting their name. Has to feel that much more confident,
It's a good spot to be in, that's for sure. So Safe is going to play aggressively up mid. And the question is, how far does he go, and does he actually post himself up underneath window? Because that's an angle, right, that could be very punishing for Vitality if they try to late play into B. But with Vitality setup, I think this is just the fast C hit that they went back for in the first 2 rounds.
They've tried slow and steady the past 2-3 rounds, but now they want to opt to switch things up again. Team Liquid taking some proactivity themselves and push towards mid to gain that info.
And these trips have to be played off of, though, because Jet can just go immediately straight off them. I like this ult from Yampi, but I don't think it found anything.
Yeah, not a thing. No info, no tags. So the site is clearly under control by Tyler. They even get a kill through the smoke.
Wow.
Nats is down and out, and already Team Liquid out of this advantageous position.
Mulsi has ultimate again in the post plant. Team Liquid, how do you get in? Double flashes on Soulcast. That's how you try to put something together.
Safe, it's time for the Yashine. Doesn't go with the commitment onto the dash Rolling Thunder. Committed to, but that's to the back of the side. It seems that Soulcast might have sidestep it, but no. Jumpy into the fight, will be taken down. Vitality, full control of it. Not handing Team Liquid a piece of it. And Vitality just don't stop taking off of their opponents.
This is just brutal. It's save after save after save. Team Liquid can't do anything, right? Like, Nats falls in the middle of a smoke trying to get a spam kill off of his trips, but Vitality aren't even activating those. The entry into side has been perfect. I don't think Team Liquid are actually fighting on side at all. I think that's something that may have to change for them on C. If the kill trips aren't paying off, you have to do something. Otherwise, you're giving up C, and what's the option? Right? They're not activating flanks. They had mid control that time around, but Vitality are never in fear of turning around and dealing with any player from behind.
I was over into the makeup room and I bumped into Bone Cold, right? And he looked chill as ever, right? He was talking about, oh, I haven't figured out this signature. Like, what am I going to do? Am I going to draw a bone and an icicle or something to try and make up a signature? I haven't figured it out. My letters aren't nice either. But he was super chill. Didn't really feel too, worried about the upcoming game. And this is exactly what I'm feeling from Vitality either way. This is fairly comfortable for them.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel like they're getting challenged. I think this is the 3rd time now they've gone into the C site and just no one's been there. It's like, okay, I guess we're chilling. The fast retake, though, I like this from Safe.
Oh, he's in the smoke. Bone Cold goes aggressive. Speak of the devil, Sender pushing forward as well. Team Liquid not hitting their mark at all. No fight to be won from their end. And Vitality just take it all home. Soulcast won't even be able to deliver against Bone Cold again. 7-0. This is running out of hand.
Fans still here in force. But man, every single player just lost their fight on this retake. I mean, running into a one-way, Destrian from back deep, absolutely disgusting, shutting it all down.
Yeah, even after the timeout, Team Liquid haven't been able to shake this off.
Vitality aren't having to go deep in the playbook either. Again, it's just 5 players down C. This time, TL activating very fast through mid.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And it will be the triple flank. Just the light buys, it seems, that TL want to go for this route. And there's so many pieces of Killjoy info to be fully aware of what's happening. Still safe with knives in hands. It has to be him.
Sender doesn't get stunned, sidestep, but is shown from the recon. Flashes way, but still not being pressured as more is thrown towards Team Liquid's position. Now, flashes yet again, delaying them little by little, keeping them at bay. That's all they need. Carbus dropping, Sender delivering. That's the only player that could have done much. Safe had his blaze out. No one else has a gun apart from pistols. And this is clean from Vitality. Nothing pressured. And they may be looking for yet another flawless round here.
Solid reactive play once again from Vitality rather.
Yeah.
But this has not been the opening Team Liquid have wanted whatsoever.
What's going on?
I mean, literally, Team Liquid are not fighting Vitality on the C hits, and that's been, I believe, 5 of 8 rounds, maybe 6 of 8 rounds. And the other 2, it's been Destrian getting util to set him up to find a pick down A short. Like, Vitality have not reinvented the wheel. I think what they are doing is very clean, it's very crisp, they're playing very well, but it's not like they're being challenged to come up with a lot of different ways to start off these rounds. This is actually the first unique look, which has been more fighting for mid.
Exactly, and I feel like Team Liquid had a response for this early C hit right now. I mean, they spent Soulcast on the breach on C as well to try and assist to that if that crunch would have commenced again, but no. Vitality, once again, switch things up when it's vital. Good reading, good IGLing.
Now, interestingly enough, Twiston has the operator in hand. Because he has Blade Storm, I do think this is a little bit more valuable on attack. Whoa. Great opener from Safe. Safe also with the operator, but can he get out?
Yeah, that's what he needed. Get one kill, get out. Now Team Liquid have got the advantage.
All the Cypher setup here too. I do believe that Sender should be able to hear the Cypher cam being tapped into from short. But this is how Vitality have wanted to play. They want to get someone very far forward, up, down A short, now working over into C. But are they going to be ready for Redgar's forward position?
Oh, Redgar being a sneaky boy. Destrian, first to 4, and he'll just keep on holding this angle. Paranoia. He can TP away if he wants to. With that flash coming his way, he might just do that, but instead, no, holds with a dark cover and repositions in case he gets pre-fired. But look at this, Twiston inside of the smoke with a shorty while the rest of the team move into A.
Yeah, Sender popped the trip over on A short, so Nats is completely aware there's a player here, and with Yampi making it up through mid, this round is falling apart. It's going Liquid.
Yep, Yampi eventually being the saving grace for his team. Good telegraph play of what Vitality was trying to do. Good call out from Nats to say that Sender's on the A site. They're going to try and rotate, and Team Liquid finally respond.
There they are. In the 9th round, Team Liquid show up. And how do they do it? It's with forward positions, aggressive positions. Safe, the operator, finds the first pick. That's absolutely fantastic. But also, finally, we're seeing them fight aggressively forward down C long after they get the info of multiple players. Down C2, Yampi, clear space in mid, catches them in the rotations. And you see more of this from TL. The last 2 rounds of this half, the last 3 rounds, going to be very important for them to replicate.
I'm not quite sure, but was that the first round that Safe was able to get his hands on an operator?
Yes, it was.
And we're already seeing dividends of that.
100%. And again, I think it was actually a great read, the position. They haven't sat down, by the way.
Yes.
The check-in for the Golden Hornets, still up. Doesn't matter if they lose 1 round, still feeling very good about themselves.
Hey, this is really impressive in the regard that, apart from the Golden Hornets just being insane, this is actually a really smart from Vitality. As soon as Team Liquid get any say in the game, they just pull the brakes and say, okay, well, good luck taking the momentum. We're just going to break it straight away.
See, I thought you were going to say it's impressive they've been standing the entire time.
Oh, no, yeah.
You've been standing, but I've been sitting down this entire time. I am a huge chilling here in a little
vibing.
In a booster seat. Not a booster seat, a booster seat.
A booster seat.
Yeah, that's how I like it. But
technically, the booster seat is still a booster seat because he boosts people. He's just that good.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Now, okay, one thing that I do want to credit Safe with especially, because we were just talking about he gets his hands on an operator, but I think the position he found himself in to find that kill, going for a slightly delayed peak, slight off angle, down sewers over near A was absolutely perfect. Knowing that, again, Vitality liked to embed someone down in that position, I think that's very good from him. And I think that this may be something being discussed in this timeout is if the operator is in play, where's it going to be? Where are the most likely angles? Because I think fighting sewers and also fighting C long are going to be the best options, the options that in the weaknesses Team Liquid have shown, that's the two spots you want the operator.
It's definitely a difference from a set play approach and more of let's try and chip away at them so by the time they enter a site, they're weakened so we can deal with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Liquid need to find themselves in positions where they can get numbers, cut off the rotations. Last round, picture perfect for what they needed to accomplish. And Vitality, back to the basics, okay? This one round, they play mid and go for the late control over A. Okay, they get punished there. Will it just be a classic C hit? Will it be early A into the B fake? Will it be something entirely new?
I think we can put into perspective the two IGLs as well, right? Both of them sort of on a redemption arc, right? Both of them haven't had the best of 2022, right? Considering, you know, the victories that they might have had, you know, for example, Redgar had with Mech in Masters, right? Or Redcar, well, I mean, Bone Cold not having the best year prior to this.
Sure.
I feel this is their redemption to something that some heights they haven't hit in a while.
I think for so many players in Valorant, this year is the big reset button, right? You know, brand new studios, brand new leagues, right? Shiny.
Brand new rosters.
Brand new rosters, brand new orgs, teams, everything, right? Like, this is your chance to really redefine yourself, hit the ground running. And Vitality have done absolutely that. Now they have to be able to find a way to close and carry that on for at least the next 8 weeks.
And as a timeout finds its end, we can jump right back into the server. Reminder for anyone that has just tuned in, Vitality has won 8 consecutive rounds and Team Liquid has just broken that tempo.
They've swung it back for them entirely. We were wondering what Vitality were going to do and where the operator was going to be. Safe tanking big damage there. And again, just the light armor in hand. So he's down to 61 health. That's not going to be ideal for him. And we'll reposition over towards B. Now, this time around, Vitality, they drone. They make noise over towards the A site, but they're not actually committing and leaving any player in that position. I think this may end up looking very similar to their C hit in round 3, where they split in through Garage. And because they have the ultimate on Bone Cold, they can use that to supplement the hit and clear someone potentially out of window here.
Yeah, and I feel like this clearing out of the window will be quite a simple endeavor. I mean, there's no support. Yeah, see, throw something at them and they'll just move away. Redgar looking to stick around this time around. He's low already, being sprayed across through the smoke. SoCast finding one, but Redgar off on the site. Now they're being isolated one by one, and Vitality yet again making the C hit successful.
Absolutely gorgeous play right there. They don't even have to commit any ultimates. You can see still 3 in the inventory of Vitality. Team Liquid are going to try to re-clear space, but again, because they have all the post-plant util in the world, Vitality just abandoned the site entirely. Sender is going to be that late backstab in Garage, potentially even sending Twistin over there as well.
Spike touched. Team Liquid have pushed forwards. Nats isn't even in the fight.
Wow.
He's going into Garage just now, shutting off Sender. Potential for Safe to hold on, but no, they're back out. They save their guns, that's it.
I do think one thing I've noticed from Nats in virtually every single post-plant on C, it's been a very late Garage window peak from him. And I think that Nats is a player you can maybe try to, like, I feel like he's been impossible to read for so long that you try to look for any value of consistency so you can know playing against him. That's something maybe teams can think about heading into the future is no, that's not okay.
That is so big. No operator now for the Team Liquid side. And that was the reason they were able to win that one round they did win.
Yep. Trying to take a little bit of look at the money. I think Redgar actually has enough to buy an operator and drop that over to Safe, so it's going to be okay at the end of the day. And I do also want to...
okay, is it though?
I mean, with one more round left after this, I do think they're in a world where they can't get an operator heading into round 12 if they lose this one and aren't able to carry that through. So perhaps that is a difference.
Yeah.
But this round's not too bad.
And Redgar that was up. Finally, Team Liquid in the game. 2 picks, and now they're ahead.
When they fight C long aggressively, Team Liquid have been successful both times it's happened. That's a 3rd on the round.
Redgar, the captain, just says, wait a second, I've got this. Calm down. Easy.
Where has this been?
All they had to do is push up C long.
I mean, Vitality have done it the majority of rounds. And now it's punished. Tough spot to clear. Yampy finds 2.
And to be fair, flawless round is what they needed, right? Get that confidence running again. They know they're good, right? This is a stacked roster. You just got to put that cohesion in there and just feel comfortable once again.
I love that too. Playing 2 players fighting down long with the operator, and then to punish the wide swing, the rifle tucked in close, up close and personal.
There's a barrage of ultimates.
There's a barrage of ultimates. There's a barrage of cheers. Both sides of the arena getting active.
Look, 9-3 isn't too bad. They can potentially bring it back.
That is true. We'll have to see TL how successful they are in the attack. Now, Vitality, how do they change things up? Well, they smoke bottom of C. They don't want to fight that early on. And it is a slower mid-control focus start for them with Sender watching down A lobby. Now, the difficulty will be if this ends up being an A conversion for Vitality, you have to commit Bone Cold's drone. Otherwise, this op is going to wreck them in bottom sewer.
Smoke on A long, indicating Vitality's intentions.
They do it.
Aljorin spotting off safe. Does he stick around? Cloudburst potentially thinking of it, but thinks better of it. Drops back, has to use the stun, the dash.
Here it is, though. The map fundamentals for Vitality. I think this is such an interesting case of how to learn how to play Haven, embedded once again down sewers.
Omen v Omen here on C-Long.
Shorty meta, shorty meta.
Redgar.
Vandal meta, Vandal meta.
Oh, no! That's not going to help his case. Onto the side! What? Redgar able to get it. Twisting through the smoke, though, brings out the shorty. Team Liquid have rotated over, but there's only 2 of them. The 2 will remain to come. Twisted onto the top of the site. Soulcast steals with him. Hunter Suri trying to get it through. Soulcast still holds on, still delivering. Team Liquid want this. They want this bad. They can't let it drop that easily. And Bone Cold to himself will have to remain as such. And Team Liquid close out the half at least with 1 win.
What a hold there from TL. Somehow, Redgar gets a kill through the Rolling Thunder, through the monster concuss that was laid on him. Fantastic stuff. At the same time, there's so many things happening in the moment with both Sovas using the Hunter's Fury, but Nats popped the neural theft for the info that then Yampy was trying to find connections with those arrow bolts on the Hunter's Fury. Insane combination from TL to hold down the fort.
Look, and it felt like this was one of the rounds that Vitality felt a little bit more messy than others, right? Where Team Liquid were able to take control due to the fact of being defenders. Their role was a little bit more well-defined. And, you know, through that maybe slight miscommunication of who had to deal with what with Vitality, with Redgar holding out that close angle, with having to deal with the rest of the site, it took a lot of time for them to deal with.
That was a crazy round, but we have Yinzu standing by with Daniel from Riot for what he has to say on the series, on the tournament, on whatever it is. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. And he's got a lot to tell us, actually. I'm joined by Daniel Ringland, the head of Valorant Esports here at EMEA. First of all, you were sitting behind the Golden Hornet in that first half. What was that like?
I've got to tell you, it's pretty amazing. There's 8 people up there from the Hornets holding battle with about 50 people from Liquid over here. And I got to tell you guys, you're amazing. They've got like 5 different songs. They know every word.
The synergy is there.
It's unbelievable. They tell me in a couple of weeks there's 25 Hornets that are going to be here, and I just can't imagine the noise. They're losing their shit up there. It's amazing.
Yeah, obviously the atmosphere is great right now. You've been here for the last couple of days. Talk me through what the experience is like. Because for the people at home that might be thinking about making the trip, why should they?
Oh, look, if you're on the fence about coming down to the Coliseum or not, you just better get onto it because we're selling out of tickets really quickly. And when you look around, you can see everyone's having such a great time. They're so close to the players. There's singing. We got bubble tea here. It's just amazing. I'm having a great time. Yeah. I think everyone here is having a great time as well.
You had me a bubble tea. You had me a bubble tea.
That sounds like a yes, I think.
Yeah. And lastly, before I let you go, it's only day 2, and we're seeing a lot of surprises. Did you anticipate things to turn out like this already so early on?
I think it's one of those just expect the unexpected type situations. I mean, already we've had so many surprises, and when we look at this season to come and the 10 teams we have, you can't predict it. You're just going to have to watch.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, the 9-3 curse, that might come true in the second half, given the surprises we've seen so far. Back to you, Ender and Pavlos.
of course, come down to the Coliseum in Berlin. It's a lot of fun here.
Come to Berlin. Check out the Coliseum. It's always a good time.
It's a good show.
Also, I just know there's so many people watching around the world. We also have a bunch of wonderful co-stream booths, so we can get some people in the studio as well. So hi to all you little co-stream frogs out there. Nice to see you. Now, Vitality, they're trying to play aggressively through mid. Look at that, 20 seconds into the round, and that's when they decide to step up. This gives them very quick flank options. It also destroys TL if they ever decide to call off this A-side hit, which they may end up doing because Safe is not with the team.
I love this early productivity from Vitality. I really do. Quickly taking the pressure to their opponents. Could it fragment them even a little, can't they?
Look at this, though. Smokes and the drone coming in.
Oh, it turns out to bite them, though, because Destrin was alone. Couldn't quite
No,
trade
but look
the
at the
kill off the
position.
Nats.
Look at them up in window. They killed those rotators. That's exactly what I was talking about. Now, it's just one kill, and there's players all over the map. Redgar is going through A-Link right now, while Safe lurked onto the C site. This is crazy.
And he's gaining immense of information right now.
And they're going to fight forward?
They are. They're going to try and pincer them in straight away. Redgar draws out the classic, does damage, and eventually the kill. Molzy close by, trying to push it through, but there's Redgar still in the backline that they have to deal with. Team Liquid crush Vitality's soul and get themselves pistol number 2 of this game.
What a round there from Liquid. Okay, slow to get here, but now they have arrived. I absolutely loved that. The pump fake over towards A, Safe lurking up C. The Redgar long flank through spawn too. And all the timings on those looks were so good from TL when they decided to walk into site. At the same time, info was being given on the opposite side of the map, whether that's the drone or the jet actually committing and making noise. Vitality were absolutely caught off guard. And that was after they had a fantastic forward position up mid.
I have the spike.
Only one defending this A side actually here. It's Twistin with the assistance of the stun of Molzy. So this fight could be quite
wall
quick.
do to him?
Safe is going to be pushing through though, and Twistin will be taken down. So simple stuff for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's a tough world for Vitality to be living in right now.
Spike planted.
But this gives me some wonderful time to preach the good word of the shorty to all of you. Look, Vitality, they're going to get slain. You're not going to be able to do anything.
No, you're really not.
But here's the thing.
This is a shorty trailer, I feel like.
This is a shorty trailer, 100%.
Or an advertisement,
because now that we have so many teams not spending the extra 600 credits to go for full armor, they're just going for a half armor the majority of time, like you can see here. What's 150 credits going to cost you to upgrade into the shorty? You're still going to have plenty of money to get the rifles going on through.
Guys, it's on offer. You never know when the price is going to go up again.
And literally, you can't put a price tag on the Stark So Clutch from yesterday.
You cannot.
He needed the shorty to pull that one off.
It wouldn't have worked otherwise.
Absolutely would not have. And we've already seen all throughout last half so many shorty secondaries. There are so many players that are doing this right now. It's not like I'm capping. This is real stuff.
But this is the first buy round of Vitality. And it's a question of how Team Liquid are going to be dealing with this one. Obviously, they're on the attack and already showing quite a lot of presence here to the right-hand side. Our join expended, spotted, Vitality, deciding that the fate of this A side will be on Boldcold's hands.
It's very true. Now, Redgar is the solo pistol player on TL. That's, again, why he's taking more of the lurk role here. Not as influential on the site hit, but was maybe trying to hear things. I think he should have been able to hear the Killjoy turret in Garage. Who's going to try to smoke, perhaps walk past that to find alert timing. Never mind, he blinds it.
The main deal of this round is for Team Liquid to kind of obscure their movement and trying to fake that left-hand side while they just move into A.
They have been able to keep 3 players over towards the C site.
Yeah.
Here comes all the util to flush out A. Nobody actually playing on site. But Bokel gets a spam!
That's going to make things simpler for Vitality.
Well, now Vitality just chill out, right? You have numbers advantage, wait for the plant. The rotates are now going to come in, but you still have to be mindful of the Redgar flank.
Yeah, patient on that shock dart. Eventually, this is when the spike is heard, we'll end up throwing it. So mitigating how much damage, how much health Team Liquid could potentially have. But Redgar on the back end, Sender has got eyes behind his head. No way he just got that. Now Twistin, aggressing, safe. Can't hold it through. Vitality on the flicks. Flicksville today. And now Yampi trying to hold the fort inside the smoke with just a Spectre and a Sheriff. The job is done. Vitality on double digits.
Wow, from Bone Cold finding that opening kill through smoke to the retake looking very nice. Well played, Vitality. Also, I only realized at the very end of the round, Redgar had, I believe, 5,900 credits and only a Sheriff in hand. That has to be a blunder from him. You have to be buying there. I'm all for the light armors, the save, the turboing your economy, but that's not the right plan, I think, for him. Maybe just missed that while trying to call out what he wanted his team to do.
Look, there's a clear idea behind this entire map. Vitality, having prepped this solidly, have got some very good ideas of their attack, and now their defense is looking strong as well. Their cohesion with those retakes. Well, at least one. The one retake we've seen so far. So far, it looks good.
The one that mattered. The one that mattered.
Exactly. The one that's put them on double the amount of rounds that Team Liquid has. And it's clear why they've picked it.
I always get nervous when someone steps out into mid like this from Twistin. Because you have the ability, especially if there ever is a garage split into C, which is what TL are sort of feigning right now as they throw that window smoke again, similar to last round, and the drone. That you step up. This is what I was talking about, Twistin. As soon as you hear that, you have the forward position in mid, you can always punish. That's huge. And at the same time, TL weren't actually trying to do that play because Jet and Breach were still both over towards the A site. It was supposed to be a fake to pull rotations, and they just lose a player for it.
The foresight of the man. And again, Bocold on A site duty. Maybe Molesy to help out. He's got quite a lot of useful utility to just throw at him. Try and help it, delay it, and maybe set him up for a kill, and that may be exactly what's happening. Together with a stun, Bocold swing, that's one. That's what they need to do. Just keep on trading, but they do more than that. Molesy assists in that endeavor. And now Team Liquid with half the amount of players alive. 25 seconds, the pressure keeps mounting, and the rotations will keep on coming in from Vitality. Molesy maybe doesn't need teammates. All he needs is himself and his rifle. And he keeps on putting bullets between the eyes of Vitality's players.
The rifle and that fault line. Oh, man, Molesy. Absolutely fantastic on the round. The 3K to take Vitality up to 11. That fault line so powerful in so many different situations, right? C long, down sewer, A main, right? These vertical lines that the attackers have to work through uphill into the breach. And Molesy's there with the rotation. Molesy's there to shut it down and support Bone Cold that was sort of trapped in that one and done angle.
Yeah, I have a fear here that Team Liquid aren't quite able to deal with the slight complexities that Vitality are bringing to the table, right? These early mid pushes, the push and pull that keeps on happening. It's quite alarming.
So the thing is, I actually really like the way that Team Liquid are trying to play this attacking half. It's so much disinformation, very similar to the sort of A fakes, I would say, or the A lobby control plays that Vitality were going for in the previous half. This one has been a little bit more about trying to put pressure on Garage, right? That round, though, it was just the perfect read coming through from the defenders to find that little wraparound on mid with the early position. It's something I think Team Liquid need to be aware of. But I do think a lot of these rounds are coming down to timings and the sort of steps you have to take as a defender, as an attacker, whether it's lurking through when TL are going for these very spread out cross-map plays, or whether it's Vitality trying to find that loop around into mid. I think so much of this is about the game sense of when you pull the trigger on a play. Even last round, Molesy using the fault line down long. I don't think he had info of the sound. I think that was a timing play that he was calling for Bone Cold to swing around that angle as well, which is just absolutely fantastic. It was a little bit delayed because one player got on the outside of it, but it's been very cool to watch how Vitality change round to round, and again, how they bring this breach to set up another play into mid.
Yeah, and with that timeout, hopefully Emil has been able to put the team back on track. His brother Doombros and his team, Na'Vi, didn't quite catch the win yesterday, so maybe this side of the family can get the job done. Obviously, still early doors of this series.
Watch this fault line, though, because there's a world where they step forward. Vitality are moving up to play off the blind, the fault line, everything, and they cut Team Liquid down.
It's successful, and they keep it going. Keep up the pressure. Redgar trying to retaliate, but the job has been done already with 2 players left on their end of the side. And the spike left behind with not much to play with. This is a tough endeavor for them with Vitality falling so far back now.
These delayed mid-aggressions from the defensive side, this is how you punish a slow team on Haven, because usually you'll be trying to set up this play around a minute when you try to commit into Garage. That's the second Team Liquid are actually trying to take space, because they've just been holding those windows for so long, and they get absolutely murdered.
Lose this round and it's pretty much over for Team Liquid, so they've got to make the heroics happen here. Putting faith in the Redka, but
30
Twiston's got his
left.
number, knowing where he's coming from. This is the first shot. Oh, it's rough, but Redka gets it done cleanly. Doesn't lose any of his health in that endeavor. Destrian, though, deals with Nats, knows where Redka is coming from. I mean, he's got friends. And his brother in arms is right next to him, Redka. Pushing forwards, but Destrian ready for it. And Vitality on 12, just one away from closing down map 1.
Fantastic. Vitality giving a bit of a show here for the fans. The overlay of utility, piece on piece on piece here. Just built this impenetrable wall. The timings are there. Vitality, that's something they practiced right there. The setup, 2 in B, 2 stepping out of garage. Now they've got ultimates to play with as well. I think Bone Cold actually had the Hunter Sphere in the last round, but didn't even need it.
Early on this Fury, Redka's actually spotted here. Ooh, another spot. Vitality early picks and throwing everything at them. They throw a Hunter's Fury, they throw a Rolling Thunder, they gain a kill, and they're just going after them.
And if you run away from this, what do you find? Twiston's operator top site C. There's no good answer other than to fight your way back in.
They're not letting up. They throw an Aldrone towards them as well. And Team Liquid are not comfortable with pushing this. They're taking it slow, but eventually went off the kills. And now they can just move towards this A site now that they've gotten 2 picks.
Vitality a little bit greedy there with the numbers, trying to hold that forward position in A lobby. TL shut it down, but we're only a minute in. So much action so quickly. We still have time. Now Twiston's taking a very forward stance over towards C. So if TL leave this site, it may just be over for them. They're going to loop around on Destrian. They have to kill Destrian.
Destrian just holding it out. Ooh, the pick is there. And the send up, but he's quickly eliminated. Destrian's still alive. He falls back. He's softened up Yampy and Safe as well.
Another flank. Now Safe was able to switch over to a Phantom. Pick that one up in lobby. So both players now coming through short.
Uncomfortable. Yampy, good little swing there, catching him off guard. But Twiston is there with the blades. Double kill. Safe is low. 1 blade should do it. But Twiston has to be more accurate with his. He needs a headshot while Safe can hit anywhere. Twiston can hit anywhere on the body.
He saw him.
Oh, it's tough. Ring around the Rosie. Touching off the spike. Shorty held off. But even the Shorty's good enough. Safe is so low. And again, going all the way around the roundabout. Safe with a right click. Team Liquid still in the game.
Safe wins on the merry-go-round right there. Absolutely nuts that Twiston even put his team in a position to win this with 2 kills dancing on through. But Safe secures it at the end. It's still alive for them. TL fans not quiet just yet, and TL have a lot to play with heading into this next round as well. Rolling Thunder, Yampy's Hunter's Fury as well. And Vitality, similar to the last round, actually not playing too far forward. Should I say dissimilar to the last round?
Early flash, Destrian. They check it, Vitality come off on top. Not what Team Liquid would have liked. Rolling Thunder, but is there follow-up, right? They need to move in quickly together with Hunter's Fury. Is it good enough to find Sender? It is, and now they've leveled the playing field. The site is theirs.
Great comms on that one, knowing exactly where the killjoy is. Watch the flank though, Yampy's here for it, and Yampy gets him.
He's down. Team Liquid, remember, it's a mountain to climb. They need 6 rounds, but little by little is all they need. So if they close this round comfortably, it's a good way towards that main goal. Vitality moving into the site. This is a tough one. One way towards a Spike's position.
Oh, no.
Aftershock into Redguard together with a stun. Vitality picked them off. Oh, they're going for it, and they still have another flash to play with as well. Mosey! He's making it look so easy! Smurfing all through the server. They bring the clutch home to close out map 1 of the series. Damn, did they make that look good.
Molsey ascended to close out that game. My word. A man on a mission, a warpath down long. Kill after kill. Throughout the game, utility on point from him, gunplay on point. Everything coming together in a fantastic debut in home territory here for Team Vitality.
It's definitely looking a lot better than it did last time around. We saw them on the server this time, straight away in EMEA, doing some strong work on their home ground. But now it's kind of time to also look into the next one, right? Fracture, where Team Liquid have potentially to show what they've got in store for us. So I'm excited for that one. So make sure you do stay tuned in for that one, because I don't think Team Liquid are going to let them off that quickly. No!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, Team Vitality, they gave the Golden Hornets something to cheer for as they closed out this map of Haven against Team Liquid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Vincent and Lothar. Are you okay? You doing good?
Something stings you really badly.
Stinks?
Yeah, stinks. Like, you know, like odor.
Do you know what? I smell it as well. I smell it as well. Now you mentioned it. Yeah.
It comes from here.
Do you mean my soup? It's great.
Vincent, put it away. Put it away. It needs more time. It needs more time.
I'll give it some more time.
Okay, it needs more time.
You're doing good.
But do you know what? We should celebrate. There's one thing we really need to be celebrating about, is that Team Vitality have won a pistol round. They did it! Woo! Okay, give it up
Just
to Team
one.
Vitality.
Just one, though.
But
Please.
that's one
Don't go
more
overboard.
than all of Brazil put together. So, you know, we got to give them the props that they've actually managed to do it.
I mean, they looked really pristine, but they also were kind of like given the floor by Liquid. You know, they had every single space on the map when they were doing that. They capitalized on the pistol round as well. They won the bonus round. It's like, it was actually crazy how much space they were given. And in general, in the pre-show, I was saying that Liquid has to find an answer to stop Vitality from doing whatever they're doing, and that didn't happen. So yeah, I mean, it's also very visible in the scoreboard. As you can see, Yampi topping the scoreboard for Liquid with only 13 to 15 stats.
It's a kind of funny scoreboard, though, if we take a look at it, right? Particularly if we talk about the magic number called ACS. The best player in Vitality, who won 13-6, is up 217. Like, something feels wrong about this being also balanced out and everyone doing their job. But this is something Vitality have really proven for me personally over this entire game, that they have a simplistic, not overcomplicated game plan that still works out well.
You know, it's when you mention the stats, isn't just that it's so flat for Vitality because, one, the outcome of the rounds were decided post-plant, right? And the first bloods were actually evenly distributed towards the entire team. Every single player had at least 2, and only one player had 3.
Let's talk about some of those executes that we saw. Both of you, you mentioned we know what they do. It's reliable, and it works out. And Lothar, you said Liquid had to stop them. But what is it if we take one particular round, for example, you felt like they needed to stop?
In general, this was just a repeat history on C. When they were just going onto C side, it was just free for taking. It is something that you can see here, compilation of just executes onto C side, and Liquid is nowhere near the side. They were just, in the pre-show was saying that Liquid needs to find an answer to stop those explosive pushes done by the breach support towards the jet dashes, and that's something that Liquid didn't even try. And you know what's the best thing? They won 3 rounds, right? And 2 of them were when they either fouled early on C to avoid the execute from happening, right? Or got an early kill to just make sure that there's no execute support possible even. So it was like Liquid didn't take it by the horns and didn't play for the win condition because they banked on playing retakes, which were not really well organized.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because when we're talking about it, it's like 2/3 of the rounds that Vitality won were purely about spike explosions. So it's that retake that did not simply work out, which can be great, right? This is a strategy teams have shown that it could work. But if you're playing it like that, it's a bit of a yikes for me.
I mean, the 2 players that we highlighted, the 2 players that are probably the least comfortable players on Haven, with the exception of maybe Chronicle, Shados, and Defo in the world, it is Redgar and Nat. So we don't see them play Haven ever. A lot of what you're talking about, Lothar, the organization just felt like maybe that was on Redgar's shoulders, and Nats didn't get as many timings as we usually see him do. So do you feel like maybe it was a mistake? Is it too early for them to kind of venture into Haven?
It's very hard to judge this by only one Haven when we see it from the Liquid, but it did look disorganized. Like all the retakes were kinda, let's say, mistimed from the different parts. Like we have seen multiple 3-player retakes coming from mid or through long A towards C, and all of those retakes were just kinda not even ready when the one player from the C side was just dead before even the retake was happening. And I guess you can put some of that blame for the IGL to not like putting the discipline, but at the same time, it's only a 1/2, so we can't really say for certain that this was the reason.
I fully agree to a certain extent, but it feels a bit like when we go back in time. And you know who took that risk back in the day in Stage 2 2022? It was that M3C roster. They've done the same thing in the first game. They've tried the same thing in the first game, and they failed the same way in the first game. It just feels like a risky, like, yeah, we can try it, haha, but it doesn't really convince me in being like, why do we not go to more safe places? At the same time, if this is their plan, we have to trust them, but they realize themselves, it doesn't really work.
Well, think about it also this way, that Liquid has almost mirrored comp, right? But on the attack, the Liquid plan was to play slow defaults and not rely on the explosiveness that this composition can essentially focus on.
Well, for Vitality, it was very comfortable. They like playing Haven, and they showed why they're one of the teams that we're sleeping on, really. And here is Destrian and Twiston right now warming up in the Aim Labs, getting ready for the next map as well. Not that they need it, let's be honest. I think both these players are doing incredibly. Twiston, you can get more shorty kills, though. I want to encourage him a little bit more, you know? Whip the shorties out more often.
I saw one round when he dashed onto Seaside into a smoke. He had his ultimate ready on the jet, and then he swaps to a shorty.
As he should. Yeah.
There's also a big flaw in Aim Lab. There's no shorty warm-up.
Oh, well, I mean, that's how good he is. He doesn't need a shorty warm-up.
Right, fair play. I give you
shorty warm-up, you peek a corner, and there's 3 opponents.
Yeah.
And you have only 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality, I feel like we've only seen 2-0 so far. It's day 2, you know, all the games is kind of been playing out this way. Do you feel like this is where Vitality is going to be a heavy favor like they are on Haven, or is it more of an even playing field?
It feels very complicated because let's be honest about that, what we're coming up to. I feel like this, if there would be a series so far that screams like we need to go to a 3rd map, that would be the series.
I mean, from what I remember at least, during lock-in, Liquid, particularly on Fracture, didn't look great, but Nats was actually shining through there, even though a lot of his kills were just exits and with no real impact, right? But then, when you compare it to Vitality, I would say that their Fracture, even though it was played a lot, and with the same composition, by the way, 5 times the last time they played it was with the Neon on Molsey. I like the idea, but the execution of that composition was very shaky. And also it's very easy to read, right? So, because you rely on those Neon executes with the support, but it's something that, again, Liquid can find an answer to, but will they, as it was on Haven, it wasn't found.
I personally believe this is the big difference that we need to talk, because what you're referring right to has not been played in lock-in, right? This was back in Red Bull Homeground, which was in 2022. So most importantly for me here is that one diversity that we have seen within the side of Vitality is there's one star, and that star is named Twiston for a very particular reason. And putting him purely in that duelist role and let him feel comfortable is exactly what I want to see. I don't want to see him as support players. Molsey is amazing, Lo-Fi. I think we don't really need to argue about that.
Wait, I have a better idea.
Give it to me. What is it?
Double duelist. Dun, dun, dun.
That does not sound like a Salah type beat. The guy who feels like he's doing
Molsey Twiston.
No.
Double duelist.
No. But if you play double duelist, do you feel like Neon would be the pick for the 2nd duelist?
Probably not, but there is a world that's viable, at least, for Molsey and Twiston.
I wouldn't mind a Jet on Twiston and Molsey on Raze. We know that he's a capable Raze, and he also feels very comfortable on her. So that's something that would be a possibility. And I'll be honest with you, I personally don't really like Neon compositions, so I'll be very happy to see a change in Vitality's plan here. Also, remember, we still have a Gecko that was not being used. I don't anticipate that Vitality might be throwing it in here, but there is a slight possibility of that.
Yeah, and on the other side, Yumpe was playing Raze at lock-in when they played Fracture, and Safe was on the KO. It might be the same story here with Molsey and Twiston. Maybe we see a switch over of Safe on that duelist role instead of Yumpe. We're at the Agent select right now as we head into Fracture, where we experience a tiny bit of technical difficulty from our side, but Yumpe is flying Sky, okay.
I remember that, and
Safe
is picking up the race. Okay, this is a wonderful change.
And we also have a change on the side of Vitality too.
There's a lot of changes here.
Oh boy.
Fade on Molsey, Twiston on the Raze. So this is something that we actually spoke in the, you remember our Hot or Not compositions? This is essentially the core of one of the compositions from Fracture. So Breach, Fade and Raze, which combo essentially together because of the possibility of catching people in one position, then getting 3 kills with Painters. But it is something that you rarely get nowadays when people are aware of that. Now on the other hand, we see a composition from Team Liquid that I don't really favor when it comes to synergy. There's not a lot of stuff that works here well in tandem. So it's like very detached. Also, Omen on Fracture has way less agency than Brimstone. Brimstone is fantastic when it comes to area control. The ultimate orb is phenomenal. Ultimate orb. The orbital strike is phenomenal on this map because it can single-handedly get you A-side control or tower control, and also very important, Fade can get you the same.
And the thing for me personally is I like the Viper. I think the Viper's a great pick overall. I think it's a not must pick, but definitely useful on this particular map. So the thing though for me is Vitality plays the Fnatic combo. And I think that is one of the most well-rounded comp if you play it according to the we need a lot of orbs because we have a lot of great ults, and then we actually execute a little later type of composition, as we've seen from Fnatic, for example. And I think Vitality is capable of pulling that one off.
Well, Team Liquid, they have never played Viper on Fracture in the history of this team, so it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. And it's time to jump into map 2 with your casters, Pavlos and Ender.
Well, I'm happy that these teams are willing to make changes. Obviously, new season, new patch, adaptation, things that didn't work in the past. Time to try something new, and hopefully it works better.
Yeah, I mean, they've come up with something here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they have because they need to be able to bounce back. Team Liquid, well, they did get a little bit of few more rounds on the board towards the end of Haven. Vitality were outmatching them at every single point. They need to come out here strong, but on a map like Fracture, I'm a little bit nervous for them because they weren't showing a lot of early aggression, early fight against Vitality, and that was what was punishing them a lot on their defensive side, where they were only able to pick up 3 rounds. Fracture, a map historically where you have to be able to fight early and often on the defense in order to sort of get a foothold towards the attacker spawn in order to have a chance in the late round.
What I think is important is that Team Liquid have picked this map, and I think that we need to put some emphasis on that because they should feel comfortable on it. For them to be thinking, okay, we've got a good chance against Vitality, go on this frontier. Obviously, they're playing against a Vitality that they haven't really seen before in this iteration with this particular setup. Let's have a look and see how this one makes up. Stakes, you know, it's the first match of the season. Somewhat high.
We'll see what they can do now. Team Liquid, no breach in the comp. So the discount breach is Redgar's Paranoia. That's what he's setting up for outside of Dish. That's where things are going to get kicked off because Safe is going to be next to him a lot, I think, in these early rounds. And off some information, potentially off the swing, off the boom bot. They would want that Paranoia, and instead he's actually just fighting forward.
Quick 2-on-2 fight. Redgar comes out on top. Nice little late peek out of that to end up with a kill.
That's what we wanted to see, though. Early aggression from TL. Show us you have it in the wheelhouse. Show us you can go for it. Vitality quick to respond, potentially with a B hit here as they've crept out, getting up on site, making sure they can clear everything and get a pretty safe plant.
Yeah, Spike will be going down simply. Team Liquid will be a little bit later on their response. There is a flank in the making. Obviously, Sender is on the way back, but Team Liquid, most of their attempt is towards the B main side. The drop has been illustrated, though.
Redgar heard that, but he still gets stunned by the breach. Breach is absolutely nuts. Sender fell, 2 nats.
And actually, Boncod is all by himself. He's only down to 20 points of health. Tried to take one down with him, but it's still 2v3. Team Liquid have got the numbers, and they're trying to get on here quickly before spending too much time. They've already wasted quite a bit, but they don't have much health between them. Less than 100 HP between the 3 of them. Destrin might be able to clean them up quickly, but Soulcast is able to find some headshots safe as well, and just in the nick of time to get the spike diffused. On top of that, Team Liquid start off their own home ground pick with a bang.
Liquid, we saw a little bit of everything right there. Early aggression Dish side, the triple flank outside of A main. Fighting back into spawn as well. I like this from them. At the same time, you still have to be very aware of those breach fault lines. That can be absolutely nasty later into the rounds. But TL get their round win. Yeah. They're going to be able to carry this over.
Bit of nitpicking here. I feel like Vitality were a bit disjointed on that post plant. You know, there were no real disadvantages they had with numbers. So there was no real need for hero plays.
Well, I think the problem with them, they were going for the flank, right? And because they had those 3 players coming down from ramp, they sort of had to push into spawn after their player had fallen, which is just unfortunate. There were 2 players of TL ready to turn around. I do think the idea was there for Vitality. Just ended up getting punished and forced into a very uncomfortable spot.
Now, we've yet to see a second round buy-up with some of these teams. I guess not enough close rounds on the first to make sure they can afford some sort of a significant buy, but already trade per side. Onto the side, Redgar. That TP wasn't exactly where he would have liked it to be, out into the open, and Twiston picks him up quickly. Onto the A side, Vitality goes, and they've got plenty of players still alive.
Soulcast here going to be so important on the north side flank. And he finds that kill. That's very big in opening this up now. Eyes over towards this raise. Twiston gets 3 on the round.
Still keep on trading equally. That's what they need. Even with lesser weaponry, they still kept it going. Mosey, again, case in point, keeps his team in contention, and now he's alone up against Safe. Boombot towards him. Can't feel comfortable. Spike's touch knows that Safe is no longer on it. Doesn't go and play against the second touch. It's Safe that comes out on top. Without the Bulldog, it's the classic to do it.
Dangerous territory right there for Team Liquid. Safe will win it through in the end regardless. But man, Vitality gave them a real go of things right there. Twistin finding 3 with the Stinger. Was almost enough for them. Down there, he is traded out though, and that was huge, right? The first kill coming through from Safe. This nade as well, just absolutely perfect to flush Destrian out of the situation.
Let's go!
Even the dance, they're resorting to the classic to finish things off. Even getting a little bit rowdy on stage. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, it's Logitech power round, but there's not much power within Team Liquid's buy this time around. Only 2 rifles, really. We know that Sheriffs can do quite a bit, you know, when you've got aimers in that team. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Try and damage up Vitality as much as possible.
Now Vitality, they have no north side control here. Had to abandon that one, and with the turret being broken, that's always going to be a threat for them. Working through potential stall util as well. Twistin's just going to blast his way up into the site.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Twistin gets deleted. Taking off his feet. There's actually an opportunity here for Team Liquid. Destrian. Oh, that's aggressive. And it pays off. Vitality might have been a little bit further back, but now clearly in the driver's seat, full control.
Yeah, slant not a position you want to be playing for exactly that right there. Utility can clear you away so easily. Interestingly enough, Nats, I think, is just going to play for exits here. TL realize they don't really have much in way of trying to retake this site, so all the kills you can gather
One
are
more
going to be
pick,
huge.
and they're going for it. 1 more kill is all they need. Nats has got a play in the making as well.
No
towards
way.
main.
No
Sender
way.
can't connect the shots, Nats!
He's defusing!
And it's defused!
Oh, no.
And they're not stopping it! Team Liquid! 3rd round pickup! And it all comes off of an Omen Ninja defuse.
I seriously don't think TL were trying to win that round, and then all of a sudden, Redgar finds this opening, picks, smokes for himself, TPs onto site. And Nats, with the monstrously late lurk, flanks it out, destroys any possibility of moving Redgar off the spike.
That's got to silence the Vitality fans.
Oh, now you've gone and done it.
I mean, Team Liquid just bounced back like that. 3-0 on the 2nd map.
Now, oh man, trying to get fast up here with the ult. Absolutely sent packing.
Yeah, with a bunch of paint on his face. Quite a way to die. Paint overload, if you will. Destrian trying to push forwards, but there's a triple man hold. It's a wall of players. Redgar going even further in the smoke, no fear. Do not be scared of these Mia Bees. Horses trot on them 1 by 1, and Team Liquid cleanly take over.
Nothing Sender can do now. I think it's a good time to sort of talk about the ideas of what this Team Liquid comp is trying to do, because you have a lot of questionable picks compared to like the meta standard comp that Vitality is playing on the opposite side here. One of those being the Omen. Lothar brought up a lot of good points on the desk, talking about how the Brimstone ultimate is so powerful, having 3 smokes for a sight hit, also very strong. The Molly in the post, very good too. But one thing Brim can't do, that one way in A main, sort of a more passive way of fighting for control there, just eliminating you from that angle, can be very strong. And the way TL have sort of played behind these smokes around Redgar too has been very good, sort of shutting out Vitality, trying to play on through those. At the same time, not having a breach can be a bit of a detriment, I think, later on for them, in terms of the long power-up, the long assistance, in terms of the breach ultimate, the concuss every round.
Yeah, Bone Cold feeling it after that one. The power in his voice towards his teammates, motivating them. That first map, put it behind you guys. We can still win this, a reverse sweep still on the cards.
Yeah, so on the other side of things, what can Vitality be doing here? Because they have a couple tools that I think are very strong for them as well, right? The breach, the Killjoy especially. I think if Sender is successful stacking up some orbs in the early round, 4 of them on Fracture, not the hardest thing to do in the world.
Yeah.
If you are gambling right and not running into the early aggression of Team Liquid, I think you can try to play for that ultimate, because there's no real reliable way for Team Liquid to remove that from the field of play. That ult's super powerful. Down in underpass, in A main, I've seen some teams as well try to take more forward control and use it in that area of the map too. And I think the Cypher is something they don't have to worry about so much either. You know, Nats' Cypher has been the pocket pick of his, legendary pick. next to his name, but when you have the Raze utility plus Boombot plus even after the nerfs, the Fade to clear it out with the Prowlers too, it's very hard, I think, to actually find good value from that trip, apart from just using it to guard off that north side. But again, if you commit Mulsi towards that angle early on with the Prowler, you can break that pretty reliably early on in a round and remove some of the sureness of the information from Team Liquid's mind.
What's really cool about what's going on with Team Liquid right now also is Safe being 7 on kills and 0 on deaths, while he's been a big part of these first early contact plays, you know? Always being part of the play, but never really paying for it with his life. Safe though. Man of the hour. Will be able to find the first kill once again. And a twist and, you know, Vitality, yeah, okay, the timeout was probably not for this round in particular. Probably one to precede this. Supersede it, perhaps. But some damage is it probably what they're looking for here, really. Team Liquid have got this under control unless Sender's able to find something out of that one, but it's all under lock and key here. 5-0 for Team Liquid.
Not going to happen. Vitality need to come up with some ways of challenging through the smokes that Team Liquid are throwing them. Again, running the double smoke comp, you have the Viper wall you have to bust through, the Omen one-ways as well, which you can cycle 3 of those before you run into any sort of cooldown problems on the ability.
Hey! Let's go.
But for now, it's Liquid riding all of the momentum. But this is the actual string round. Look at those ultimates in Vitality's hands. You have 4 ultimates that can just fully clear sites. Absolutely nuts for them to work with.
Let's see if Salah's laid up the plan correctly for the boys of Vitality.
So you can see it's actually maybe a north side crunch for Team Liquid. They don't want to sit on site. They cannot play passively in a round like this, so it's trying to catch Sender alone. He will get out in time, just barely.
Okay, so they figured it out. No one's on the outside of the map, but they will push towards this A site. Paranoia through.
So what I'm looking at with Redgar right now, he has ultimate, so you have options to try and ult off site and then cancel it, return to your team. He was using the Paranoia to stall out early on. Sender is actually trying to quickly back towards the north side, and no matter what happens on this hit from Liquid, there are going to be 4 players ready to fast retake from CT.
That's actually massive. No more dash stream means no more flashes. And there's no Prowler for Molzy either to help them onto the site. Such a key piece player for Vitality here.
Vitality got lost in the sauce right there. Sender wanted to go for that second pressure point from the north side, but he had to go very slowly to not make noise. That caused Vitality to slow down in A main. Now they've opened the door. They didn't hear it. No one's in range to hear the door open. They're going to be able to run all the way to B and backstab these 2 players.
There's a potential that Redgar heard it. There is a slight potential he has, and he's looking in that direction.
30 seconds left.
From the shadows. In A main, it's clear. But they have no idea no one's in spawn. Oh, and Soulcast loses his life. Now Yampi turns around, but he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Has to take the fight. Doubles up. Seekers in hand. Not able to use them before he dies off. 2v3, and there's 2 on the flank of Vitality. 12 seconds, and the spike has to go down.
Team Liquid reacted perfectly in that situation, shutting that down entirely. 3 players now to go on Bocold. He has to fight forward.
There may be one behind him, he knows it. Does want to isolate Safe, but unable to do so. Valiant effort, but Team Liquid on the case.
That round was nuts, Pavlos. What did I just witness? Oh my God.
So much going on.
Vitality slowed down again to try and get that north side player. And what it turned into was a fantastic decision by them. They were able to sneak fully into spawn. I love the timing on the Omen ult from Team Liquid as well to try and clear out A main. But they were only able to find the 1 kill. The second player, Yampi being back gen, was completely unexpected. The first kill was good. The second, with util in hand, converted everything to TL.
The funny thing is there was so much going on, but not even all of the ultimates got used, right? It was just 1 per side.
Which is absolutely nuts. Now, Sender's 1 point off for Vitality. There's still those 3 big ultimates ready to work with.
And Vitality round away from economical recession. Look at Team Liquid pushing aggressive onto the B side now. Flash perfect, but everybody's looking towards them. There's so much fighting going on, but who comes out on top? It's got to be Vitality. Twistin looking to move forwards with a showstopper, but there's no one there. They've already killed the players of the B site, and they now get the spike down.
Redgar and Naps both coming out from CT.
Bring them down.
And with an alarm bot in Arcade, very hard to sneak past this utility.
This is the best situation Vitality has found themselves in Fractured so far. They've got to close out this round. Nats, plenty of money in the bag. He's going to try and go for this. But not successful in it. Vitality, first round of this map is theirs.
Great response there from Vitality. Again, they were expecting early action, I do believe, after the previous round, knowing that if Team Liquid play slow, those ults will destroy them on site. And that dodge, oh my god, Destrian getting out of dodge from that Sky Flash saved the round, because if he gets hit by that, I think he was the only player that successfully dodged that initial flash. It would have been lights out. That's 4 players instantly hitting the dirt.
Remember the timeout they took a couple of rounds ago? Yeah. Probably laying a play like that. I mean, it didn't really come down.
That was reaction.
That was reaction.
Pure reaction.
That was pure reaction.
Out of
You're right.
Destrian on that.
That really is.
Now that flash is the normal play, right? Sending it out early, you know someone's playing here. No orb involved, but you'd love to be able to get Sender in a position to get ults. Now the problem with how Vitality has been playing for ults for Sender is he's been solo north side the majority of rounds. So he's not been farming those up. He's only getting those through kills through deaths.
Team Liquid have actually pushed up far, and I don't think Vitality have got any utility here to try and hold this out or even have an idea that this is happening. Twistin turns around. Oh, but he doesn't. Not in time! And Safe takes full advantage of it. Team Liquid on the front foot. Bone Cold trying to survive, but he cannot do so against the king himself, Safe. Once the ace, but Soulcast denies it, but still, that's a beautiful win. And Team Liquid on 7.
Team Liquid with these pushes have been super, super effective. And I think exposing Vitality just a little bit here. Again, they've been playing 1-4, but grouping up all 4 players together, very wary of the quick aggression from the defensive side. You see a team like Fnatic perhaps that would play this, or teams with the Fade. A lot of times you'll see that Fade player solo over towards A main, send the Prowler in early to scout out for any forward steps. That's something they have not done. Again, those 4 players always together holding hand.
So Vitality's fight keeps on going, man, but it's always uncomfortable. The ultimates.
How long has Destrian had this ult? 3-4 rounds now?
Oh, Sender might not be able to use his either. Nat's putting him to his early grave, pushing onto the site. Camo, very important. It's not even taken down yet. They know exactly what's going on the site.
Now, here's the problem. 1 player CT, 1 up by Dish, and 2 players now coming into A main.
This is going to become very claustrophobic for Vitality very quickly, which means they need to force.
Look at the setup. That's perfect.
Guiding Light, Soulcast on the first contact, Safe. Showstopper as well. Together with the paint shots. That was an explosive display of skill.
Team Liquid are awake on Fracture. The game plan impenetrable. And the work in tandem there between Yumpy and Safe into A main. Nothing could have stopped that man.
Safe, a true all-rounder playing every single role last year in Guild, but now feels truly at home on this raise.
Shocking performance. 19 kills to 1 death.
What?
Are you freaking kidding me, man?
The second fragger of the team has got 11 less kills than he does. If I did the maths right. I'm kind of casting for a reason and not a mathematician.
He's the only guy playing. He's the only one that matters. The rest of TL doing such a good job to set him up. Finally, Sender has the ultimate, and you know TL want to fight forward off that using the paint shells to try and zone away from back, but oh my word, what is that? Sender's pushing through it!
He's going through it because he just doesn't care. Somehow still alive, it catches everyone off guard, the lockdown works onto Yumpy. So many detained! And Vitality takes charge of it. Team Liquid overzealous, over ego, and they pay for it.
Oh my god. Vitality down 7 rounds, but still coming up with something like that. That's the power of the Killjoy. That's the power of the Brimstone. The Brim ult to punish the aggression to try and cancel out the lockdown. And then I love Sender just fearlessly running through the fire and the flames of his own Brimstone, knowing he takes so much reduced damage off of that to catch the players fully detained. I think Twistin was coming double satcheling in off of it as well. Just a gorgeous play, a gorgeous round from Vitality and Twistin.
Yeah, you're probably thinking right now, oh, we shouldn't have stayed that long. Nothing you can do now. It's got to reset for the next. Vitality, though, they take that in their stride. Doesn't matter if it came that easy, it came nevertheless, and they got it flawlessly.
They absolutely did. Big difference between these 2 comps, the explosive ults. Vitality have 4. Vitality have 5, really. TL, 1. So when those ults come online, they have to be used, and that's why It's been a little bit lackluster so far. Twistin 1 point away from having his. Can he find an opening frag? No, it's safe, and Nats on the opposite side, ruining Twistin and Sender.
Still though, Vitality are entering into the lion's den here of Team Liquid. Still a lot of presence here for the defenders. And yeah, Vitality have to second guess themselves if they enter. All right, the chances of Vitality here are slim, very slim. They're already on the back foot and they haven't gained space. They need a pick, but it's a matter of Team Liquid if they give them that pick.
Unironically, first order of business here, get Mulsi another ult orb.
Yeah.
Get that online for the final round. They're down in numbers, making things incredibly challenging. I would honestly, I actually think Destrian should drop Spike to Mulsi here. In the event that they do get on the site for a plant, they already took a main orb. In the event they can do it, it would be so big for the 12th round.
They've got to buy nonetheless next round, so they're going to go for this. Can't fully set up for next round only. They've got to put their eyes on this one.
Safe still has paint shells though. All the stall util is absolutely here. And 2 players from Dish with no backside pressure, you can't get in.
And the info is there. Rotations come through from Team Liquid. Reinforcements arrive. Fault line finally available.
Look at Redgar.
One on an elevated angle. Finally dealt with, but the rest spray upon them. Whether that's through a smoke or they've got a clear eyesight on them, they are dead nonetheless, and Team Liquid on 9.
Nothing will be saved up. Use it.
Almost the perfect reversal of fates from game 1.
Almost.
And what's the idea going to be here from Vitality? Because I believe you can see those ults again. I'm pretty sure Sender is just 2 off.
By the way, Safe just hit the 20 bomb.
Yeah, but he died twice.
Oh.
He slashed the KD in half.
He slashed it.
Yeah, what's he doing? For Northside, this is a unique look for Vitality. Sender down bot side. It's Destrian that's 2 off. Mulsi just 1. We'll see what they can accomplish here. Talked about this yesterday, but the awkward situation Twistin finds himself in is he has ultimate, but he also wants to be the person taking first contact, playing off his teammate's utility. Destrian takes north side orb. They're going to move down bot side. Look at this, the switcheroo.
Yeah,
Sender goes top side, and they're going to want to get Destrian that final orb.
The alarm bot is no longer available, so
no.
they're able to push past it, and Vitality have got no idea this is happening.
Will Vitality actually give up on the play? Maybe they don't. They're still going back down north side, and the dog may have actually spotted the breach.
The alarm bot isn't enabled. The turret isn't enabled, and they're able to catch Destrian off guard completely. Oopsie. Sender moved away too quickly.
And now no breach to set up this raise. Twistin, what can you give us?
Nothing. The answer is nothing. Paintrel's perhaps on tower. There's one there, but Nats holding the line of main. No one pressured him in that direction. No one has touched him. Double digits for Team Liquid at halftime. Best thing what Vitality did on map number 1.
Turns out Team Liquid can play Valorant. Oh my god. That was crazy. Safe with 20. I mean, just the continual aggressive defensive plays. Making Vitality look completely out of sorts. Vitality never had a good answer to scouting out all the different ways in which Team Liquid were able to manipulate the map and work into spawn.
Aww.
Gotta love that.
Awesome. How wholesome.
A little smooch.
Yeah, the Stingers of Vitality this time around not stinging. I mean, it's a change of pace we wanted from Team Liquid, to be fair. We wanted this to be a competitive series. Yeah. Obviously, Vitality, you know, they've got their first map. They've got a little bit of a buffer. Even if they do end up losing this map, they will have a third one to fall into. But still, you want them to be a little bit more competitive in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that going over to defense, they're obviously going to be able to switch up how they play almost entirely, so we'll give them some kind of a chance. That being said, Team Liquid, what a glow-up from the first map. Not just like they won rounds, right, obviously, guys, but the fact was, one of the biggest problems, they took so long on Haven to figure out how they could play forward and fight actually for space. They're playing very loose over towards A lobby, over towards C long. Until they got an operator in hand, that was the only time they actually really changed things up. This time, from the get-go, from round number 1, they were playing aggro, reacting very well on the fly to whatever it was Vitality were throwing them. Because it wasn't like Vitality were doing nothing, right? They had these creative spawn pushes, reacting to the flanks, trying to work very deep up against Team Liquid, but Team Liquid always had the answer.
And I think there's a bit of a contrast between map 1 and map 2. I feel for this one, Team Liquid, we've at least seen more set plays from them rather than we saw in the previous. Whether that's because they've had them prepped or haven't, or had a lack of it on the previous one, that is a different question. Or whether that was Vitality just landsliding that early.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just came down to like solving what Vitality were trying to do, and it was just a little bit late to see what they could actually end up doing. Now, for Vitality, a lot of the problem just came down to like what the scouting was actually happening early in the rounds. They couldn't really figure out exactly what Team Liquid were trying to do. That obviously not as much of a concern moving over to defense, but we're going to need to see similar aggressive defensive setups. You almost always assume. Now, this is a much more standard composition: the breach, the raise, the fade. So many great tools to try and work forward aggressively. So every single round, what you're gonna do, if you're watching Fracture, you look and see where's Raze, where's Breach. That's where the action is gonna be. For Vitality, they're choosing the A site right off the rip, A main in particular.
Hey, look, we've seen wonders happen before. There's been EMEA teams that have been able to perform it, so.
Now check out the setup from Team Liquid. This is what I was talking about, having some scouting util in A lobby, right? They have 4 players south side, but they use a flash, right? That'll tell them if someone's there. Now, no one's there, no one's up close. Yumpy's still waiting over there, potentially to use a dog later on as they just test the water with some opening picks. But this is a much more conventional way, I think, to play the attacking side, a much more safe way to play it as well, to not allow the early aggressive options from Vitality.
Go get him.
It is a fairly standard hold from the defensive side, obviously looking at a pistol. That's isolated, late lurk potential.
That poor Boombot. Not having the timer on it anymore. That actually, I believe in the past, would have cleared out Yumpy.
The Trailblazer. Find some info, no stun. Molzy close by. They hear the door opening, so whether Molzy does push through it, it is definitely telegraphed. He's got reinforcements on an upper level.
Ooh, Nat's here, up by Dish. That's going to be a good timing. Doesn't quite find the kill.
Does make the defensive Vitality a little bit uncomfortable, and it makes them stick around. There was a potential where Team Liquid would have rotated over, but no, they stick to their guns.
Wow, Vitality
They
actually,
baited out.
They're expecting the rotate to come through, but TL don't want to move into the Killjoy. Not one bit. Twistin could bust things wide open.
Nats is holding it, but it didn't quite find the headshot. And now Twistin, with that drop control, Team Liquid find the site, but they have to deal with this one quick. They're down in players, down in health.
So safe. He pushes spawn. Huge.
Successful in finding one. Bone call for the smoke, though. Not going to make it easy. Still, Redguard retaliating. We're looking at Team Liquid looking uncomfortable.
They're still going.
They're on the site, but that even will get pressure. Twistin about to get onto the backside of Yampy. And there's so much Yampy's got to do with not much help to work with. That's the first head, but he needs to look behind him in time. And I don't think he will.
What?
Oh, he does! And now there's a chance. Sender. Oh, my goodness! Yampy, you just didn't do that!
Yumpy can do no wrong. Bolts out of his seat after winning out the clutch. Hand to ear, could not hear the Vitality fans in the arena.
I want to see this one again. Turnaround. But the moment you think he's not going to look around, the timing gods were with him. But he took the opportunity and hit his shots crisp. 2 bullets, 2 kills. On a 1-on-3 clutch, by the way. 30 HP, was it?
It was nothing. Absurd that he gets the job done. Now Vitality forced to buy up into this one. A judge no armor even on Sender, just playing up towards heaven.
Shadows traveling.
Even Bone Cold only has the 2 smokes to try and stall out. So anything TL could do in terms of early sound to bait those out from him could be strong. Actually, with this wall, they may just try to contact up. They're going to bring it down for the time being. Maybe on the next rotation, they could try to punch that one.
Safe. Contact. 55 seconds. They've drawn this out quite far.
Here
So much forcing going around.
They're going to try to move 2 players up towards north side to get a split. Actually, they're making noise running underpass. That's very surprising to me. Not worried at all that anyone's going to hear. Sender has repositioned over towards slant, so not going to be in any trouble with this tower push. But if they loop through tower, he's got nowhere to go but forward.
Bit of a mind game, isn't it? Are they really committing to this? Are they faking? Do we rotate? Do we stick? Seems they will be sticking. They're rotating over. Sender with 1. Redguard quickly to punch back. Bone Cold. Behind the smoke, has to be very clear with his intentions.
Ridiculous. Sender gets one there.
Oh, Nats was ready for it. The man can see the future. Oh, and Soulcast. Oh, they've got everything under lock and key. They know exactly what's going on. The calls, the foresight, and Molzy. looking from the outside as if this is a fishbowl and he can just only be a watcher while Team Liquid get this done real quickly. 12-2 with a 10-round difference.
The energy in here is just absolutely nuts. In two one-sided affairs as well. The battle between the fans has been tight throughout. Something tells me it'll be decided on Lotus, though. That's something being the 10-round lead that TL have, but you can pretend I'm a genius for saying that. No, not going to give it to me? Okay.
No, I'm just going to let you try out there. Ooh! Safe has been crisp all this map, and he just doesn't want to stop.
Yeah, well, you know, he'd only gotten one kill on the attack so far, so
fair.
Kind of important that he's able to get that KD up, because this is going to be a fast game. He's not going to have the chance maybe to even go for 30. Holding now for Twist as 3 players Vitality try to fight on through. Nothing's working, though.
Yeah, Team Liquid just get their picks, fall back, even though they've got, I mean, not even fall back, just move onto a site, get the spike down, and Team Liquid being Team Liquid, you know you've got Redgar calling onto them. Hold back, guys. The game isn't over. Let's not be overzealous here. Let's just close this one out. Why overcomplicate things? Speaking of that, Nats, his former teammate and current teammate, does end up going a bit too aggro, losing his life, but Redgar will stoppage to that. And Soulcast and Save put their guns and bulldogs together to try close it out, and they're successful. 13-2, Team Liquid. What a response after that first map. Who would have thought it would have been this decisive?
Redgar sharing a moment there as well. They know they just killed Vitality. That was not even remotely close. I'll give that one back to you.
Yeah.
Nice,
All
nice,
right.
nice.
I try to help you out with that one because it was, you know,
we needed
got
the
some
assist.
strength to him, so
Yeah.
I needed to assist you.
How
there.
about
But
Safe,
holy,
though, man?
Yeah.
Oh my, I think finishes with 22, 23 kills, but 20 and 2 at the half. A phenomenal individual performance. Team Liquid as a whole just understood how to play that map of Fracture 2. Phenomenal play, but it comes down to a third and final. We're headed to Lotus right after this.
Good job! Let's go! I'm farming you, Tristan! I'm farming you! Nice, boys! Let's go! Let's go!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a response from Team Liquid. I bet you guys at home didn't expect that one after what happened on map 1. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here with Zesht and Lothar. I don't think any of us expected it. And soup tastes good now, yeah?
It's cooking up soon.
It's cooking now, it's cooking now. But yeah, what a map. It was just a complete domination.
I mean, they could have had it. You know, they could have had at least the momentum broken down, if we particularly consider that wonderful round number 3. But overall, my goodness, this was a totally different Liquid as they tried something, they dared something, they were risky about things, and you know what? They pushed a few regions as a defender. And I enjoyed to watch that they have said, you know what? We can't always feed back at spawn, we can't always play retake, we have to deny that.
It's funny that you speak about those rounds because those are the only 2 rounds that they lost on defense where they were aggressive on long B. But in general, this is the Liquid that I expected when they signed those players. Like, I expected this fundamental level of play because in the pre-map, I was complaining about the fact that the composition doesn't have like visible synergy between the agents, but it doesn't matter if the composition has the synergy or not, if the players are on the same page. We have seen a lot of double, triple peaks, playing off the flashes from different positions, and it was like, always was very well organized and synchronized. So it looked orchestrated, and that's how I expect a top tier team to play.
I mean, Safe, we're going to get onto him in a second, but honestly, the audacity of him to die 4 times as well, what was he thinking?
I'm shocked, you know, but you know what I'm also shocked about? After just 9 rounds played, Save had more kills than Twiston over the course of the entirety of Haven. This man was feeling it today. Overall, though, I would say sure, it was a very top-heavy kind of game, but didn't feel like any of the players of Liquid was like, you know, that's a yikes, that played really bad. That was not the feeling at all. I mean, with a 32, you can hardly mess it up, to be very frank, but it felt like a totally different Liquid, like a more confident Liquid, exactly the kind of Liquid that I expected from day 1 on.
Fun stats.
Please.
Save has less deaths than first kills. He has
Safe
5
has
first
less
kills
oh, wow, okay.
and only 4 deaths. So he was in 6 opening duels, but overall has only 4 deaths. Like, it's kind of crazy when you think about it.
I mean, let's take a look at those rounds. I feel like when I asked production to build us a Safe highlight package, Cougar was like, well, don't you just mean every round? That would literally just be every single round, which it might end up just being. But this man was feeling it.
Round
Last
2.
time we saw them play on Fracture, it was Yumpe on the Raze. So this was a good decision to move Safe over to it.
We still had a very, very important round from Yumpe overall, winning that 1v3. But in general, Safe was going absolutely nuts, and I loved how they worked as a team and like enabled Safe as well. Many of the kills that he's getting were just being possible because of the support from the Sky, because of the support from the other agents. We have seen actually a lot of paint shows and snakebite combos, which is pretty good. But like this situation over here, you can see like how it's like being orchestrated. This flash going through rope, through the doors, like, and that enables Safe to get that multi-kill.
And there you have
he
it.
was giving it as well. I mean, you
Look
don't want to be on the receiving end of Safe giving it, but this is a heat map of all of Safe's kills on Fracture.
Particularly, I think the main part is interesting because you just mentioned about all the flashes and that, but this is also where we gotta say it. He perfectly built that with Soulcast, right? Coming in with the snakebite, making the players vulnerable. This is where the grenade particularly hits so well. They cannot escape. And this is where he basically built a perfect death trap over there on A main, where it's like, you want to face us? You want to take that room against us? Not with us.
You know, talking about A main, because we have seen the standard one way from Omen being put there on the defense, right? But what we didn't see is any kind of counterplay from Vitality in the same area.
Yeah.
They were just literally blocked, waiting 30 seconds for the 2 one-way Omens to dissipate instead of just smoking under it to just essentially prolong the path, right? So to counter that one way. And that's something that in general, didn't see from Vitality. They were kind of like helpless, didn't try to find solutions, they didn't do problem solving.
But this is one of the crucial differences between having Omen and having Brimstone, because with Brimstone it's like, I have to use that smoke and I'll never get it back.
But he still has 2
No, I'm with you, but I'm just saying this is where people are like, I can use it early because it comes back super soon in like 30 seconds, right? This is like the difference in it. And that's where I also personally dislike Brimstone a slight bit more because he is just more stiff in that regard.
Yeah, true. But I would like to also, when it comes to stiffness, would like to talk about the flexibility.
Yeah.
The flexibility wanted to bring out the Viper Omen composition that we have seen on the opposition side, so on Team Liquid. Like on attack, when we've seen 2 rounds essentially, right? But there was a basic wall going through B, and then the smoke coming from the Omen on the left side of DICE was essentially enabling a first blood happening on DICE, and it was really well done. And I'm happy that we didn't see more attacking rounds, because I would like to do like a compilation of what was happening with double smoke setup.
I'm also unhappy because I wanted to see more stuff from Dom. We saw a smoke that he was putting down above sand as well when they were running in. I wanted to see more Viper stuff, more Viper tech, but this is good for them because they can save all of that for their next opponent. I feel like when you get a stomp like this, it doesn't really count as proper footage. So the next
That was the previous match.
Yeah, literally the previous match. But speaking of that, Vitality, they had a chance to maybe just close it out 2-0 against Team Liquid. What is happening with them here? Is this concerning at all? It feels like the mental game was just gone.
I mean, it felt a bit like one of those when our team's just totally shutting down. Losing the most simple fights, not realizing that the lurk is possible. All those things are so odd because it is a top-level team that suddenly forgets basics, that simply forgets basics.
There were some rounds when I was like really guessing what is happening, because we have seen Cougar playing north side, not guarding south side, and then suddenly everyone was surprised that someone is behind them. Or the utility from Killjoy was on south side, but the Killjoy somehow was ending up on arcade, so that everything was turned off, and a breach had to go through underpass to check for the flank, and then he gets killed. So there was a lot of visible issues coming in from Vitality's Fracture, and I'm not a fan of this, such a blowout, it's like...
Well, Safe, he is in his element, when he's standing up and giving it and trash talking. That's when you know that he's really, really confident and feeling it. And he does seem like the type of player that once he hits that momentum, he's just going to ride it out. I think Vitality, I would like to see a little bit more energy from them here. Their fans are really behind them. Even when they were down, they were still singing. They're still cheering for them. And as we go into map 3, where Liquid, there's no footage, and we've seen some stuff from Vitality, of course, Vincent, from the Hot or Not in the pre-show. Would you like to see them bring out that comp they played against Global Esports again?
I mean, it worked very great on their attack side. You have to give them that. At the same time, I'm just simply not a fan of single controller, which is then particularly Harbor. Yes, I mean, his Cascade is wonderful for taking control over an A side, for example. It's amazing, right? That wall that just goes so deep, and a nice any operator doing its job, just one of the examples. But at the same time, I feel like it needs a little more. And, you had a bit of time to swap things up. I mean, they were eliminated fairly early, to be frank, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a good change, a compositional change over on that map.
Yeah, it probably will see a change, is maybe just adding another controller as a main controller, and then Harbor will be the supplement to that. At the same time, I'm just happy to see that Vitality was playing the breach on this map, because they had, when they were playing against Global Esports, it was apparent that the battle for A was like scripted in the way that they play, Something that, for example, when we just take today's match that we have seen in Lotus previously from Foot Esports, on defense, they were not fighting for aim main control because they didn't have the tools for that, right? And now this is also going to be a very interesting question of how conceptually both teams will be playing this game, just because we don't know what Liquid will choose.
But that's also a thing we saw with Navi, for example. They were not that interested in A control. They were sometimes interested, but not that overly eager to do that. And I think that's a kind of change in the meta maybe as well.
Yeah, what's funny is that Navi was actually having, on the hit maps, they were essentially almost every time on the rubble, on the wall,
exactly,
like TPing there, And that's not something that every team is doing, but the teams that do favor playing for A control have that possibility. So
I also love on stage, I think it's either Mosey or Bone Cold who had like 4 different cups of drinks. I want to know like how 4 different drinks? What are they drinking on there?
And maybe it's
Is
just...
it Bone Cold? Oh no, I think someone...
Mosey has 3.
There's 3 for Sender.
3.
Yeah, what are they drinking? I'm gonna need to ask maybe in the post-plant game.
Has to be Red Bull.
3 different flavors, I reckon.
Why not?
Yeah. Three separate flavors. It does seem like the issue that we are having is currently being resolved, and we're gonna get Agent Select soon. But if you're Vitality, after map 1, you don't want to get reverse swept in this kind of fashion. You have that 2-0 in your hands, and if they were to lose this map as well, I think it's going to be a difficult kind of mentality for them to get out of for the next game.
If we speak about mental challenges, like in this kind of match, when you just got slapped around on map 2, I feel like you just completely erase it from memory and treat this match as a now best of 1.
Yeah.
This is the fresh map, win or lose. You forget what happened back there. Like, just 2 words, like fix the issues that you had, like quickly, but completely forget that it existed, because some games like that will just happen and the team just fell flat, right? But now it's about the mental reset for the best of 1.
I mean, for Liquid at the same time, they were touted as one of the EU super teams. We didn't really see that in Brazil, but if they carry on playing like this, I think they're finally living up to that title.
Well, we didn't see it on map 1 as well.
Yeah.
Like, it was very, very lackluster, and it is completely different team on Fracture playing as a team, as a unit, you know, as the 5 fingers of one hand, something that we barely have seen on the previous iterations of previous maps.
You know, one thing is great, I think, from the Vitality piece that we saw earlier, bringing it back to them real quick, is that, you know, Twistin himself said, Bone Cold is tilt-proof, ice cold, as Finnish as he is, and that could be a big benefit.
I mean, that guy's a world champion, and I feel like he didn't get there by being someone that's going to be easily tilted. We are heading into Agent Select now for Lotus. Liquid have never played this map, so interested to see what they're going to do, and if Vitality are going to stick with that comp we saw them last time. And this is different already.
That's already a change, yeah.
Safe on the Neon.
Multi on Fade, so this is the same. Bone Cold on Breach. So the change is so far the Sentinel for Vitality. Okay, so it's only the Sentinel's change.
Yeah, exactly.
From Killjoy to Cypher. And on Liquid side, we have Safe on Neon, Yampi on the Sky. So the reason why you choose Sky for Neon is because the bird matches the speed of Neon, so they can be easily synchronized. And then, of course, we have Redgar on Omen because of the possibility of the one-way early control, and Nat as the supplementary Sentinel / Smoker. So this is actually really well tailored together. I like this one.
What about the Harbor, though?
Well,
yeah, I think, again, I'm not a big fan of single controller Harbor. It just feels like slightly incomplete. Doesn't mean that it doesn't work, particularly with Vitality starting on attack. It's not that much about that denial. I mean, the Cascade does a great job, for example, on that A side mentioned before. So it's possible, considering that Vitality loves to start on attack. They really thrive when they're starting on attack. It could be a great momentum shift that they can carry in their second half. But first of all, they need to prove to me that they're capable of bringing that one home, because the first half is always so detrimental, particularly considering when they start on attack.
I mean, the problem is the Vitality composition is based on like a one hit, right?
Absolutely.
Or you play the long game in default way to raise the value exponentially from the Harbor's utility, which is so great when it comes to playing on the cooldowns. But the problem is, as you mentioned before, it's only one controller. So it's very apparent when you're trying to play the slow game and your opponents can just, as we have seen in the past, very patiently wait on the line, on their lanes, and that's about it, right? So we'll see. This is going to be a very interesting map. So far, every single team that had played Lotus had a different idea on which lane to like put the main focus on, like Navi on B, but then they changed. We had Futo on C as well. So I'm really curious to see what is going to happen from those two teams.
Vincent, you gave me a really fun stat during the break. I think it might be applicable here if you want to whip it out.
Yeah, you know, Vitality is not particularly good when they're losing the first 3 rounds in a row. It's just the maps that they usually then lose when we consider lock-in only, of course. I mean, we can't go that far back with Vitality. So it is a bit of a shocker to me that Vitality really is that momentum-based, and particularly there's one challenge they're really good at: win a pistol. Impossible.
So that's typical round behavior. Lose 3-0 and that's it.
Well, let's see if they are going to win that pistol. We also have a Harbor in play here in EMEA. Pavlos and Ender, what do you make of that?
I reckon it's going to be quite a good one. Thank you for waiting, everybody. We know it's been a little bit of time, but there's a good reason for that.
Yeah, so the issue was basically the in-game HUD. We were having issues making that actually work out, so the decision was made to delay the game by just a couple of minutes so that we could resolve those issues and have the full HUD for the in-game experience. That means we get to see all the utility, all the guns purchased, literally everything, which is a much better game to actually watch. We're going to be jumping into that in just a moment here. But I think overall, in terms of the comps, I'm really excited to see the Neon in particular in the hands of Safe, who just absolutely ran over Vitality a moment ago.
This game has got to be a strong one. The first map, strongly in favor of Vitality. The second one, Team Liquid took that one quickly. Now we need the third one for both of these teams to show up at the same time. to make sure this is the best possible third map and decider of this first series for these two teams.
Yeah, give me a close one. That's what everyone is wanting here in Berlin. We can have these teams come in at full force. We know the Golden Hornets have been standing up the entire time. I still don't think anyone sat down. Has anyone sat down? Oh, we got 3 people sitting down. Okay, okay, guys.
Slouching a bit, guys.
Look, by the time we actually get into game, you know, all the way up on top of their feet, it's going to be great. The Liquid fans also out in force here today. Now, in terms of like actually dissecting these comps just a little bit, the one big change I think for Vitality from Lock-In was in Lock-In they were playing the Killjoy, and today they're playing the Cypher. And I think actually one of the reasons to play the Neon on the opposite side is it can blitz past all that Killjoy utility. On the other hand, the Cypher Tripwires slaughter Neon. Does not give her a fun time at all. So that may be a bit of a problem when it comes to actually executing into these side hits for them.
Indeed, and I kind of want to unravel the fact that both of these teams weren't able to deliver on their opponents' map picks. Maybe, possibly, to not being able to figure out their opponents as quickly as they would have liked.
Yeah, I think the main thing when I look at it, starting on Haven, the weakness of Team Liquid was not identifying the strengths and the 2 main plays that Vitality were going for. So if we get off
Where did he go?
Oh, come back! Come back!
He's melted.
Oh, he's okay, he's okay.
Oh, everyone, it's all right. Okay.
Everyone, let out a sigh. It's going to be okay. We got the cute plushies here too for Safe.
Oh, okay.
No, that's Safe's name. Maybe they have the same name. They're like twins.
Safe
Yeah.
Junior.
Yeah, Safe Junior. Safe Senior. We really don't know.
Could be. It's Safe
the third.
Safe the third.
It's really unclear. But yeah, in terms of things, I think Team Liquid were slow to adapt on Haven, and that was their main issue. So if we run into a world where this, the start of the first half starts looking bad for Liquid, we need to see them identify key issues early on. On the opposite side for Vitality, I just think they lacked the early scouting to find a lot of the fracture defensive pushes from Team Liquid. That was a bit of a hole in their game plan. Now, Lotus, probably the least practiced map for a lot of the teams coming in here. They'll have a lot of recent history on it, but they don't have that same, long-term familiarity with it. It's going to be a big challenge here on the opening day for these two teams.
Definitely pressure mounting on. And yeah, this is a decider. Starting off the season strong, that's what they're looking for. These two teams debut in Europe.
We are going to be jumping into game right now. It all comes down to this on day 2. The EMEA VCT TL versus Vitality all tied up.
Team Liquid starting off on defense, Vitality on attack. Zesh mentioned it on this. This is where Harbor stands alive. Cascade very useful on that early A main entrance, as well as trying to close those close quarter distances on each of these entries.
100%.
Nearly choked there.
You're alive though. We're all good. Our teams. I like using the Cypher for the early... Oh no, Redguard down to 5 HP. Now there's 2 players inside tree, but Vitality might not even mess with that. Again, the team that controls A main will want to break that baby door and blitz into the split B hit.
It's going to be an entry, but I don't think they only want that. They want to go even further. And this is the case in point of the Cascade. Able to close up these gaps, push a little bit more further. Just gives them a little bit more room to work with, somewhere to hold off the spike in the post plant.
B-site is so hard to hold in the post plant because there's 4 different ways to actually get into the site, so it's very important on attack. You maintain a forward position, and going into spawn for Bone Cold to find a kill, that's perfect. Now they can loop around towards Baby Door.
You say there's 4 entries, they've got control of 3 of them. Now, Sender pushing even further. Everyone winning their fights, that's what Vitality need. Fairly absent from the second map on Fracture, but here, they start swinging things off well. Nats alone. Time ticking up against them. Trying to move forward, but of course, Mosey will be taken down. That's all he wrote. Oh, are we going to see a Katana knife kill? Now we will! First knife kill of VCT EMEA 2023, I believe.
I believe so. It's Twistin to claim that, the Katana straight into the back. And all in all, loving what we saw from Vitality in this. Strong understanding of how to play that B post plant.
Sneaky, sneaky. There you go.
That hurts.
Because you're not only playing the opponent in regards to the map, you're outplaying them in the mental aspect as well. You know?
Twisted was just dancing around him. That was absolutely brutal. So, what's the fire back from Team Liquid? Because, again, we saw that round on the pistol. It was not an aggressive fight over A main.
But this is aggressive from Team Liquid. Say, finds one as he drops, but missed fight from Team Liquid in mid just puts Vitality even further ahead.
It's a tough life, that's for sure. But I think in the future we're going to see TL play a little bit more aggressively over towards Rubble. Again, because they're the comp with the double smokes. With Omen in particular, you can throw that one way. Try and maintain some semblance of control. Now, less power in terms of like the breach concuss that you have on the opposite side comp, but so many flashes to work with. They can definitely try to fight with.
A lot of presence for Team Liquid here, too. In fact, Yampy with Trailblazer holds him back even further. Bone Cold Concuss, that's the moment to swing. Yampy takes fully charge of it. Solcast losing his life, meaning that Yampy is alone, and there's a long time until his teammates come by. Even if his opponents are flashed, they're able to spray through with a better weaponry, and they take care of the site, but they take a lot of time in doing so, allowing for the flank to take place.
The sense there from Yampy was fantastic, knowing when to swing for the first kill.
30 seconds
Playing
left.
off his utility for 2 more.
There's no way where they think red guy's here already, right? Ooh, the plot.
Well, they have
the camera's there. The camera's there. Sure.
It's
All right.
literally 1984. Big Cypher's watching you. Going for the lurk timing.
Big bro cam.
Actually, that's the craziest thing. You know the intro we have for VCT here? It's just this pillar with like 80 different Cypher cameras. There's nowhere to hide. You're always being watched. And with our eyes on Yampy here, he played fantastically.
Always watching you, Matt Kozolski. Always watching.
I'm gonna be honest, Monster King terrified me as a kid, so I steered clear from that.
Oh, I love that movie.
That door literally ruined, or that movie ruined doors for me for my entire life. Can you imagine being a child, a door is closed, and you could just be teleported to a different reality with monsters behind it? That's awful. Why would you do that to a child?
But they were cute and cuddly monsters. Anyway, back to the game.
With 3 eyes.
Team Liquid, what a setup here on B, right? 3 players, they're just defending it with numbers, with weaponry.
Maybe a world where we want to open the door, but no setup over towards C for Vitality. Does make this a little bit awkward. They are opening the door, but maybe to allow those 2 players near A Rubble.
That's quite a lot of info. With a Trailblazer, they gain so much. Guiding Light to assist with a push. Yampy triples up. He can only fall to the paint shields. And Team Liquid, as soon as they got guns on the board, they're in it.
Now we are aware it is not 0-0, guys.
No, definitely
there are
not.
some API issues. Again, before the game we were talking, there's some issues going on globally when it comes to the API. So we're trying to resolve that as quickly as we possibly can.
2-1, in fact. Well, it will be 2-1.
It will be 2-1 in just a moment here.
30
with
seconds
Vitality
left.
in the lead.
But that was a strong round. I mean, the way they were able to adapt to that play in mid, you know, obviously you've got 3 players in B already, so you're trying to make a move out of B main. That's definitely the game plan that they had on that defense. And it all came off with that Trailblazer. They spotted it. Of course, with the door opening, Nats decided, I'm not going to play too aggro here. I'm going to just lay off.
Okay.
And they just walk in with a Guiding Light, take over. Yampy connects all of his shots, only dies to the paint shields, and the rest was history.
That it was. Now, Vitality, we saw them play, and hey, it looks like the API has been resolved, so fantastic to see that come back on board. Both teams can be able to get some rifles here, but one of the things that was pretty classic in how Vitality played Haven, the other 3-site map. Right there. So they played a lot for early control to embed players. And that's something, again, you can try to do over towards Rubble primarily, up in mid as well. And then try to use those doors to exploit rotations around. I think we're going to see a look from that again. Both teams actually wanting to take control over Rubble here. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Vitality moving forwards here. I think greeted by Team Liquid again with the same combination of players, well, a similar combination of players as they were greeted on B that last round. But of course, Team Liquid do expend utility early, but they drop back to the safety of the site. That fight will commence there, and as Vitality choose to take the fight elsewhere.
Now, Sender hasn't been able to take too much space up towards C. Just cleared out the near angles, the rest of the team moving in. But what could end up happening is he may just open this door. They want to work into B, and that puts Yampy in a miserable position. The second this door could potentially open. Now, one of the weaknesses of Liquid is they don't have a Sentinel for the info utility, so Sender could also equally try to find a lurk timing in through C. and punish TL.
Yampy didn't use any of his utility, but he already gained info. Knowing two players were in bid and B early, they know they've got quite a lot of dedication to players there, which means they can fight towards A main, but they don't win those fights. That's crucial. Soulcast now locked in with the fault line, delivering before he drops. Team Liquid on the back foot. Seeker's right after him, trying to find info, but Vitality are heading directly towards this A site.
So unfortunate. Baby door wasn't broken down, so there was no escape for the player there. Even after the control, Yampy, what can he do? 2 flashes and the dog available.
Knows exactly where all 3 players are. That's perfect. Now, Nats needs to decide where he's going to come in from.
This is so hard. Can try to drop here quietly, but Vitality holding hands, sitting in a tree.
And the longer Team Liquid wait, the more chances Vitality have to reposition and the more question marks for, well, Vitality. So the more question marks there are for Team Liquid on the map.
You were supposed to say H-O-L-D-I-N-G.
Yampy, first good shot, Rolling Thunder. That's going to complicate the endeavor, but Nas has got a shorty. Keeps it close at least, but that's Vitality with a third.
Oh, we had the view from the International Space Station to watch that round get closed out for Vitality. Very nicely held from Tree. Never going to hate on a team for using an ultimate to secure a round like that with close numbers. And actually, Bone Cold, what a shot right there with the revolving door. That was absolutely nasty.
Right there. Salah's reaction was like, oh, gorgeous, man. That was
oh, man.
nice.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing right there. It's up for interpretation. As Vitality back again. That was a wonderful dance throughout that round with individual players taking space. Rubble, Mound on opposite sides of the map. I really do feel like Vitality feel at home on these spread out maps, the 3 sites perhaps. I mean, Fracture is a map where you don't necessarily get to play as much to push and pull your opponents. The defender rotates so short. Vitality look reinvigorated over here. They also love this camera over by Rubble, just to give them permanent information. That's nice, but so is that pop flash from Yampy right around the corner to send Sender to the grave.
Vitality are going to move in quickly towards the safe side. Redker's alone here. Shorty play. Oh, Prowler. It does spot him, and Mozzie's able to spray down through the smoke to eliminate him. And now they do enter the site. Vitality cleanly take it over. Team Liquid still have 4 players to work with. But look, Safe doesn't want to hold back. Maybe they're going to wait for the flank to come in from Yampy, but no, Safe walks in. Maybe he gives space for his teammate Soulcast, eventually finding some movement into the site. Yampy eventually closes through. Vitality know he's there, more pressure onto the back line. But it's Destrian to pull the cross onto Soulcast. Nats on site, Yampy delivering as well. Nats is defusing. It's done halfway. Does he stick it? Molsey springs through, interrupts it. Nats breathing calmly. Touches it again, Molsey. He's got everything to try and delay this. Battle of the wits, battle of the comfort. Nats is uncomfortable as ever, tries to hold on to it. Oh, but he just not let. Mosey's just playing with his feelings and he just runs out of time. Now Vitality, that was gorgeous.
Oh man, they can hear each other on opposite sides of the door. They both fall to the spike, but it's Molsey dancing on the grave. Not giving any opportunity, barely just a pixel of a shoulder. Spamming through wall with the jump peaks too. I mean, what are you gonna do? No opportunity afforded. United in death.
United in death. Everybody died that round, but Vitality won it.
This is very true. I have to say, I'm liking how I see Vitality play a lot of these rounds. Team Liquid, that round though, we're able to punish the lurk from Sender. May not be a lurk this time around. The Harbor ult into sight, they're going quick.
Yampy has the move, so he doesn't get stand up. Obviously, Vitality are very favored to win this off. And yeah, not holding back on utility like that. You know, when you have teams on lower buys, there might be some shotguns in the mix. So might as well guarantee a site take and then solidify it with the weapon advantage that you have as well.
Safe not ulted here. I mean, he gets a kill with a Sheriff regardless on the retake.
Yeah, one more pick from Team Liquid and this is possible. But Molsey still on the back line, just being so hazardous. Oh, spray for the ages as well. Back it all up.
Still waiting.
Vitality just increase that gut by 4. Feeling like a football field in here.
Oh man, I love it. I was honestly a little bit perplexed to see Safe not decide to use the ultimate on the retake there, but seeing the purchase in the next round. Actually, no, he was holding on to an operator for a moment, but decided instead to go for the rifle. I was thinking that if you're opting on defense, having the ult as a backup, similar to like Jet Knives, for retaking a site would be really important, but that doesn't even end up being their decision. Now, 5 players up mid, curiously enough, for Vitality. Similarly, though, do they actually commit? They use the smoke, and there's no util to stall them out.
The fact that Twiston has got himself to the back of the site could be useful, but no, they're losing all of the trade. Team Liquid coming alive. They win on all fronts. Twiston switched positions with his opponent. Oh, gets behind them, bullet to the back of the head. Still, Team Liquid with full control. Spike within their arms. Sender cannot unlock it.
Guys, I have seen what happened. Oh, Twisted. I really like that play from TL. It was Redgar and Yampi just taking mound control, opening the door, sort of slicing Vitality as they were already committing into the site. And that door, not as much of a concern for them. And I think TL do need to act fairly quickly to these side hits, because one thing that I think we saw yesterday to perfection is that when teams are playing, especially the Killjoy, her site stall is so powerful, especially around B and C. But the comp that TL is playing doesn't involve that whatsoever, right? They've got tons of smokes. They don't really have they don't have a true sentinel at all in terms of permanent information. And so Vitality may be onto something in terms of the just fast blitz it into B. That site is going to be weaker, but now that you have to keep in mind, well, okay, that door on your left might be opening up. If Baby Door's getting crunched down too, you can be very swiftly attacked.
And I think they also did a solid job on splitting that attack in two, right?
Yeah, the timing of that was absolutely perfect. And for example, someone like Sender, who's been lurking every single round, if they try to quickly commit onto the B site, he'll never be in a forward enough position to punish those players, right? Whereas if they were to try to do this play again, maybe Sender actually plays over C side to try and punish the mound players. As they're opening the door, he can swing on them.
But as we watch this round unfold, Team Liquid go ultra aggressive. Safe gets one, doesn't get eliminated by Twiston playing so close. Safe didn't quite anticipate that one, but the assisted players there from Team Liquid do drop back to the site.
I mean, that's a huge W for Team Liquid, right? Smokes are down on Vitality. You lost your Neon. Okay, that's a bummer. But now, Vitality have no way to really block off the angles into the site.
Knights has gained so much information with this push off of C. He's basically cleared. It's not C, guys. Focus your effort towards the right-hand side of the map.
The thing is, there's trips, so he still can't push. And also, because they don't have info on B, Yampi can't actually quickly rotate off. Yes, there's 2 players on A, but you'd love, with some more forward positioning, to be able to rotate and commit more players there. But the fact is, Vitality could still decide to rotate through Baby Door onto B.
Timing of no command could be optimal. Vitality, notorious for pushing even further than required.
They're
doing
going
just
B!
that right now. Who would have thought they're going to spawn? But it's called out. Look at Yampi. He's turned his attention towards it. He knows exactly what's going on, and Soulcast on the lurk. Oh, they put themselves in a pinch, though. This might be a blessing in disguise for Team Liquid. Yampi delivered. Oh, he got given a takeaway kill there, 3 in a row, giving the round to Team Liquid. What a gift.
Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
That was nasty. Swinging around, and Vitality thought they were going to have the site nearly for free.
Yeah, right into the danger zone. Perhaps overcomplicating things there, Vitality. Perhaps. Of course, you don't quite know what information your opponents are playing with. Maybe didn't consider that, there was an option for them to back off. But either way, Vitality need to hold things back a bit, time out, clear their heads. Obviously, Yampi catching them off guard there, not something they liked.
No, definitely not. I think Vitality have tried a few things. They've tried the fast hit. They've tried to, get solo players up in forward positions and move into them. Just hasn't quite worked out. On the actual side hits, they were just getting outplayed by like solo players or the duo players when it was opening door. Getting caught on angles they are not expecting. And yeah, you say maybe overcomplicating things moving into spawn. I think trying to react after realizing there are 2 players on the C site and they'd kind of been pinched off. If they were to move back towards Baby Door to B, they would have to go through that angle once again. So I actually don't hate the decision to go into spawn, but it meant that they weren't ever going to be able to clear out Link. And that's a real issue when working onto the B site. Again, so many, 4 different angles that players could be looking down on you from. and impossible to clear it with, you know, funneling in through one direction.
Yeah, Yampi's having a hell of a game. 13-6 KD ratio. Looking pretty strong, topping the charts on the server. Team Liquid still a couple of rounds behind, but still Vitality, of course, on the attack. Many would have said favored, but, you know, comes and goes with the meta.
Do you think Radio Knight's redo active? Because if so,
it's
A is a disaster zone. Oh my word. Vitality lose 2 players on the attempt, and look at the fast rotations. The power of Neon immediately over here. Soulcat's not far behind. As the hit comes through, Bone Cold finds the opener, but Yampi dancing on through finds his.
Yampi's just making circles around Vitality. He knows he's done his job, so he's going to back off, but Soulcast doesn't read the same play. Bit of miscommunication there. Rolling Thunder expended. They're not going to hold on to C. They're going to push even further. Yampi might be in trouble. No, Yampi holds on. He anticipates it.
Nats from behind. Nats from behind. He's so far on the lurk.
Oh, and Tristan cannot read it. Spray is rough, but doesn't matter. Team Liquid close the gap.
TL, when Vitality push, they pull back. They welcome Vitality into them with open arms. The movement of Yampi on site. He owns C. You can't do anything against him. He finds his, dodges down, plays off his utility. It has been class from him. And the time he buys to allow his alert to come on through. He has 15 kills to his name. But he's also enabling his teammates. It's fantastic.
Their earlier hit here isn't really greeted by aggression, which maybe may cause some questions for Alarm, because there is aggression on the other side of the map on 2 ends as well. Boncold taken down first, Yampi delivering, and Team Liquid know they've done their job. They drop back, good decision making, but Vitality still strong towards the right-hand side.
Yampi, relax, give him a chance. Vitality have to run completely the opposite side. Fatal will be able to clear most of that Viper pit. That's a funky one.
It actually is a funky one.
It gives them the opportunity to jump down out of heaven, down into pit. An attacker wouldn't really want to play there, especially if there's shorties in the hands of anyone on TL. Just a one-tap inside the smoke.
It's a tricky one. You've got to be very precise with your movement if you don't want to be caught off, but Vitality not playing within it, playing further back rather. Redgar, good first shot. Keeping Team Liquid in charge, catching the spike, putting more pressure, amplifying. Twistin though, he's on the mark, but it's still being diffused. Sender, can he interrupt it? Gets one, Yampi's right after him. Team Liquid level the playing field. One survives, it's Yampi yet again, and we've got 5-5 on rounds.
Team Liquid adapting to the attacks from Vitality. This was missing from them previously, but I love the double push. Yampi again finding an opener. And the closer too. Literally everything. There's not a thing this man can't do. Vitality with 2 more rounds on attack though. Twistin has ultimate to get on site. This is gonna be a fast hit, I presume. With access to the showstopper, you don't want to give any fights early on over to TL. You just want to burst out at the first opportunity. And they can try to use Destrian's ult perhaps with the circles on the ground. Tell Twistin exactly where to send the showstopper with that Harbor ult.
Yeah, we've seen this attempt before. Now that it's paired up with a showstopper, Twistin not greeted by anyone, respected by Team Liquid, throwing down the Seekers in response.
There's no circles, and look at this, 3 players, 4 players up mid. They can open door and flank with 2 players in spawn at the same time.
There's a cam and a trip as well. So when the trip is enabled, he's going to wait a bit on the cam and have a lot of information on the back push.
Trip broken, they're going to come in straight behind.
Sender waiting for it. He's going to be pincered in.
Wait, he got over the trip? He has no idea. He jumped it.
Oh, but either way, the rest of Vitality are playing to the back of the C site. The fight is elsewhere. This is taking a lot of time to clear all of these players. Finally, Multi falling. Is it going to be enough by Vitality? Team Liquid eventually taking them one by one. Safe, delivering. Team Liquid still winning these fights. Bone Cold with 2. This is a chance. Team Liquid touching the spike, and they end up winning all of these trades on the spike, defusing, and they will get the lead.
Vitality entered the site with 2 great ults to combo with another, but Team Liquid saw that. They foresaw the hit, abandoned the site entirely, and I don't think they took a fight that was disadvantageous the entire time, right back of the head. Then all the utility, players are concussed or blinded in Waterfall. That was perfection to the maximum on the retake. The utility and the follow-through from TL. left no opportunity for Vitality to have a chance in the round.
I was getting a bit worried there. Is it taking too much time? They're really going through their pace to try and clear out every single corner, but no. All down exactly to the timer that they would have liked. Not even troubled by the end with a defuse.
Vitality more spread this time, 3-1-1. It's been heavy side hits a couple of times in a row, not successful.
Sander's still probably scratching his head after how the hell did he get past my trip. Has to snap out of it though. And focus on the task at hand. 1 round left in the half.
Careful here. The A-hold from Team Liquid is fairly weak here. Again, you always have to be mindful of the fast rotates. A safe finds a kill over by Mound. That ruins things. Again, Vitality wanted to leave Twisted over towards C. Perhaps look for a pinch or some kind of push and pull.
Here. Vitality still putting caution to Team Liquid, not knowing
This
where
is
they're going to
good.
go. They're going to push
He
forward.
dodged
Now
it!
delivers. Bone cord again. Trades. Heading towards his B site. And with this ult, they'll know exactly what is going on.
Aware of Yumpy, but it doesn't matter. Yumpy finds the kill. 4 versus 2, Bone Cold, the Rolling Thunder into sight.
Redcar sidesteps though. He doesn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder. Brings out the short. He's going to play with a close distance. Sender does know it. He needs a fight. Redcar! Shorty play galore. 7-5 Team Liquid. What a reversal. Being down solo, Vitality getting such a great start to this map, but no. The Blue Stallions deliver.
6 in a row to finish the half for Vitality. Yumpy topping the leaderboards with 18 kills on the sky. His defensive play simply unmatched. Always good for his and one on the site. The aggressive pushes that we saw so much of on Fracture returning here and there for Team Liquid. They played such a fluid defense.
Yeah.
That just befuddled Vitality for those last 6 rounds.
Yeah. Look, this is still a close endeavor, still 7-5, right? Still paces to be taken. Not all lost for Vitality. What do you reckon here, Ender? I'm going to maybe perhaps put you on the spot, but still, what do you reckon because of the importance of being ahead at the attack, right? Because Team Liquid haven't even played attack yet, and maybe history has taught us that if it's played correctly, that is a side to be on.
We definitely should not overreact after this first half. We saw a lot of good from Vitality early on, and then so much from Yumpy. Like, there are a lot of rounds where if Yumpy is not good for 2 or 3 on site, like, they should be losing these rounds. Like, he was bailing TL out of tough situations on those side hits, do not get me wrong. And now as we move into the second half, this is where we begin the conversation of, okay, how does this Neon look on attack? Because I still believe Cypher trips pose such an issue for the Neon when it comes to quickly executing into a site. Now the good news is, TL with their comp, I mean, they have so many ways to cut off lines of sight, right? Double smokes, plus the Neon wall as well. So they can try to block off and take space without going for too many early opening fights. But at the same time, you know it's going to be a bloodbath for Rebel Control.
I love that we get to see one corner, Team Liquid fans, and go to the other. We've got the Golden Hornets. Both sides really giving us quite a show tonight, assisting to the experience of this match, and really giving the players as well the support they've longed for. The past 3 years in EMEA, we haven't had a crowd for VCT EMEA, and now we do. And these teams are debuting with it.
Teams are readying up, fist bumps around. We enter the final half of the day, the final half of this series. And we enter it evenly matched. 2 blowouts back to back. And now these teams are neck and neck.
All right, time to enter pistol round. Half number 2, the last one of the series. Vitality now on the defense, Team Liquid on the attack, flipping the sides. Slow start from Team Liquid, spreading all across it. Redgar far pushed onto B. Whereas Team Liquid shows some early presence towards A, together with a toxic screen to keep Vitality busy there. Well, I believe their game plan is to lure their way into this left-hand side.
This camera Sender was able to put down is quite strong. He took damage, so I presume they're aware of this camera. Yeah, Nats just turns around the corner to bust that one down. And that's going to cause Vitality to be a little bit concerned. 3 players in mid, they're about to find Redgar.
They're looking for info, they're looking to take the pace to their own devices.
Wonderful.
Nestrian hits first blood.
But you have to hit go. After that moment, you have to go flying in. But check out that one-way from Sender. A little bit nasty, stalls out, allows 4 players to be here on the rotation.
It's done its job, right?
With 100 credits.
The defenses are there. Reinforcements arrive. 4 players, as you've said, they're here. Team Liquid reacted fast, but did not want to push through that one way, but they're going even further, and they're going into the line instead. They might get their heads ripping apart, but no, it's a brawl, it's a gunfight, and still, it's being traded out equally with Yampi now left alone for Team Liquid. He has to pick up the spike, but it's well within control of Vitality. Has to play it patiently. 2 different corners. Not necessarily an ended round 4. Oh, knows where he is, guiding light. Will it be timed well? Knows that one has been blinded, but the other plays anti-flash to perfection. Vitality with a second pistol of this map.
Nicely held there from Vitality. I like the delayed fight up in mid. Caught Redguard completely out of control. And then starting to see some of the value of the Cypher. Something that was lacking in the previous half, that heavy sight stall. TL had to fight their way out of the sight hits. Vitality can rely more on the utility, on the setup of this Cypher to stop TL in their tracks.
That goes there. Oh,
What's he got here? 1 diagonal, 1 just straight up in main. Nothing too fancy. But again, when Neon is always leading the charge, she can't slow down to break that. So the second player into the site has to be ready and on tripwire duty. You have to have someone fully committed to instantly snap locking onto those in the coming rounds in order to make it so that Safe just instantly doesn't die. Right, especially because every choke point is going to be smoked off. That's TL's comp. So it's just going to be spammed through smokes onto that Neon if they are not diligent and helping Safe out.
Yeah, this is twice where Redguard plays the lurk. I wonder if Vitality starts to catch up on it, so when they see him present, they'll know that the plan of the team is to go elsewhere.
Whoa, 2 doors opening at the same time, over towards A and here into B. But TL don't really commit off of any of them except the spike that got left a little bit to its own devices.
So the only lack of information here for Vitality is the movement towards the left-hand side. The tree entry got cleared out by Twiston.
Yeah, and that's an important one. But it almost gives them false information because they're like, oh, he didn't actually walk in here. It's going to be a B hit, right? No, it's 5 players creeping up behind the wall, ready to pop out from behind.
Ooh, guiding light together with a dash through from the team. Twiston, though, has hold his ground with a Spectre, but a lot of pistol kills falling through and some Spectres to be collected.
Safe has gotten so far forward here. Maybe a little bit quicker than a Vitality would be expecting. They're slow on the retake, though, and clearing out the close angles. Still, if he could find one on this angle, Vitality won't let it happen. Perfect play.
They know where Safe is. They're going to try and stun him up.
Look at the util from Molsey. It catches that Neon every time.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is, but they're going to have to follow through on it, and he's able to swing by on the contact of his teammate. Still, Piss is doing a marvelous job. Marzi, he's got enough bullets. Soulcast is alone, though. He's got to be hell accurate here. So darn close to this. Molsey's been softened up, but well thought out for Bonecall to swing from a different corner. Diffusal coming through, and Vitality square things up.
Good to see the protocol from Vitality there. Molsey not leaving anything to chance with the utility.
Weapon here.
From Prowler to the eye to spot out Safe, and then also catching him. Really nice on the fly stuff at the end there. And now we get things all tied up. Ooh. It doesn't get better than this, Pavlos. Now Vitality, for them, this actually is a true bonus coming on in. Have plenty of cash for the next one. I do think they upgraded into a Stinger in a little bit, but making sure they have enough. Now because this tripwire isn't so far forward, it's possible TL do scout that one out. You can see Safe is directly behind it so he can break it. I think these trips need to be placed a little bit deeper into sight to have that same level of effectiveness that I'm expecting them to have versus the Neon.
Yeah, Vitality really here just trying to do as much damage as they can, right? It's a matter of placing their players at the right time. Of course, Team Liquid playing the game of information.
Yeah, it's great to see them sort of go in, scout things out, and recommit over on opposite sides. A side is fairly weak right now, just twisting on the area. I'm unsure if that baby door has been broken down yet. If it has, that gives TL so many options. in terms of potentially splitting over towards B. It is open, so that's exactly what they're going to do. Perfection. They could contact on through if they wanted to. Oh, wow. They're really going to catch Vitality by surprise. Vitality, who have now moved 3 players over into A.
They had to make a bit of a gamble stack now towards this A site. Bonecord holding it out. He hasn't quite found out of the movement. It's going to come in quite late. Only when the spike is being touched in, he's able to spot a player out of his opposing side.
I don't love seeing the spike planted all the way in pit. That's a safe plant, but very hard to play for in the post. Positioning, though, safe is perfect to backstab Destrian as he clears through Baby Door.
Still a lot of utility here for Vitality, and Safe is able to hold back on Destrian.
That's what you need.
Pointed out, Yampi. Guiding Light, delaying. Team Liquid, that's exactly what they require. Battle them out before they get the safety of the site. Team Liquid, back on top.
We saw all day yesterday in that slugfest that went 20-18 on Lotus. The B plants ran into so many problems because it was so hard to control the area around Baby Door, right? But this position makes it so much simpler when you have a crossfire, you have that backstab on any late lurk from the defender to come on through there. It is what you need to see and makes the B plant so much more deadly in the future for TL.
Liquid actually going to change up the pace completely. Not an information game here. So on first contact, they'll try and just move on through. But of course, greeted by utility, not going to take their chance by moving forwards. No, they watch towards the left-hand side whilst Nats clears the area out for them. Sender trying to retrieve some fight, and that's where you get Nats. All of a sudden, bringing his team right back in the fight. They take the fight. Vitality not holding back at all. Not wanting to play pace post-plant. They want to make their opponents feel uncomfortable. Again, Twiston keeping up the pressure.
Yeah,
Peycho's going towards them. And of course, having the ultimate available, maybe an extra step to this fight. No command.
Wow. The play somewhat shut down. Now, because the spike hasn't been planted, he has so much time to work with. He can wait out the entirety of this ultimate, and then he has his own showstopper and double satchels if he wants to get in. The problem is, it's way too easy to get traded, so he's going all the way around. This is completely unexpected.
Now, it's been some time since he's made his presence known. There is a chance Team Liquid will now think to check behind them.
He needs at least the first kill with his rifle, then he can switch to the ult and secure the round.
They're not checking it.
He sees the one.
That's
the two.
That's the second one, and that is the clutch by Twiston.
The guts on this guy. He's in his own spawn. 20 seconds later in the enemy spawn, he made use of the time, the game sense, the understanding to know that that is an option to clutch it on through.
Clear-headed. Unscathed by the brawling commencing prior to that clutch.
And that's not to mention the opening kill he got. That was a true 1 versus 3. Till eventually the rotation just completely caught TL off guard.
Yeah, if Zest is watching this and being like, yeah, it's got to be that told him to play like that. It's got to be that taught him how to do that.
Wow.
Oh, wow. All right. Timeout, of course. That was quite a stressful one. A lot of techniques illustrated.
Yeah, I mean, that round, I think Vitality at the start, or sorry, rather, TL played at the start almost as best as you can, right? Working into B, then knowing that they didn't have control over Rubble, right? That means that those 3 players on defense that did take control of that, they're busting down Baby Door, they're gonna quickly attack you on the B site. That's why TL decided to back off instantly, open the door, rotate into C. That was the perfect call. It was just then, on the retake, the defensive utility was fantastic, and then, I mean, Twiston was in a 1 versus 3, right? Like, that was a round that TL were going to win until Twiston appeared.
Square, 8-8. Couldn't be closer. Saw 2 teams battle it out, go through their paces, even on overtime. I believe ending score, 18-16. Navi Croy.
2018.
2018. Yeah.
Even more.
No, it's 2023 under.
I'm living in the past. Back in my prime.
Internet Explorer, I'd be like.
Nah, I was a league caster back then. That sucked.
Bit of an upgrade here. All right, still. Ooh, Safe gets caught off. again, Vitality not really scathing away from holding out B with so many players.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing how many variations I think Vitality have shown, because a lot of teams will just send 3 players Rubble the majority of rounds, but I think Vitality have actually played pretty passive over there a lot of the time, just having Twistin sort of hold that angle right on top of the attacking Viper wall. He's even played behind this box before. We saw that in the round 2 of this half. Seemed very effective for a couple of kills.
Again, Redgar on the lurk. Like we pointed out, he's been doing that quite a bit.
Wall down just to clear this angle. Oh, door is open. That was almost a difficult timing for him to be caught on.
Yeah, and he's got a choice to make.
And
He can
actually,
move into it.
see, so because Redgar's so far forward, he's calling the rotations, but also because that door is down, they have the ability to contact on in here again. He's going early, though.
Oh, yeah, and Bocold is there to read it.
I don't
and
like
now
that.
the space that they gained is no longer there, and they've run out of time. 20 seconds, they've got to move in quickly.
3 players here, a Cypher trip as well.
It's so tough. but
Huge
Nats
kill.
is going to try and make this happen. All with his gun, all with his might. Some of them spotted through it. Nats again. 2, 3 to his name. Viper spit dropping, but they know. Surely they know. Twistin going for the shutdown on the shorty. Dubstep kill.
I'm telling you, buy that shorty secondary. It's always worth, and especially when there's a pit on the other side.
Hey, look,
gorgeous.
All the power to Nats to try to bring his team out of that
100%.
uncomfortable situation, but
he very, very nearly did it. I do think TL jumped the gun. Redgar trying to work in past Baby Door himself without players on B. I think you're trying to find a pinch there or get the rest of the team to sort of follow you through. It's a bit of a gamble, down in numbers.
Camera taken out.
I don't hate the attempt, especially with time ticking away. Just not the ideal situation, not the highest percentage play he could have made.
also you've got like some time to think it out, what your game plan is for the next round in particular. But of course, giving some gravity to this one. We've seen pistol rounds be successful for some.
Oh, Util turned off. That's really bad for Sender.
As blind as a bat.
Oh no!
And stunned like that. He shall fall, not flat. Sender just delivering.
One enemy remaining.
And it's clean, very clean. Vitality just stonewall there, really. And Team Liquid just bumped their heads into it and just, dropped to the ground.
I didn't realize I was casting with Dr. Seuss. Elementary rhymes right there. Oh, man. That was a great shutdown, though, because, again, Sender did not have the utility to work with, but that opening kill onto Safe that Destiny was able to get, then playing through the gaps in the smoke. Fighting forward, knowing, hey, if he plays down, he's going to get run over with utility, not be able to play off his own trips. Exactly the right call with all the pressure he was under.
This is a round. This is a round where Vitality could potentially just make quite a gap with Team Liquid and just start their effort to close this map out. But there's also the round for Team Liquid to draw it back and try and close that gap themselves.
So this is a variation on Vitality's Rebel control, where previously they would play for it with the utility and stand forward. Now they actually default back into having Twistin just holding that angle again. The rest of the team rotated onto B, expecting TL. Similarly before, when they heard that heavy Rebel control against them, they went B into opening the door into C. Vitality were trying to read that, but TL are mixing it up on them.
Door opened up. Twistin spraying through it, nothing found.
And yet TL still leave options open. Their smokers are playing outside C and B respectively. Twistin is re-cleared into tree.
I mean, C is open.
It's true. All that will be broken. I think this is a great position to be in if you are Vitality, because Bone Cold has access to the Rolling Thunder. He's playing a softer C-type this time around.
Yeah.
And playing to retake with it would be huge.
Ooh, and the fact that he's not shooting anyone with the cam is just giving him all the information in the world.
Oh no, he left the camera because he was so concerned about getting rushed by Safe. Now if he goes into it, I think it has been broken already because he tried to pop back in.
But he knows everybody's walked in. That's the important part, which means they can take the fight right here, right now. Molesy doubles up for Safe. Has a piece of the pie of himself. Bone Cold trying to calm things down a bit. He's got a Rolling Thunder, and he's got 2 to deal with, but there's a flank in the making, and Redcar wants to be a sneaky boy.
The longer Bone Cold waits, the worse it is. Twistin was expecting it.
He was, and he will be shooting in between the eyes. Still, Yampy to be isolated. Will the Rolling Thunder be expended? Yampy holding out on side. Oh, he's being sneaky behind himself. Oh!
There's no one better.
They wasted a Rolling Thunder. And Yampy can only expect where Twistin is coming from, he knows. And he's as calm as that. Closes it out. Team Liquid They're in it. They're in it to win it.
There is no one better in the clutch today than Yampi. What a freak. Ratting on sight, looping around, killing the planter. Winning in the 1v1 as well. He has been on top throughout this map. And trailing Vitality by 1, he has to maintain this form. Vitality are not going to make it easy.
No, they are not. And Team Liquid are actually definitely increasing the pace here. Safe, look how far forward he's pushed up. Has to wait for his team to come a little bit closer to him and assist him with the util so he can enter the site.
This is a unique attacking wall as well. Cutting off Baby Door, cutting off towards CT as well. Instead of that more vertical line.
Safe is actually considering pushing through that smoke himself, trying to find info towards it. Phone call, doing quite a little bit of damage there, taking some himself, but it really is just slithers of health, nothing much. Twisting, oh, you cannot miss that.
And watch the flood into the B site. Now everyone's on the way.
Oh, he's got to hope that missed shot didn't cost him the round. He's better hope that's not the case. See if his team can really have his back on this one.
TL taking their time. They haven't committed yet. Vitality getting pulled between two sites right now.
But Vitality are sort of hoping that it's going to be a beating. Twisted! Second missed shot. You cannot have that. And Team Liquid will take control. Full power onwards.
Spike planted.
Door open, but this time Nat's playing on the edge. Safe in the fight with Soulcast.
Oh,
Team Liquid are cutting Vitality down.
It's so clean. Nothing Vitality do is successful. Not this round. Team Liquid winning their own fights. And Vitality hoped that would have been the case for them, but no. When pressure hits the fan, it's not going their way. Unable to close this map. Not yet. Team Liquid on their way to get to that double-digit mark themselves.
And my God, the calling from TL. Every time they have been able to control A main, control Rubble, they have just been doing the dirtiest things to Vitality, breaking down the door. That time, so many times before, they quickly had flooded, the Team Liquid flood into the B site. That time though, they break it, they go in, they stop, cut noise for 10 seconds. Vitality begin to question everything. And then Team Liquid just cannot lose a singular fight. It just won't happen in that moment.
Nice.
Not much for Vitality here, not much at all. Shotgun for Twistin. Known for the scandals he can pull out of his pockets with that. Pushing forwards, Nats. First contact, successful. Nicely done. Dropping back now, they've done their job, pushing onto the site. There is a Twistin hiding out with a judge here, but they won't be contacting, not just yet. Fight onto the site, they're gonna try and pincer him in. Twistin gets it, flashed over, tries to spray through. 3 bullets remaining, Twistin! This really is the definition of a judge, jury, and an executioner. And Team Liquid now on the back foot, with a minute to spare, Safe. Wondering where to go, where to run, where to hide, but there's nowhere he can, it's to hell he goes. Nats. How do you get your team out of this one?
Toxins going up.
You're in a corner, boxed in, and you've have to make your way out of there somehow. Punching, kicking. Calm your breathing, man. Get into the zone. Prowler spotted, no.
30 seconds left.
Position configured, Vitality, no.
Toxins going up.
Again, give it another shot. 20 seconds, we've got time perhaps, but no. Molzy, he's there to stop it. No clutch here, not now. Molzy shows Team Liquid. This is still Vitality's ground. They're still in advantageous position.
What is this?
Crazy.
He gets full flash, 3 pumps to stop the push coming in. The second he stops pulling the trigger, that's when TL like, okay, it's our time to run around the corner, but he's still got 3 more shots left in the tank. And that's all he needed to find 2 kills. Unbelievable work. I think Vitality only had the 2 rifles heading into that round.
Yeah, only 2 rifles.
Those are the hero rifles. No, it was a hero judge in that situation that pulls away with that one. Twistin quickly climbing up here. And look, if Team Liquid are going to dance with you, run around the map, test you, and pull you around as well, it's going to be Vitality that just beat you down with the guns. The individual play from Twisted to show up there.
Those kills with a judge was a slap to the face for Team Liquid. Yeah, it was a big realization. Stop. Put a big blow to their momentum that they were gathering on this comeback. Slight comeback, I know. Not much of a difference in the rounds, but a comeback nonetheless. Some tempo in their veins, but no. Shut down. Knocking on their heads.
Vitality now within 2. TL trailing. Team Liquid, I don't want them to second doubt themselves.
They can't afford to.
Twistin has an Odin. Twistin went from a judge to an Odin, a showstopper in the back pocket. What is this?
He's ready to press mouse 1.
Huh?
Oh, no kill at the start.
Could you imagine though? 3 TL players just in front of that would have been ruined.
Not yet, maybe foresight for the future. Sender. Yeah, we've got the script guys. Calm down. Safe, pushing forwards. Flash as well. They've got the B site. Last time, they pushed towards spawn. They're going to do it again, but from a different direction. Nay, head towards C instead. Paranoia, accurate, catching up Boncold, but Boncold is there and ready. Boncold delivering! Vitality, not stopping here. Showstopper in their hands, moving onto the site. Yappy in the corner.
Watch
Spotted.
Nats.
So down low. Nats on the back flank, though. He's going to do so much.
Huge.
Spike being diffused, and there's a wall there to stop him. Snake bite, spray through as well. Nats, surprising. Viper spit, twisted. Odin in hand, and Vitality! They do it again! They do it again! Defusal on its way and putting them on match and series points.
One punch after another from Vitality.
Match point. Their spirit is
Unbelievable. Quickly fighting, reacting to the spawn push from TL. And Bone Cold to get both on that. Nats goes into the ultimate, and that blew out the last chance in the round, not expecting there to be a third player twisting, swinging with an Odin. Absolutely absurd.
If that previous round didn't have put a stop to Team Liquid's momentum, this one definitely did.
TL playing fast up into B. There's also that camera eventually.
Potential for a fast push as well. Safe overdrive.
It's true. The problem with a fast push is Breach is ready, right? Bone Cold has a concuss that hits that line.
And tripwise.
Yeah, there's seizes as well. Like, these are the 2 players that will stall out a hit best from Vitality, and Team Liquid don't want to deal with that. It'll be a late move into Rubble. How many times have we seen this? 1-1-3, moving into Rubble. This very quickly is going to become a B crunch, I believe. But they're going to have to spend utility to clear this one away. They don't feel comfortable on match point.
Look, man,
taking the gamble.
They're at the 1 minute mark, and they've gained literally no ground, no info.
Oh, does he just spam through this when they try to go baby door?
They can. There. He's done it before with a Vandal. What stops him from doing it with the Odin?
Nothing.
Actually, Josh back to the side. Safe. Breaking the door.
Here's the pinch.
Dark cover, allowing the cross towards B. Nightfall. That deafens them. Can he find them? Molesy hiding behind the smoke, looking to spray. It's a Vandal. I'm not sure he wants to spray through that. Definitely going to reveal his position.
Bone Cold on the flank.
For them. Bone
Shut down.
One of the back foot. No. Dropped. Now 4v5. Team Liquid. Hold it through. Twistin there to stop it. Odin in hand. Molesy into the fight as well. Vitality determined. Team Liquid. Can they recover? Spike is theirs. They can chill it out a bit.
Sender has ult, but no bodies nearby. He has to get to site to pop that one. But if he gets it off, it's huge.
Wraps up again once more. Paint shot, Redguard challenged, wants to hold the angle, successful. Now keeps it going, TP to the side, switching it up. Nats has to spray it, or else it's gonna get diffused. Has to do it now. Sender keeps his team alive, and through that, they shall diffuse. Through that, they shall take down Team Liquid, and the boys in black and yellow will take their first match home.
What a fight! What a performance! Taking that one with the fans behind them. The Golden Hornets, rowdy as ever. throughout that. But it was on 10-10, Twiston's judge.
Look,
that was really the decider here.
It really was. Excellent match. I love the sportsmanship on the other side of the arena. We've got standing ovation as well, claps. This was an excellent match. Sportsmanship at its finest, of course. This is VALORANT. Why have hatred? Right, this was a brilliant. This was a brilliant game, and of course Vitality come out on top of it. We
That
had
they do.
a third map. We had some very decisive first two maps for this one. Both of these teams really wanted this,
and they were reacting so well to what the
Yeah.
other was trying to do. I really liked so many of the things we saw from Team Liquid on the attack, trying to rotate on through. But the third, fourth, fifth time they went for it, Vitality got more keen, more aware, and on that half buy, Twiston ruins the hopes and dreams of Team Liquid fans everywhere. Vitality were not going to be stopped after that. It was smooth sailing from there.
It really was, excellent stuff. And I'm sure the desk will have a lot to break down here,
100%.
honestly. So let's throw it at a break. Of course, the post-plant session will be after this, so make sure you're tuned in for that one. But hope to see you guys there.
Very quickly before we get to that, we do have the Prime Gaming post-match highlights to run you on through. Let's not forget, a 3-map affair. It was long. Second map, maybe not quite so much, but Vitality on Haven, outmatching every single time. I thought their understanding, their attack in particular, they had some main ideas, and I think regardless of the outcome today, both teams can take so many learnings, especially from these first two maps. Maybe some of the holes in the defense, some of the ways in which they were exploited. Because TL was playing phenomenal VALORANT on this Fracture map. And the early scouting was lacking for Vitality. The lack of using Fade to maybe see A main when they were playing V or vice versa really enabled Team Liquid to find a lot of pushes on the south side. They were going for heavy north side crunches as well. That was a very solid combination.
Yeah, and I think both of the teams got forced to show a lot out of their book. Right, I think we explored three out of these maps already on the first series. I think that's really important, considering they've got still a lot of match to play out in this regular season, single round robin. All the games matter, but yeah, we're seeing a lot of interesting ideas in differences in approach.
I literally forgot about the Twiston 1v3 before that too, where he gets the kill from spawn, rotates all the way around, and shoots two players in the back of the head. Like, this man was on fire.
And this?
It's just a montage for Twiston. And that's after Yompi had a phenomenal map. Like, individual play on both sides was very, very up there. Yompi as a side anchor on that defensive side was just unbeatable, completely fantastic. But at the end of the day, Twiston in those two big rounds stole the game.
What a performance, what a performance. I'm not quite sure when to throw to the interview. I believe we've got Yinzu with Twiston, but we'll get to that as soon as we're ready. Ender, give me just in a couple of sentences, your whole summary of this best of 3 series.
Vitality good at Haven. Vitality bad at Fracture. Both teams really good at Lotus. And also Shorty, very, very strong. Everyone get a Shorty secondary. It's just always the play. We've seen way too many clutches with it. Like, come on. It's just absolutely nuts. So with that note, let's send it down to the stage with Twiston and Yinzu.
Thank you very much, Ender and Pavlos. That's right, I've got the man of the hour, Twiston, with me today. Congratulations, Twiston, on that win. It was getting a little bit too close, I think, towards the end. Talk me through what was going through your mind, those big clutches as well.
Sorry, once again.
Talk me through what was happening in your mind when you were clutching out and you guys are kind of going back and forth against Liquid. For a second, I thought maybe you weren't going to be able to do it.
I think we were pretty confident in ourselves that we will win this match. We lost the second map. Liquid played really well on that map. And we just, when we were at the pause between maps, we just did full reset in practice room and said how we want to play and play our game. And that's what we did today.
Why do you think that the second map was the result that it was? What happened there? Because you were doing a lot of things that you don't normally do.
Typical Vitality.
Yeah?
We need to make it entertaining for the fans.
I mean, it was very, very entertaining. Speaking of the fans, they're behind you right now. They're so loud. They're here from the first second until the last. even when you were losing, they were really, really cheering for you. What was it like to play in front of them?
I'm happy that we have our fans here, and I'm happy that we didn't disappoint them, because we didn't want to lose, and we win for them as well. We won for every Vitality fan was cheering for us, and it would be really sad for them if we lost.
Yeah, I think they're very, very happy today. I think before coming into this tournament, even a lock-in, a lot of people don't put you in the group of, you know, Fnatic, Na'Vi, and even Liquid. How do you feel about that now? Do you feel like people are underestimating you?
We just need to prove them wrong.
Do you think you've done that today?
Yeah, I think it could be much better from our side, but I think we can work on a lot of things, but I think we played nice today.
You're going to continue to prove them wrong as the weeks come. I love that. Thank you very much, Twiston. Thank you as well to all of the Vitality fans that came out here. We're going to throw this to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have our special post-plant show on the other side.
Oh my god! Nice! Nice, Twiston! Nice! Nice! Good game. Really well played, guys. Well played.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the Post-Plant daily Post-Plant show we're bringing you here. I'm joined by Bone Cold. Lothar and Vincent are back as well. How are you doing? You alright? Your heart's slowed down a little bit now?
Yeah, I'm still like super plussed and super exhausted, but I'm doing decent right now.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Because I think a few of us, we're kind of at the edge of our seat. We weren't quite sure which way that game was going to go. So are you happy that you managed to close it out in that fashion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy we closed it out, as you said. I know, like the second map, even the third map was like quite sloppy, but I'd say, like it was quite sloppy from both sides. I'm just happy, like we have players like Twisten and Molsey, like would just come up huge with the clutches.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned Molsey because we have a clip real quick to show you of the Molsey versus Nats 1v1 here. It's coming up any second now. I think he played probably the most perfect clutch I've ever seen. Talk us through what was going through your head.
Oh my God, no! Like we had everybody here, like just nobody was saying a word, and everybody, just, like hands on their on their forehead, like just waiting out.
Yeah, like this played that super well and patiently.
This round when we won, like we got so much energy going into the map, like so much, because we were still, like even when we won the first 3 rounds, it was still, it felt, like there was so much pressure, like from losing the fracture.
I mean, actually talking about the fracture, how do you mentally reset from that?
It's hard, and we haven't really been in a situation like that where we get crushed on a map and then we have to go into the second one thinking okay this we need to win. But one thing that is always I feel like all the teams have it, but it's just how well they can have the mindset for it. Is just to have the one round at a time, just thinking it's 0-0 every round. You just start off fresh. You take breaths, you see, everything's, everybody's running around, you calm them down.
There's one very interesting factor about looking at your previous maps and everything. You love to start on attack, and you love good momentum on attack.
Yeah.
This twice didn't work today. How do you come back from that? Or okay, you know what, that's a thing that happens with us, but we can still come back and win.
I feel like on attack, it's super easy to just seize the momentum. And I feel like our attack sides have been extremely good on practice. So for us, not getting that momentum, it's all going back to the fundamentals. What is it? Catching our breath, playing off each other, playing with utility, trading, and I don't know. It's just a wide thing to try to open up. But I feel like for us, it's all about the fundamentals,
Right.
if we don't get the momentum rolling up.
A lot of people don't know this, but your performance coach, Marcus, I saw him just now backstage. What's he been adding to the team? Because he came from Fnatic. He was with the Fnatic boys before joining you guys.
Oh yeah, I remember, Derke was actually, I met him in Berlin a month ago, before lock-in, and he was not over-exaggerated English. He was not sad about it, but he was oh, but how is Marcus? Have you been talking to him? I'm yeah, I have. No, but Marcus has been bringing a lot. He has been bonding our team, giving us all really good routines. Outside of the game or for warm up before the game, and he's been a tremendous help for the full team.
Yeah, and I know you were talking about all of the clutches and all the crazy things that's happened. We're gonna put you through that one more time. I apologize, but Twisten. This time around, I think Lothar and I were losing our mind. There's one of many of the things he did, but this is when he, when he racked all the way around. What were you thinking?
This was actually so funny for us because Twisten does this so many times in practice, and most of the time we're just Twisten, there's a faster rotation to the side. But then we realized after this, we were just laughing out loud. Maybe this strategy, maybe it's not this is just a LAN thing, maybe this strategy of just hard flanking is just for LAN.
Well, it actually worked very well because the anticipation from the opponents was we're gonna shut down the showstopper for him to not counter us when we were planting, right?
Yeah.
And he caught it instant decision making to super fast flank. No one was expecting it. They just thought that he's gonna go for waterfall, right?
Yeah, 100%. Even I was thinking oh, he's just gonna go to C-Link, to waterfall and just play the clutch from there. But as soon as I saw him on C-Long, I was okay, someone else take the wheel, I really didn't know what to think, to be honest.
But also great decision making on the micro level when he knew exactly where to stop to not make them aware of his potential position when he was flanking. Right, the moment he pressed shift, it was like, oh, okay, now it's great in position.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the game was just full of like so many like crazy clutches like all around. So
well, that double K from Bone Cold.
Oh jeez.
On the waterfall,
that was not a clutch,
single-handedly won the round with that double kill on Redgar and Safe when they pushed
pushing,
him.
Yeah, pushing, yeah. It was actually funny because I felt so good because Safe after Fracture told me, oh, Bone Cold, do you have monitor on? Oh my god!
Wait,
do you
got
him back, man?
Wait. Where did he tell you this? Like on the stage or behind backstage?
Backstage, like when we were walking on the entrance, he told me.
Classic Safe.
Yeah, so I don't know, you know, like karma hits back really hard. So I don't know how Duelist is going out for you, but you know, on Luchka game for them.
Oh my god! Wait,
Ice cold.
How did you respond to him at the time though when he just said it to you, like to your face?
I didn't really react. I was just waiting to get to the third map.
Wow, okay.
That's a fantastic tip. I love that you shared that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, like don't keep these things, you know, like if he wants to trash talk, you know, like he can trash talk, you know, like so everybody can see it, you know, like.
But you can all take it though. This is like, you know, back and forth. We're a LAN environment now. We're probably gonna see it happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be
it's
gonna be nice. What is it to the playoffs? You know, like what is it? You know, like have a little rivalry going on from this point on.
Let me talk about something like pressure, right? Because you guys always you didn't win something yet. You know what I mean? We're still kind of in the open with that. Finally got your first victory here in VCT. Was there something pressure beforehand, and do you feel kind of relieved that yes, we can actually be successful on this particular competition?
Yeah, I mean, for us, like we haven't really had, you know, like a moment where we like just peak like super high. I feel like we've been like progressing like slow and steadily. So it's super nice to get like this first victory, you know, like out of the way, and then we can go and look forward, you know, like to playing against Koi on Thursday, and it's just nice to like get it off the shoulders, get that momentum going on, get the confidence, and just come back and, you know, like slap Koi when we come back on Thursday.
I mean, at least you're saying it publicly, like you're telling them publicly. Two things really quickly. How's your fist? Twistan's been hammering you on?
No, he's This is something that we've been talking internally with the full team coaching staff and the Vitality organization, and we come to into agreement that Twistan is not allowed to smash my hand in pieces, and we're good right now. Like we're having fun on stage.
Even after the 1v2 when he rapped, he didn't like properly give.
No, I didn't even need to be scared. Like normally I just go like, you know, like this, but this time, you know, like it's just nice fist bumps with the boys.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You spoke about rivalry, you know, potentially with Liquid.
Yeah.
The fans, there's definitely a rivalry going between the Vitality fans and the Team Liquid fans. We're going to take a look real quick. They were just kind of giving it to each other back and forth. But what was it like in that environment?
Oh my god, the atmosphere was crazy. Every single time the game ended and you took off your headset, oh my lord, like there was so much noise in the crowd. It was so nice.
And we heard that there are even more fans are coming in the future, so this is gonna.
That was only 8.
That was 8 people.
That was eight Vitality fans. So just wait out until we get the full bus, like full of them.
That's awesome. It's like we're finally getting that, let's say, tangible atmosphere, right? Something that we're missing for the past 2 seasons.
Oh yeah, something that I cannot wait is when we get to play against like Karma, because I know there's some rivalry up there. So if we can get, you know, like some Golden Hornets and some KC fans, oh my lord,
I think
it's gonna be nice.
I actually think that's when they're bringing the full troop. I heard that like 25 Golden Hornets are coming for that game. That's what I heard. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of mad. That's almost the entire.
No, don't just save it. Just
you know what I'm gonna do.
Come on, next question.
That's 24 more than the big fans we had last
year. Well, there's always one here.
And it's him. He's the only one.
You're laughing. You want to try my fist bump?
No, Bunko like that one.
No.
You like that one?
No. I just want to, you know, like keep Sesh as a faraway friend.
Hey, he said friend. He said friend.
Arm's length.
Yeah.
You know? Yes.
He at least said friend.
We need to have like this safety gap between us, I feel like, after.
That's why I'm sitting here.
Yeah. Thank you, Lothar.
Yeah,
see, I can transfer.
And that's why I'm sitting here as well. I need 2 gaps. I feel like I need a double because he did smash my hand earlier, like Tristan did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he properly went for it.
10% strength.
Oh, yeah, this little flower comes and kicks in.
Well, speaking of the power, we do have a update of today's top 5 ACS. The 5 players that are on top of the scoreboard right now. We're going to show this to you as well, Bone Cold. I think some of your boys must be in there. Twiston must be in there. I think from the earlier game, there were a couple of players I'm kind of expecting. Oh, he made it.
Twiston's there, yeah. No, it's nice to see. I feel like, you know, like today's like overall, like it's super nice to see that we, like, of course we won like a lot of clutches, but it's nice to see, you know, like it's not, you know, like, what is it? You know, like it's not like one man has to like pull it like all the way down. It's like a team effort, like everyone's getting, you know, like their own piece in the action.
Let's talk about his freedom and also the space house, because oftentimes you heard about Twiston and other young duelist players. They're super off the leash, or sometimes over-aggressing. How has that process been with him on the team and with you and Salah trying to put him more in a safer but free space?
Yeah, so with Twiston it has been, what is it, like when he came in first, like he was like super aggressive, taking every single timing, playing with short in like jet double smokes, but we found like a really nice middle ground where we can leave Twiston that freedom to do whatever he wants. Like there's rounds where I, you know like when I see, you know, like there's an opening, I see Twiston go crazy, let's just go, and he will just do like magical things. Would it be with knives or like anything? That's something like super nice to have when you have like that, you know, like young duelist player that just, you know, like he's not scared of anything.
Could I ask actually about the team structure, right? When you play the game, many teams have a lot of mid-round callers. I mean, more than one, essentially. How it works in your team? Are you fully calling? Do you have some democracy during the games, or how does it look?
Right now, actually, this is interesting because, like, coming from my previous teams, mostly like we had like a lot of like local players in my past teams. And right now, I've been taking a lot more responsibility. Like, if we throw in like percentages to like make it like easier to like grasp, I'd say like I'm in voice 75–80% of the time, which is quite a lot. This is still like something that what is it? I feel like we can still like get a lot better at, because I do feel like in a game like VALORANT, where there's so many like different like variables,
micro situations happening all the time.
Yeah, you want to have those players ready, you know, like to, you know, like just take the situation, you know, like, and, you know, like just enter the lion's den, you know, like when it's necessary.
Proactive.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we see a lot of that on your roster. I will say though, I think Team Liquid, you know, I will be doing them a disservice if I don't say that on paper. In the off-season, many people were saying they won off-season. They picked up, you know, the biggest hitters.
Yeah.
Brazil was a little bit, you know, questionable. Today they did look better, but now you played against them. What do you think is the issue right now with them?
Tough question. How to handle that PR? Well, you know, we'll see.
I'd say
he's not talking to Safe.
I'd say that, you know, like I think it's the same for us. I feel like today's game could have went both ways. Like, to be honest, I feel like, you know, like the last game could have flipped either side. So I do think, you know, like I feel like they have like, it's hard to say because I don't know, but I feel like it always comes down to just like fundamentals and like how you play off of each other.
So
I love that word.
To actually ask you about that, because you were coming into the first map on Haven and you had some expectations how you will have to play against it, right?
Yeah.
And we anticipated on the desk that Liquid will have to fight you to like stop your executes, and then you were met with no opposition. What was your thought process as an IGL lead?
See rush works, we go see rush again.
You're having the time of your life, it looked like.
No,
yeah.
you know, like you don't even know like how much fun I had. Do you think they'll expect the third C rush in a row? No, they won't.
It was free space for you guys, free real estate.
No, but like if it works, like why stop doing it? Like they didn't have an answer for it, so, you know, like just keep abusing it until it doesn't work, and then we can go to do anything else we want.
But you sounded like you were surprised that they had no answer, right?
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty good execute going on for us, but I mean, I'd rather like win 4 rounds and then, you know, like lose the 1 round where they actually, you know, oh, they had 5C.
Right. I mean, that brings me to the point. You said it could have went both ways, right? And that brings me to the question: and how far is Team Vitality yet? Like, how much % are you right now seeing your own team from the potential you have?
What would I lie here? I would say we're somewhere around
60 or 70% around there.
Alright.
But I feel like, you know, like there's so many like small things when they're like activated. Like when we can get, you know, like someone like Twisten, you know, like being able maybe, you know, like to like mature a little bit, where he can be, you know, like one of those people who are like, oh, I'm doing this, I need this and this and this. And we can get, you know, like all the 5 players, you know, like as I said previously, where they can be, you know, like very proactive, make their own decisions, and it doesn't have to be, you know, like what is it, you know, like 1, 2, 3 man type of thing, where 3 people or less are, you know, like the ones calling the round.
Right.
That's really, really interesting. Thank you for your thoughtful answers, Bone Cold. Before I let you go, we're going to take a look at tomorrow's schedule, and I want to get your predictions because you're not playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we have 4 other teams that are. It is Na'Vi versus Giants, and then K-Corp versus BBL. That is a clouded game.
Yeah, I feel like the Na'Vi Giants, I feel like Na'Vi, you know, like if they're finished up cooking whatever they have in their lab, I think Na'Vi's going to win 2-0.
Okay.
And for KC BBL game, I feel like BBL are like the type of team that, you know, like when they start winning, like they really win. Like, you know, like they put you on like all fours. Like there's nothing you can do against like BBL when they're fired up. So I feel like if KC gets control of the game, I feel like KC is going to win. But you give, you know, like an inch to BBL, BBL are just going to run them over.
Ooh, okay. You two are not with me either tomorrow, so go on, weigh in quickly.
I think if he says it, I trust him. That's as easy as
So
that.
he's just parroting.
Okay, yeah.
I would say Na'Vi, although they didn't look really impressive yesterday, right? But then K-Corp against BBL, I think it's a 50-50. So I would have to toss it and just see what lands, you know?
You know what? I go with BBL actually. I will fully go with BBL this time.
All right. Okay.
That's what Boncold said.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen because I feel like none of our predictions have been true ever so far, so that's going to be fun to see. Thank you very much, Lothar and Vincent and Bone Cold as well. We'll see you back here in a couple of days in your next game. Thank you very much to everyone for tuning in today. We're going to be back here tomorrow with another 2 best of 3 starting with Na'Vi versus Giants. Have a good night and we'll see you then.